We'll get it popping here in a minute. Don't worry. We had a good talk last night.
Aristotle, I asked you whether you think the sun goes down on a flat earth under the horizon, like on your cartoon wall. Can you answer the question, please?
Yeah, we go down a little bit. It's definitely not going down underneath our feet. That's fucking crazy. They
Answer the
claim to
question.
have what's up?
Aristotle, can you answer the question, please? Do you think the sun is going down under the horizon on the flat earth?
I don't know. Are you talking to someone in text?
Yes, this guy that's arguing with me in text, he's in chat, in the voice chat here.
Uh,
And he can't seem to answer the question I asked him.
yeah, some of them won't come into VC. We're about to switch up the text chat here in a minute and just make a text chat only for people in VC. That way people just can't harass the shit out of us all day without even participating. I mean, if he comes in, good for him, but I mean, he probably won't. It's way too complicated to have this discussion via text. Oh my god, the amount of words you would have to type for one thing, and then people don't even read what you type. Like it's bad enough they don't listen to what you say, but they're not reading what you type either. They're just while you're typing your thing, they're typing their thing. It's pretty bad. If you're not hearing what other people are saying, the best people in this arena are the people that have listened to what the other people have been saying. You know what I'm saying? You could tell who ain't been listening. You can really tell who ain't been listening. When you get bodied by some bullshit that I fucking, some bullshit argument that normally gets crushed because you're not listening. That's the only reason why, like, there's no excuse for these guys to fuck you up other than you haven't been paying attention.
Aristotle, if you can talk, open your mic and answer my question, please.
Oh, he's in here. He's in here. Yeah, there you go. I didn't even realize that guy was in here. Yeah, what do you got? You think the sun goes underneath the flat Earth below our feet when it sets at night? Fucking, I can't believe I just said those words. He probably ain't gonna. It's all good. Bro, I can write. I don't do text, though. This shit is way too much to type out, my man. If someone wants to read the question in chat in the VC, I'll answer it. Like, I ain't even got time to read text, right? All I did was glance at it for a second to see if you ask if I can't write. We can just do it later when you're able to VC. It's no biggie. No biggie. I mean, I'm really not even interested in debating anymore. These past couple week or whatever has been like a vacation. The chaos levels down to almost nothing. It's friggin' great. Some people still need to debate and they want to debate, and I understand that. I needed it and wanted it too when I first got into this. But at the where I'm at now, like you guys don't, the Globers don't do nothing for me. I spent years, 10, 12, 15-hour days debating with some of the highest level Globers, Veach, Kosho, Rocket Scientist, all them dudes and gems.
Yeah, Rumpus.
I've been doing it here for the last 2 years too, in a more succinct, coherent manner. And there's not really much left for me. I might get something out of J Ace or Kosho rarely once in a while, but like just your regular, I don't know. I'm just not gonna get nothing from it. It's just a headache, honestly. I'll do it. I haven't debated a Glober in days. You know how good I feel right now? I feel invigorated and rejuvenated. I'm about to do some push-ups or something. I don't know. I woke up before my alarm clock went on.
Aristotle, I posted 2 videos in the chat. Maybe you can explain to us what the globe model, what the official globe model explanation is for those 2 observations. Thanks.
You want me to do it if you won't? I could be a Glober. I know their whole shit inside and out. I don't think he's gonna get in VC though. He wants to do it in text. Some of these people that don't get in VC are probably people we've encountered in the past and banned. We haven't even banned many people. I'm just saying people want to be here. You know what? It may be a Glover that's supposed to be boycotting us, but they're not. And then they'll get in trouble by whoever organized the boycott. That could be what it is. You know?
Well, obviously, this guy's just a coward because he doesn't want to open his mic. I open my mic and I'm speaking to him, and he's actually responding to me in chat so he can hear me, but he won't open his mic, so he's just a coward.
Well, maybe he's shy or something. Like I said, it could be someone we've banned in the past or someone that's supposed to be participating in this in this Glover boycott, and if they talk in VC, they'll get in trouble by whoever their handler is. I don't know. Maybe he's got some audio shit going on in the background. There's times I can't talk because I'm next to loud machinery, or my kid's screaming in my face. I mean, whatever. There's a bunch of reasons. It's not go calling names or anything.
Hey, Jeremy.
But
Are your kids really young, or have you got some that are going to school?
I got them all down the line. Ones that are older, graduated. Ones that way young, 5 years all the way to 20 something. I don't even know. I can't keep track of all this shit.
All right, bitch.
Serious?
You want some of this dick? What do you want, Jeremy?
Dude, don't come in and chat vulgar like that. It's disgusting.
Dude, you love it. You
I'm
love
not
it.
arguing with you, Riggs. You're a fucking hypocrite. That's all. I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Oh, that's not nice.
Well, I mean, it's a fact though, because you did spend months complaining about these guys to me and Gio. And what do you do now? You hang out with them every day. They're your best buddies.
Who are you talking about?
We
What
just
does
over
it matter to you?
Talking about you hanging out with the people that you were complaining about already. You're in a room full of Glovers.
You think I'm
You were just,
you think I'm hanging out with Gambino? Is that what I'm doing?
is that Riggs?
Yeah, what's up,
Gambino's
Carlo?
over there. Yeah, yes, that's right. Gambino's over there. Yeah.
Okay.
You were just
Isn't
over
he?
at Jim. Yeah.
No, I'm not at Jim's. No, I don't. I'm not over there. Nope, not me.
Someone else over there called Riggs.
There's Australian Riggs.
Oh yeah, that's who he is. Yeah, he's an Australian. He's into
Yeah,
his
he
soccer.
races cars too.
Mm.
He's a nice guy. Yeah, I reckon I'd hang out with that guy. He's cool. I like that guy.
Do you race cars?
Dude, I've done a lot of dumb shit. All right. I don't know. I'm not an official car racer, but I've done dumb shit. Had a lot of fun. I've owned like 20 cars. So motorcycles included.
When I was a teenager, I did some crazy shit. Like you know what a Charger is, right? A Dodge Charger. Well, there's an Australian version called the Chrysler Charger. Has a 265 Hemi in it. And yeah, I did the ton, which is 160 kilometers an hour. On the back windshield, on the back window.
It's wild.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Like, I'm lucky to be here, really. That's what happens when you're young, dumb, and full of cum.
Hopefully it was your cum. Yeah, Jeremy, just do me a favor, dude. Don't come at me with that bitch shit, please. It's just bitch shit. Really. Just don't. It's
I'm just saying facts, bro. You cried. I don't want to say cried, but you complained heavily. I mean, about these guys that you're now hanging out with every day. Were you trying to like fuck us over or do some weird? What were you doing? What are you doing? It ain't bitch shit. Fuck off, dude. You're on some bitch shit.
Fuck off, dude. I swear to God, your fucking brain just doesn't work, Jeremy.
I know, bro. I know. You complain and cry. And you fucking dude. You gave us shit so bad for these Globers that you're now hanging out with every day. Who's on some bitch shit, Riggs?
The fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about you complaining. Why do you let these guys hang out here? You stopped coming because of them, supposedly. But now you hang out with them all day. Which make up your mind. Like I don't know what you're playing some weird game or something.
Dude, are you
Just go do
talking
your thing,
about?
bro. If you want to hang out with them, go ahead.
Are you talking
Those are your
about
peoples.
like over 2 or 3 fucking years ago?
I'm
Is that
talking
what
about
you're
the
talking
whole
about?
time. You just did it. You just did it recently.
I
A
think
little
I
bit
think
ago.
what
You
he's
did it a long
A
time
little bit
ago. You
ago.
complained about these guys incessantly.
So you're
Why do we
talking
let these
about
guys
over 2
come
years
here and
ago,
do this?
or you're talking about a few, like a week or
Why are
2
you over
ago? Is that
talking?
what you're talking about?
It sounds like what he's saying is your actions aren't matching what you've been saying.
Well, I think that Jeremy doesn't. I don't know if he either isn't he's intentionally not telling us what the fuck he's talking about, or he's just too much of a bitch to actually say what the fuck he's talking about.
I'm talking
Uh,
about you complaining and crying about the Globers. Why do we let these guys come here? You blame me and Gio for letting them run us around all day and let them talk here. And now you're in the room with them, talking with them all day. So go do your thing, bro. Good luck. Good luck with whatever weird game you're playing.
What? Okay, the only time I ever brought that shit up was like 2 years ago. So Jeremy, you get your fucking shit straight and fuck off with this bitch shit, dude. That was
Are you
over 2
drunk?
years ago when you legitimately had a fucking problem in this server. And that problem has since resolved itself with the actions which everybody was recommending because it was obvious. There were a couple mods that needed to go, and then the behavior started to clean up. And there's a lot more participation. The changes were made. The changes were made. And you know what? My ideas are good. Okay?
Your
You're
ideas
welcome.
suck, Rick.
You're welcome. Suck my cock, Jeremy, you bitch motherfucker.
I'm saying, bro, if the problem's solved, why ain't you with us? Why are you over there with them peoples all day?
Well, who wants to talk to Jeremy all day, you dense fuck?
Well, I mean, I don't know. If you don't, then whatever.
Exactly,
Go ahead.
dude.
Go talk to your Glober friends. Go
Listen
talk to your
to
Glober
you, man.
friends that you complained
It's
about. You
dude,
complained
it's
about for
fucking
months.
Discord. I go to many different servers. I talk to all kinds of different
Yeah,
people.
no doubt.
What the
No
fuck is
doubt.
it to you, boy?
don't ever
What
dis-
what the
It's to
fuck is
me
it to
because
you?
there's something to me because you were complaining and blaming me and Gio for letting these guys talk. And now you hang out with them all
Are
day.
you
So
my
I don't
fucking
know what kind
mom,
of
dude?
weird
Who
game. Dude,
cares where
stop
the fuck I
interrupting me every
am?
time.
Why the fuck do you care where the fuck I am?
Riggs, I just had to mute you. Now let me finish my sentence. I think you sound drunk, maybe. I know you've been hanging out with Akon a lot. But yeah. If the problem's solved, then come chill with your peoples. Or go chill with the peoples that were complaining about that you said were a problem. Either way, I don't care, Riggs. Do your thing, bro.
Was Riggs here when when it was Brandon's channel? I kind of remember slightly. Oh no, was he a moderator on this channel? I remember there was a really big problem with someone in Geo, and Geo just went crazy, just went off his rocker. Can't remember who that was.
what a mod.
Yeah, there was a mod, and Geo was like, "Fuck off." I've never heard him so angry.
Yeah,
Can't
it's not.
remember who.
It's normally always quite placid.
Yeah, I've only ever heard him go crazy once.
Was it Rakia?
Yeah, it was. That's right.
That was a guess. I wasn't there for that, but that was a guess.
Yeah,
that must have been a blowout.
That was a blowout. There was a bunch of frustration built up. Yeah,
Wow,
That shit
yeah,
wasn't even
news to
bad.
me.
That wasn't even bad. Come on.
Has there been worse?
Does that mean he's not here anymore then?
Nah, he's there. Rocky is there.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he did his Hail Marys, and he's back. I went over to Gems and I was just listening to those ballers. They're just like, I don't know. It's kind of what you'd expect, really, I guess, the conversations that they have. They kind of lead nowhere. The conversations they have, there's like one sentence or like half sentence comments, and then the conversation, it does flow, and it does tend to sort of like one topic bleeds into another, but it's kind of all pointless, really, if you analyze it. If I was a psychologist and I was looking at it, I was just like, it's kind of a waste of time, really. Nonsense. No. They don't have any like real general knowledge that they're wanting to share, or no goal. It's kind of just throwing comments, and it's kind of like to see who's the wittiest and who's the smartest, and who can Google faster. But there's no real essence to their conversation, and that's what I really enjoy about people that are really honest, and that's kind of why this channel's here. It's because of honesty. People are
Yeah, it's
honest.
not like ego point scoring, which is kind of what you were saying about in there.
Absolutely, yeah. Just throwing punches of ego. Yeah, it's just crazy. I can't. It's just it's so toxic. That's what it is. It's just toxic.
Yeah, I have been in there, but I got out there a while ago. But I'd imagine it just is kind of, it's just a mainstream mixing pot, isn't it? There's no out of the box thinking, really.
No. It's just parrot what you can Google. And someone scored a goal in soccer. Jim would say someone scored a goal in soccer, and it's like, what are they actually talking about? It's just like it's kind of like what you would expect in a, not even in a like even in a back country pub, having a conversation with people. At least you're talking real life stuff. It's there's absolutely no point. No point whatsoever. Yeah, it's Chinese have got a saying. It's called "chou wei xiang tou." "Chou wei xiang tou" means people of the same.
I'm sorry. you just whipped out that fucking Chinese all out of nowhere.
No, well, I'm
Sorry, that
fluent
was
in-
That really
I'm
ruined
fluent.
his intoke.
no, that's perfect. I'm sorry, bro. You're fine. It's actually great. Go for it.
He was taking
No,
a
well,
shot of a matty, and then you said that, and he was like,
I'm fluent in Prince. So, yeah, but like "chou wei xiang tou" literally means the people. You're still
"Yeah,
laughing.
I know. I
Okay.
really
Bro,
want to hear
I
the
had over
English
300 milligrams
translation."
of edibles, so I'm probably all right.
Okay, sweet as, yeah. It means people of the same stench stick together, and in English that means people of a feather flock together.
Right. But
Yeah,
saying
and
it like in the Chinese saying, then with the word
eh?
stench, is that sort of like a negative connotation then?
Oh yeah, people of the feathers flock together. That's the same. It's negative, isn't it?
Well, it could
I don't think
be.
that's a negative saying. I just think that's people
I just
hang
think
out
there's
with their
people that are
people.
the same. It could be negative, it could be good.
Oh, I think it's negative because like people that are positive, they don't really need to have influence from any other people. But if you have to be influenced by other people, like you know, by
Well, it's
your
like us here. Why are we all in this chat? Because birds of a feather flock together. That's the way I see it. You know.
well, Chinese don't have a positive meaning for that. Their one is totally negative. It's just like stinky people stick together. Like
Right,
glue.
yeah. See, that has that just for the fact that it has stink in there, you know, it adds that, you know, it's negative. Whereas birds of a feather flock together doesn't really come across. I think because we use it negatively, that's why. Whereas on the face value, it doesn't really sound like it's got a negative meaning. It's just the way we use it. But having stench, you know, in the Chinese version, like automatically already, you know, is implying negative. So
Yeah, I guess so. Because like if you hang around with positive people all day, you'd end up being a positive person, really.
right, and why would you want to? Because there's something similar there. Yeah.
Absolutely, and you've got to make your decisions. You've got to make your choices, and you got to spend your time wisely because every time you spend time in a time that's wasted is just it's another day lost. Really, you haven't gained anything. You know, you go over to gyms. What have you gained at the end of the day? Is talking for 5 hours. Either you got nothing to do, or you're working and listening and talking. But what have you gained really? I mean, you could get the same general knowledge just from, I don't know, searching online by yourself, reading a book, listening to, I don't know, playing some music, maybe get some enlightenment.
I mean, I personally gained a lot from gyms. I could have read books and watched educational videos and shit to learn it. Sure, I do better hands on though, and it
It
was
was a
such a
fast.
chaotic. Yep.
Do you think it was a fast track to a general knowledge about the heliocentric model? I mean, half of them don't even
Oh, it was the
fucking know.
slowest pace possible. It was. I could have
Yeah.
done it in. I probably could have done it in what took 2 years and 2 months. Well, I think part of the Glober's game is to cause a shit show. I mean, look at all those fight the flat Earth McTooning, straight up shit shows, dude. That's like their game. Get us frustrated. If they get us frustrated, we look bad. It doesn't matter what they look like. They got 8 billion people behind them. 8 billion people already think what they think. They make us look crazy. People see it. It's like, oh, he's crazy. These crazy flat earthers.
Yeah, well, I'm a flat earther, and when some crazy motherfucker comes up to me on the street and says, "Hey, have you got $1?" I tell him to fuck off, you know? So who's crazy? I don't know. Oh, I just finished work tonight, and there's this guy with no shoes on. It's fucking like 2 degrees, and he's walking around on concrete with no shoes on. And he's like, "Hey, man, can I have a cigarette?" I just said, "Fuck off." Yeah. No, sometimes I give money, like people that deserve it, but there's some people that just deserve to walk around with no shoes on, really. It's like,
No, everybody needs shoes. Everyone needs shoes, bro.
It's probably more connected to the earth than everyone else.
Walking around grounded and shit. Work.
and he's more connected to his bottle of whiskey, I think. Yeah, fucking hell. What a long day. I I just ran my entire restaurant. Thank God it's takeaway only. Although they eat in the dining area from their takeaway boxes. Yeah. But I did the whole night, and it's our best night ever since we reopened our new restaurant. All by myself. One person. Cooking,
Nice.
serving, taking fucking orders. I've got like DoorDash. I've got 2 DoorDashes, 2 Ubers, a fucking Panda,
Jeez.
and I've got the phone, and then I've got people knocking on the door, people ringing the bell. Lucky I've got a kiosk, like McDonald's. You can just order from the screen. Fucking hell, it's crazy. One person,
Let's kick ass,
and
bro.
I've got to do fucking Japanese cooking and Thai cooking all at the same time. Because we've got a Japanese menu for lunch and a Thai menu for the rest of the time.
You need to get on some Master Chef fucking New Zealand shit. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, really, there should have been a film crew like there today. I tell you, like, if I had 6 woks, I'd have 6 woks going, but I've only got 2.
They just walk 1 foot at a time.
Yeah, man. Never done that before. Like, we've had some really good nights, but we still need to have normally like 3 in the kitchen. And tonight was our best night ever, and my wife just happened to go away for 2 days, and I had to keep it running.
So were you doing washing up till stupid o'clock?
Yeah, I just got back and chugged down a couple of beers, went over to Jim Panda's because there was no one here, literally no one here. I just, like, the only person worth listening to over there was Merle. He's the only one with any sense whatsoever. But he was staying pretty quiet, so came back over here and there's Jeremy having some flashbacks of something. I don't know what that was about.
I mean, I don't know. I used to be able to get stuff done in Jem's main chat room, but nowadays it's just too chaotic. You can't even go through anything. There's people chiming in that don't know anything about the topic, arguing about the topic that they don't know about. Obviously, I don't know.
They don't.
You ain't
They
getting
don't.
nothing done over there.
They don't have an agenda's the wrong word, eh? They don't have like a what do you call it? Like a company would have like a statement, a company statement. They don't have that underlying sort of a grounding of what you're actually here for. It's kind of
Identity.
just, eh?
Identity, in a sense.
There's there's no basis to anything. It's just whatever goes, totally free fall, free flow. Yeah, I mean, we all understand in the back of our mind when we're talking here. We can be talking shit, or we could be, just listening to someone doing a presentation. But we at the end of the day, we know where each other's coming from. And the ballers, they know that too, So that's why there's hardly any ballers here most of the time.
Well, the thing with the ballers is that we started tightening up on the moderation. We started doing mutes, unmutes, so it can't get crazy. 2 people are going at it instead of letting them have a screen match. We mute and unmute each party. That way, everyone can hear what's happening clearly and concisely. And it ruins a lot of the. If anyone's using tactics, that cuts a lot of the bullshit tactics out that you can't use because it calms things down. Everyone's points are getting heard. No more funny muting and bullshit. So we started tightening up on the moderation, man. I mean, I think that's maybe what did it.
Yeah, I heard you saying that you hadn't debated with the Globe for ages. Is that because of the tighter modding?
Yeah, I haven't debated a Glober probably over. But yeah, we tighten up on the mod, and they're doing some weird boycott thing too. So, but it doesn't matter though. I might have debated a little bit with Coach other than about something. I don't know. Coach was part flat earther. So. Like if your argument sucks and you need it to be a shit show or needed to get crazy or do some kind of weird tactic, if you do the mute unmute thing, it can't happen. Anyone running game, their game gets foiled. Their game gets fucked up. It don't work. That mute unmute shit is the best shit ever. No interruptions. It's fucking perfect. So yeah, they like have an active boycott against us, which is I'm not even mad, dude. I'm fucking glad, bro. This shit's been like a vacation. The chaos level in this room has been almost to zero.
Your work's been easy for you now.
Who's boycotting? What? What's being boycotted?
All the peoples you've been hanging out with, they're all boycotting us.
They're boycotting you guys.
Yeah, all those people in that room, bro. Yeah, most of them.
Why? What did you guys do?
I think Nathan
You did what you
Oakley's
wanted,
got
Rick.
Nathan Oakley's got DID.
What?
We did what you want. We did what you wanted, Riggs. We tightened up on the moderation. They can't run their game anymore.
Okay. So they're boycotting you because of the way you moderate.
Well, they have maybe other reasons, but I believe it's because of the way we moderate. What's up, Niggy?
Huh,
And
I didn't know that.
Thank you for that, Jeremy.
Like I said, we still get some Glovers here, but not often. They're in some weird boycott thing, but
Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't been around in a while. I don't know what's been happening over in Earth Awakenings. You know what it is, Jeremy? I'll be honest with you. I like a lot of Witz's arguments, but I don't necessarily like hearing him debate. It's just not my vibe. So he's just like in here a lot, and so then I don't come in. I'd rather listen to something else.
Sorry, who?
You know?
Oh, okay.
So it's not like the server or anything. Like if I'm not around, it's mostly because like I guess if Witz is in the chat, he wants to like take over and do his debate thing, and I'd rather just hear more like an open discussion. But
Yeah, but you should be proud of him being here because like he's a
Oh,
pretty clever guy.
It's cool. I like his arguments. I agree with a lot of his points. But I just don't like debate in general. I don't like to watch or listen to debates really on Discord. So
Right.
I would
You were
like
just
here. I would rather
debating
interact
them.
with people.
Well, the debates
Riggs, you were
don't.
just debating them 5 minutes ago over there when I was in.
No. They were asking me questions about what my flat Earth conception is, and they gave me the opportunity actually to like give my full answers, which was really cool.
I heard that they didn't interrupt. That was neat.
Yeah, so that's just kind of a unique scenario, and I just thought it was cool that it seemed like they were actually interested. One guy even said, "Oh wow, like I didn't know that. I'm going to look into that more." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." Like, people don't usually learn stuff from flat earthers and admit it, but it seemed like people were really interested. So
I think it's just your charisma and your voice, because like there are a lot of flat earthers that sort of stumble, when they're coming to the harder questions and they don't really know how to answer. And when you come across quite confident, that's kind of you're sort of on the same level as the ballers, because that they all sort of come across very confident, the intelligent ones, So that could be part of it,
well, they asked me about the star trails and stuff, and I really struggled with that, but they gave me all the time in the world, and I whipped out my pictures. I went through like a whole fucking lecture on like my skepticism and why I think the motions are the way they are, and I actually got some positive feedback from my skepticism, because I told them that like the exact places that there would be some fuckery afoot, there is fuckery afoot, and the things we'd expect to be there aren't there, and the information available is super sketchy, and a lot of it has been proven false. And so then I think that a lot of these other reasons, they just gave me the opportunity to really flesh it out. And that's just, I don't know, I feel like I was just in the Twilight Zone. That shit never happens.
The reason
Shit
why
never
Globe
happens.
don't like with it is because he's gone into deep into the globe about everything that gets talked about the globe. And then when he brings it forward to Globers, they just say word salad.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'd
that's
rather
fine.
listen to 1,000 hours of Witsit than 5 minutes of anything on Jem's channel.
I agree.
I guess I'm just not obsessed with the debate, and I'm already up to speed with his ideas on the position. So, I mean, that's kind of already all I need to know. I don't need to see him chew up somebody for sport, So, like, the debate doesn't really interest me. That's all.
No, but he's not there for you. He's there for all the newbies, or the ones that are just learning. They're just coming to Flat Earth. So
Yeah, maybe.
it might be repetitive in some way or form, but he's there for a purpose. He's not just your average Joe. He's got his beliefs. He's a Christian, and he understands the heliocentric model better than most ballers. So I think he's got a goal. He's an activist, and at the end of the day, he wants to spread the good news. And if you've heard it before, that's that's your own problem. But he's got good intentions, and sometimes he has to repeat stuff.
Oh no, I don't disagree with what he's doing. It's just not for me. That's all.
No, well, that's
Yeah.
what you can sort of tune out. But he means well, for sure.
I'm not questioning whether he means well. It seems like what I'm saying is like different or off topic from what you're saying. Like, I don't know why you're saying that.
I mean, I just don't get why you would have any negativity. I mean, towards.
Oh no! It's because I don't particularly like having. I'm not a fan of debate, like in general.
But what do you expect to happen? Just people are just going to convert to flat Earth?
No. I like to
debate. What are you
I
interested
like
in?
to just talk to people and ask them what they think about different stuff.
I think I get what you're saying. Like,
I
you're
literally
more
like
likely
my
to-
position is I interface with people and I try to get up to speed with what they think and what they're believing, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting, and then I like give them a couple clues or ideas about what I'm thinking about and see what they think about that. And that's pretty much it. It's just an exchange. Like, I don't really want to attack anybody for anything. That doesn't. It's just not interesting to me. So like when there's a lot of debate happening, I lose interest. That's all.
But if it wasn't for people like Witsit that bring information to the table, there wouldn't be a discussion.
You know, if it wasn't for Whitford, like spending all of his time on this effort, you know, his activism, he'd be a fucking multi-millionaire by now doing something. Because like his
Okay.
brain, there's
I think it's
no
like
way.
the
Yeah,
difference though of like with
Okay, I get it.
debate is
You
we've
guys
heard it
love
all
Witsit.
before.
I agree with his arguments. It's just totally separate from what I'm talking about. I literally don't enjoy debate. I'm not a
Okay.
Well, then
fan.
you don't need to
I don't know why you're like I'm attacking his character or something. It's I am agnostic. Debates are not like my thing.
No. But I mean,
I hear you, Riggs. I mean,
Like you're
the
just
debate
totally.
thing is.
Please stop painting my characterization of what I'm saying in a different
but,
light.
I mean,
Thank you.
at the end of
It's
the
just
day,
strange.
Hold
don't
on a
you-
second, Carlos.
Calm down.
I
what are
do.
you so tight about?
Well, no, I just told you I appreciate Witsit. I like his position. I like what he's doing. I just don't like debate. So when he's debating, I'm not here.
Got it.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I feel you. Go ahead,
hang on,
Carlos.
Jeremy. Just
I
wait.
know.
Why talk about Witsit? Why don't you just talk about you don't like debate in general? What's it got to do with Witsit?
Well, I think that's obvious because when Witsit comes in here, all the Globers want to attack him, and then it will just automatically turn into debate. Like it just happens, doesn't it? So
That's a good thing for the channel. He brings a lot of people here, and that's when we get you know.
Is it though?
Well-
because I feel like we've lost some people possibly because of the debate, the nonstop bickering and arguing. And I feel what Riggs is saying. The debate's just
Well,
old.
it was
Like,
it
I
was
don't-
like I don't know. It was like music that was maybe a little too loud for my taste. Like it wasn't like the kind of music I don't want to listen to. Like it's just not my vibe. That's all.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Witsit's
that's all.
he's only going to have a discussion on a point if everyone else is willing to join. You know, I mean, if
Okay.
everyone didn't want to talk about what he wants to talk about, he'd talk about what they want to talk about. You know, it's just
there've
how it
been
is.
many times that Witsit's been in here where there's no debate going on, where we're just talking about shit. So
we were kicking it
Yeah,
last
okay.
night. Yeah, but
Okay, cool. Yeah. But if it's not debate, then that's cool. Yeah, I've had cool discussions with them too. So
I remember
I
when
feel you though. The
I
debate
remember
thing is.
when-
Hold on a second, man. Let me get my words out real quick. The debate thing's gotten old for me personally. Some people probably still need to hear it. Guys that are new, maybe guys that haven't been paying attention as much, whatever. I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm just saying some people may still need the debate. For a lot of guys that have been in this for years and years, 5, 6, 7 years, the debate is kind of like dredging on. It's like this monotonous thing where we just keep getting looped in
it's like a
circles.
sludge that just. It's like, dude, I don't really want to fight with anybody. It's been like over 8 years now or some shit. I'm just chilling. So it just like even the idea of debate just kind of like makes me tired. So maybe I'm just old. So like when he's got all this energy and he's debating and he's like repeating a lot of stuff that I already agree with, it's like, oh well, it's just hopefully the person they're talking to or the people who needs to hear that is getting the message. But it kind of drains me a little bit.
Yeah, the debate's super draining. That's what I'm saying. This shit's been like a vacation for me, bro. It's
Aren't
been
you
awesome in
there
here the past week.
right now on this server?
What?
Say it again.
Isn't Witsit being debated at the moment on the server?
Not this moment, no. I mean,
We
it's
all
not even in here right now.
we all seem to have a we're all having a conversation about him, aren't we?
yeah, discussion.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, he's being
Which it
debated.
comes out with dope shit still, even in the debates. Like I've heard a couple new things with the debate about that, I didn't know about or whatever. He still brings some new shit to the table once in a while. Very rarely do I gain anything from the debate. loop me in refraction or the Southern Star Trails or some bullshit sunsets. Like it's just boring.
What do you
You
guys
know-
think about QE and Nathan attacking him the other day? Well, I say Nathan, but Globe ballbusters.
I don't even fuck with Oakley anymore, honestly. I mean,
That guy's got DID.
I came up off Oakley too. It's sad, but it's just not. I don't know. I feel like maybe people aren't getting a fair shot on his thing or something. I don't know.
We have big.
He's surgical with the mute button.
But they did
We've
put
got-
up a point about Whitsitt, a little bit of doublespeak from Whitsitt. So I don't know whether anyone else heard about it.
We've got people in the flat Earth community that are ripping up another flat earther. I mean, can we talk about that?
I know it's stupid, right? It's like because like there were obviously people in the chat trying to defend Whitsitt, and like kind of there were because the double chat that they're trying to say that Whitsitt said is about virtual virtual particles. Like they're not real. They're a fairy tale. But then in another breath is said about the Casimir effect is proof of the ether. Yet the Casimir effect relies on, you guessed it, virtual particles. So yeah,
Here's the thing. Let me break it down for you real quick. Real quick, I'll break it down for you. If somebody's saying, "Oh, there's virtual particles out there," I can argue against it and be like, "Yo, there's no fucking virtual particles. It's stupid." Da da da. Give my reasons for why there's no virtual
So then
particles.
how
They're
does
made up,
what gives
theoretical.
rise
Hold on,
to
man.
the
Hold on.
Casimir effect?
Hold on, dude. I can do that with you, and we can argue about virtual particles, and I can say the theoretical, blah blah blah, and give all this evidence against virtual particles. Okay. That being said, now you still believe in virtual particles. So if you believe in virtual particles, then I can now use them as a hostile witness to give you evidence for the Casimir effect.
Yeah, but no,
Even
he
though I
didn't.
don't believe in them, you do.
No. He was using the Casimir effect to prove ether. That's the problem.
Yeah, but he didn't say they were particles.
Yeah, but to provoke to use the Casimir effect, you are also claiming virtual particles, are you not?
You sure? Well, that's what they say is happening. I mean, you don't have to think that they're actual.
And this is where I was thinking of it, is like, so instead of it being, oh, right, just attacking Whitsitt for double speaking, or because obviously people were trying to defend Whitsitt and they were asking QE, well, do you believe in virtual particles? And he's obviously like, no. So then the next question is, do both Whitsitt and QE deny the Casimir effect? Do you know what I mean?
I would say, as far as Whitsitt goes, though,
like, if you want to go further, instead of it just being a bickering match, like, well, okay, or is it something else that's created? Like, is that what's happening? Are they denying the Casimir effect, or is something else creating the Casimir effect? Like,
you can have the
let's further
Casimir effect.
conversation. Instead of it being about the people, let's talk about the topic.
Yeah, I
that's
think
the-
Well,
you should ask
you-
him when he's around. Just ask him. I think that's fair. You know what?
It was
what
a
do you
while
mean?
ago.
Just say, hey, what did you mean about this? See if he has an answer.
Can I get
Yeah,
it,
but
please? You can have the
what was the
Casimir effect.
What's the baseline argument there? Is it's all about the ether, isn't it? Because the QE is he's really highly against the ether, isn't he? And so
Anti-ether,
because it's like
It was a while ago. I mean, I can't remember exactly when, but I was on a live stream of Nathan Oakley's live streams, and he eventually got into the YouTube chat, and they were talking about light, and he mentioned light was physical. So I asked him, "Do you really think light is physical?" And he said yes. So I mean, that's why I don't even go there anymore, because they just talk a lot of shit on there.
Yep, a lot of shit be talked.
Wait, they're saying light's physical now.
light's physical, like a flavor. Flavor's physical. And an emotion is physical, right? And your consciousness is physical.
And now you wonder why they
All
have
right.
such an issue with it.
But you can't deny that is a bit of a doublespeak, though.
No,
It's
I
not.
can't. I've been trying to explain.
Jeremy's right. You listen to what Jeremy
I've
has
been,
to say.
shut up so you can hear what I'm saying, please, guys. You know I've been trying to get it. This is part of the problem. We got to have some kind of social awareness, guys. Please. You guys know I've been trying to get in for like 2 minutes.
Well, shut up for 5 minutes. You go.
You can have I don't need 5 minutes. I need 5 seconds. You can have the Casimir effect, the effect. You can have that shit happen without having to invoke virtual particles. Doesn't mean virtual particles exist if you say Casimir effect.
It's true, but then you'd have to have your own paper, and you'd call it something other than the Casimir effect, obviously, because Casimir effect would denote virtual particles.
How about this? Instead of going in like a debate form, like you reply to Jeremy and then Jeremy replies, let's just hear Jeremy's full story of how it actually works.
What I'm saying is you can have an effect. You have this effect there. You don't have to invoke virtual particles. And if you are one of the guys that do believe in virtual particles, then it doesn't matter because I can use the Casimir effect because that's the shit you believe in. You believe in the virtual particles. Shouldn't be an issue for anyone that's invoking virtual particles. They should go with this. This shouldn't be a problem. Just because Witsit doesn't believe in virtual particles doesn't mean he can't use them as an evidence because you believe in this shit. If you believe in virtual particles, you shouldn't be saying anything about Witsit using the Casimir effect. It doesn't matter.
I don't know why he's saying that like I'm a
I've invoked
glober.
the James Webb Telescope.
I don't get it. Like,
I've invoked the James Webb Telescope and I'm debating with Globers. Do I have to
want
believe?
someone else to
Am
help
I double
explain what
speaking because I don't believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Sorry, say that again.
I know you talked over me. Relax. If I invoke the James Webb Telescope, am I double speaking because I've made debates before about they can't have satellites and shit in space and orbits, or am I using it as a hostile witness because you believe in the James Webb Telescope, so I'm using some shit you already believe in?
No, it's only if you was to try and claim something that the James Webb Telescope saw was real and it was as far away as it says it is. That's what you'd be doing. You'd be then claiming the distances that they claim, like, and that's kind of what Witz is doing. He's by invoking the Casimir effect, you invoke because he was using it as proof for ether. You got to get that. You got to remember that, right?
Yes. Anyone that believes in the virtual particle thing shouldn't have a problem with it. If you have a problem with the virtual particle thing, then you can argue the virtual particles with Whitson.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just wondering. I want us to hash out and explain it for the audience what the actual Casimir effect is, so that we can rule out the virtual particles. So what is the actual claim? Isn't there something like to do with two plates and wavelengths of light or wavelengths of the electromagnetic field?
I think the best way is Witsit can come and explain for himself because, like, I don't think that we can talk for him.
I'm not trying to talk for him. I'm just talking about the Casimir effect. This isn't about Witsit. This is about the Casimir effect. Right?
Yeah, well, there's a reason why
the
he
Casimir
used that.
effect is. Are you going to tell him what the Casimir effect is?
I'm not really that clued up about it. Are you
I was
guys?
talking to Carlos. Here. It's when you have basically virtual particles coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, and the only way that we can measure the ether is by a 15 degree per hour movement. So it's just the same as any of these other effects, really. is using it as an example. It's like, oh well, if this doesn't work, well, you say this works as well. It's like breaking their own paradigm, using their own evidence against them.
See, I thought it
Here's the
was to
thing.
do with. I thought the virtual particles are just to explain why there's a different sort of like size wavelength when you move the plates together.
Yeah, there's a force between the plates. Listen, it's not. I don't see what the problem is. If anyone believes in virtual particles, you can use this for like you shouldn't be debating what's on
I'm not debating with
he
it.
does.
I'm
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I know. Just
right.
I'm saying if you believe in virtual particles, you shouldn't be debating what's on a Casimir. If you want to debate him on the
No, I'm
virtual
trying
particles,
to
yeah,
catch out this Casimir effect and be like,
go ahead, bro.
do we
Go ahead.
actually
My
need
bad.
the vertical?
I
Do we
wasn't
actually need
mincing.
the vertical
We're good.
particles for the effect, or
Yo,
is
can
it
you hear me
something that's
talking?
being conjured
Jim,
to try and
Jim,
explain something?
Jim, can you hear me talking, bro? Or you got me muted, or
No, it just seems like everyone's talking past me, like trying to make it about Witsit when I'm trying to make it about what the claim is, from the globe side as well. Yeah. I don't know. I just wanted to understand what was actually being claimed in the Casimir effect.
Tell us about the globe claim.
Well, that's what I was asking you guys, but you just wanted to talk about Witsit.
No, you brought up this, so we're asking you to tell us about it.
I'm asking you guys to tell me about it. Because
You brought it
I'm
up.
trying to explain it to you, but you won't let me. Every time I say you, you think I'm talking about you personally. Not. I'm saying you, as in anyone who's arguing it with me. But you keep interrupting me. I don't know.
I mean, you're coming here and you bring something up which you don't even know about, and you're asking us to explain it to you.
Yeah, why not? I thought you guys would be knowledgeable about it, but maybe not. I don't
What
know.
is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Okay, let's not fight, guys. I'm just saying that the
Nothing's
cat.
wrong. I just thought that you guys might be a
Can you
bit
hear
more
me?
knowledgeable
Can you
about
hear
things
me,
than
bro?
it.
Hello,
Obviously, you're not, and you don't want to help
Jim.
me out. All right, fuck off. Just leave me alone.
I'm trying. Hold on, man. Jim, can you hear me first of all? Jim, can you hear me? Can someone tell Jim to like unmute me or maybe rejoin the VC real quick because I don't understand.
Can you hear Jeremy, Jim?
No, I can't hear
Yeah,
anybody.
I can hear
Maybe he
you.
muted me on accident.
Bye, Jim.
If you're all just gonna like not let me talk over you, then fuck you all.
Well, it's like I'm trying to ask you guys because I thought you guys would be a bit more knowledgeable about it, and it's what's wrong with you? That's what I get. Right.
I'm
Okay.
trying.
Cheers, guys.
We weren't talking about Witsit when you brought up the point.
I think he's gone.
Anyone want
Close.
to talk about the Casimir effect?
You
Yes,
kept
Not
on
really.
saying you were talking about Witsit.
Like if people do start talking about it though, maybe just like let them finish their sentences. Jim, talk about
And have
Casimir effect.
a coffee.
But I'm not really sure what's so complex about Casimir effect anyway. You get two plates, you get some lambda effect, you know what I mean? Between them. Sounds good to me. Two Gaussian surfaces, if you will. Gaussian.
Break it down for him, Snacks. I'm trying to get a kid on the bus. I had a minute earlier, but I couldn't talk, so I wasn't want to let me talk. Go
All right,
ahead.
so I know it starts with a C. Okay. Casimir effect. C is for Casimir effect. It's an experiment. Maybe somebody was named Casimir that did this experiment, or they just like that. Am I doing a good job, Jeremy? There's two plates. There's you got two plates. Are you putting? Do they put energy through one of them? I'm not really sure, but they measure an energy that exists between them. Almost like if you take any two surfaces and put them parallel to each other, that it will produce some kind of effect in between them. I think that's about the shittiest job anybody could do. Prove me wrong. Somebody else do a worse job at that. Okay, thanks. But is that better than what you know, Jim? Or did you already know that? No answer. Cool. Sweet. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
Well, no, what I'm trying to get at is, like, what are we actually saying with that? Like, if we're trying to break it down for the layman, for the people listening.
How
What's
fucking lame did
happening?
I just sound? I know that's not the way it's. I think I put it in pretty light terms. There's there's like a lambda energy that exists between the two plates. I don't know what that means, you know, I'm a scientist. But you could probably look it up and attain the same terrible information that I've got, Jim. I don't know. Have you taken a chance to look it up? Do you have questions about it? Maybe I'll have questions about it if you have questions about it. I'll try to like find it out. I'm into that.
Well, what I was trying to narrow down was whether the virtual particles that are invoked need to be, or whether, you know what I mean? I want to see if there's any trickery there with how they're being
Are you saying we need? Do we need virtual particles for?
No, I'm not
Casimir
saying that.
effect?
I'm saying it's obviously stupid to think that they exist, right? So
Well, I mean,
we've got
you know,
to look at where they're trying, how they're trying to implement this obvious farce.
I mean, did I spend a lot of time trying to explain Casimir effect for you to talk about then virtual particles? I don't think so, Jim. I don't think so. Let's talk about Casimir effect. How do you feel about it?
Here, real quick.
All right. I'll calm down. Sorry.
The Casimir, calm down a sec. The Casimir effect shows that the quantum field theory allows the energy density in certain regions of space to be negative relative to the ordinary vacuum energy. So, did you get that?
All right,
Are
cool.
they're talking about outer space or just space?
Here's what the effect, just space. Here's what the effect is, though. The effect is the plate. There's an attractive force between uncharged plates. All right. So that's the actual effect. Now, whatever they say else is happening beyond that is whatever. But like they'll get two plates and they'll have them like very, very close together, and there'll be some measured force there. I guess I don't know. Like it should just be the only force should be between those plates in their model should be gravity. Space time is bending. each plate's bending space time, so they should be falling into each other or whatever the fuck. However, they have this other force that they have to account for, so they say that that's what it is.
Right, excellent. Thank you. That is kind of what I wanted to know, like where they were conjuring and what for.
Yeah, it would be good to hear Whitsit explain what he actually meant. I think
I
he's
mean,
the
I don't
only
even
one.
see virtual particles being invoked in this. I thought this was there's a different one Larry always brings up that does invoke virtual part. I thought this was virtual particles coming out of nowhere.
I apologize for getting a bit, well, raising my voice at you. But I mean, the thing is, every time Whitsit does come in here, and he doesn't even talk about the shape of Earth. Okay, he's gone into all the different theories of the current model, from the universe to the surface to the core to wherever you want to go. And every time he actually brings forward the current model's explanation of how things work, the globe is just denied.
I don't know why we're not using this for gravity. Yo, we should be using this for gravity right here. This looks like a gravity substitute. I don't know. You guys reading this shit?
It's in my model.
And one of them says they created light from a vacuum. So I don't know. I thought the effect was the plates attraction to each other. Now there's just one place is saying this, they created light from a vacuum with the Casimir. I don't know. We're gonna have to get on this. I need a Casimir effect guy. Let's go. Do something with your life, Riggs, you high bastard.
And quit your day job.
I don't know why. I always thought the Casimir effect was virtual particles. I've been reading for a few minutes. I haven't seen a thing about virtual particles. I have seen that it might possibly be a good substitute for space-time bending or gravity or whatever. There's an attractive force there coming out of what looks to be nowhere. I don't know. Snacks, get on this, Snacks. You're the only one I can trust with this.
Won't they say like the bodies are too far apart for the Casimir effect to work or something?
Oh, like on Earth? Yeah, when they do the Casimir effect, it's like an inch or a micro. Not an inch. How big's a micron? I think it's a micron, a nano something. I don't know. They're very close. Yeah, but as you get farther apart, what they're saying that force disappears and is not there anymore, or maybe they just can't measure it. I don't know. I need to get a Casimir effect guy.
Dude, yeah, and if you think of like to scale, like the size of the Earth and the size of the sun or whatever, the amount of space in between could be that small space if you bring it all to scale.
Have you seen the scale model of the distance of the sun and the Earth? That's just like not possible.
Yeah, I don't think they could do that, right? If you made the Earth like a marble, I don't even know where the sun would have to be. Far.
Or is it just because you don't see the perspective of it?
Well, the only reason why we can feel the heat from the sun is because it's not 93 million miles away.
Okay, can anyone find anything with the Casimir effect that says anything about virtual particles? I don't know. I can't. I don't see it.
Who cares about the Casimir effect?
It might be important, Carlos. Okay, so before you throw the baby out with the bathwater here, something.
You can't connect a quantum field theory with a physical theory. It don't work.
Jeremy, I'm reading Dynamical Casimir Effect. I think this might be talking about it.
Okay, I found it. Here we go. Ready? Who just talked just now?
Tor.
The Irish guy or whatever.
Me, Tau.
Oh, what's up, Tao?
I'm alright.
I thought you were Chris.
No.
I thought you were Chris. All you fuckers sounded like.
I know.
Oh, how you been? Here, let me read this thing real quick. Hold on a second. We'll get right back to you. Experiments to measure the Casimir effect show that virtual particles do exist. The space inside a vacuum is not empty. So that sentence alone, I mean, we are surrounded by a sea of virtual particles. Most processes amongst fundamental particles are mediated by virtual carrier particles. This includes the forces between particles. So the space inside a vacuum is not empty. And I don't know how they prove the virtual. Like, I don't know what they're doing in the Casimir effect to know that a virtual particle exists, but
Well, they know something's there, but they have to prove that it's an actual particle, which they can't do.
Alright, it's a lack of the external field that makes it that there is no field between the plates. It's the force that would be measured between them is studied as quantum electromagnetic vacuums. It seems that the plates do affect the virtual photons which constitute the field, but generally the net force of it all is either an attraction or a repulsion depending on the specific arrangements of the two plates. Although the Casimir effect can be expressed in the terms of virtual interaction with an object, it's best more easily calculated in the terms of 0 point energy in a quantum field, which we haven't really fucking done yet, but in the intervening space between the object, the calculation in terms of 0 point energy is that the force has been measured, and a striking example of an effect captured formally by a second quantization of the first one. What the fuck that means, yeah. So you're treating it as a boundary condition in a calculation that leads to some controversy. In fact, the Casimir effect's original goal was to capture the van der Waals force between polarizing molecules of a connective plate. It can be interpreted without any reference to zero-point energy again in a vacuum on a quantum field, but because the strength of these forces fails rapidly, the distance between the two measuring distant opposing objects is extremely small, submicrotic scale that the force is so strong that it becomes a dominating force between the unchanging conductors. In fact, the separation of a 10 nanometer is about 100 times the typical size of an atom. The Casimir effect produces the equivalent of about 1 atmosphere of pressure, and the precise value depends on the surface geometry of the object and other factors. So yeah, quite interesting that quantum field theories show fucking, what do you call them, electromagnetic fields and waves in quantified experiments, yeah.
So they measured something, they don't know what it is, and they called it a particle.
Yeah, just to give it a reference point to what it could be. I mean, we don't know what dark matter is yet, but we know it's there. That's the space in between spaces. But we've got nothing to detect it. There's no technology yet that can see it, but we know it's there.
Sorry, I just got back. Was that you, Tower?
It is, bro. Aye.
G'day, g'day.
G'day, g'day. I thought you'd gone to bed, mate, but you just thought you'd swap out. It was getting a bit boring in there.
I know. I just popped out for a smoke after the talk was what the fuck was it? Something doesn't make sense, so it must be false.
It was just one of those irony statements, you know, go in the room and try and destroy it. You know, that's all I really did.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way that the conversation was going, so I bent it to my will and it worked.
Brilliant.
You know, they all think you're a flat earther.
They do, and they all think I talk crap as well, but I mean, that's their prerogative. Just because they don't understand me, you know, it's not my fucking problem, is it? I mean, even if you explain it to them in detail, it loses them even further. It's like, fucking hell, you know. How do you explain it to someone? With an hammer and an ounce brick and try and knock it into the skull? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is flat earthers say things don't make sense all the time. Doesn't make sense. So they're pretty much saying it has to be false. It's got to be fake because it doesn't make sense to them. Yet I don't fully know how a fucking sewing machine works, but I know they do.
Yeah, they're stitched close together. That's all you need to know, really, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
I get you. You don't need to know how the fucking needle works or how the cotton's threaded through it or all like that. You just want to put your clothes under it, press a button and say, yeah, that's it, it's doing it. Great, yeah.
Yeah, and what ratio each fucking cog is and all that.
Oh, no. If you went through all that shit, you wouldn't get the job done, would you?
Exactly, you just fucking give up.
Yep.
Yeah, but they're not claiming that sewing machine went to outer space.
No, but what I'm saying is that we do know, and just because you don't understand it, I understand it, but because you don't, you think it's fake. It can't be true.
I get that from even globers, not just flatties.
Yeah.
Have you even seen any of the videos how they're showing the wires on the astronauts in the ISS?
No, that's just cherry picking, because I'll give you a really good example. I'm going to put something on Wikipedia in the next 6 months, and every flat earther, it'll be on every flat earth fucking channel, hook, line, and sinker. I
Go.
could make a video tomorrow and cherry pick the shit out of a SpaceX launch, and you guys would fucking lick it up.
The 100th monkey effect. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not cherry picking when you see astronauts having wires and using technology to fake that they're in the ISS floating around.
No, that's called what's that called when you look for shapes in clouds? Is it the pareidolia effect?
Yeah.
It's paranoia, maybe. It's paranoia.
Well, it's definitely.
That's the screaming of the monkeys when people go along to pick their cherries.
Like,
So I must have 1,000 tons of cherries by now.
And a lot of sore ass monkeys.
Come online when
There's all
they're under the
you need is one evidence that they're on wires in their fake fucking ISS. You only need one. You don't need 1,000,000 cherries. You only need one. Do you get that?
This is true, yeah. Just the one. You can only do it one way the first time right. All the other times are bodges.
fuck,
Yeah,
I didn't
it
think
doesn't
about it that
matter.
way.
I mean, if they fake it just one time with their fucking stupid wires in the ISS, it's all fake. I'm sorry.
It unwraps it all, yeah.
Why do they get to get away with one fakery and everything else is true? Why would they fake one incident? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Fuck, I didn't think about it that way. Welcome to Flat Earth, Jessica. Thank you.
Yeah,
Certified flat.
you have a little think about it, and you just like one of the examples of them on wires. That's all you need, just one.
But you none of you have showed one. It's just
1,000 million trillion times.
No. You cherry picking shit.
There's a guy
That's
that
actually shit.
there's a guy that like flies through in the background on a wire. You can literally see the wire.
And even his harness is like so obvious. There's too many of them.
Hang on. My point is that you're cherry picking shit, or someone's cherry picked it and found something that you've gone, okay, yeah, that looks like a wire, that looks like a harness, but why? And you just gave it away. Why would they make it so obvious if they are lying to all of us?
Because it's not obvious to the people that aren't awake.
Because you're looking for things to make
Oh, okay. So it's
cherry
like
picking.
all of the thousands of examples of them using wires in the ISS, and they're all fake. None of them make any sense whatsoever to you.
Okay, just scratch that. My perfect example of cherry picking is you obviously don't think they landed on the moon. What's of all the moon landing footage, what is your best evidence that they didn't land on the moon?
Gus Grisham.
A model made out of tinfoil.
What else? Give me your top three.
The little explosion when it takes off.
The contraption made out of tinfoil can travel in a vacuum, the strongest vacuum known to man, 238,000 miles, and come back to Earth again.
And
Yeah,
the whole
what's
the
wrong with
physics
that?
of landing a moving body and everything like that, you know.
Yeah, well, you obviously don't understand the physics, and you don't understand that the vacuum's not a vacuum cleaner. But so what else?
No, that's not what I didn't say anything about a vacuum. I'm talking about a moving body. Like you got the moon rotating, and then this lunar module is going to land on that, and it's just like it's going to be very difficult.
So you obviously don't understand the physics. The sun rotates 360. The Earth rotates 360 degrees every 24 hours. The moon does in every 27 days. So it's not really that hard to figure out. It's easy. It's like landing on a fucking dinghy in a lake that's getting blown by a breeze.
They use Newtonian mechanics to get to the moon.
And what's so wrong about that?
I don't know. Einstein had a problem with it.
That you don't understand it? Is that the problem? So it must be fake?
No, that's not what I said at all, man. You don't have to put words in my mouth.
Well, you just stated a fact of Newtonian physics. Is that because you don't understand it? Therefore, it must be fake? That's why it couldn't work?
Where does Newtonian physics talk about landing like a
That's what you,
body on
that's
another
what you just
body,
said.
and what kind of like measurements do you need to do that? Like when you need to know all the speeds of everything, like how fast was this little lander going when it landed on the moon?
In respect to the surface of the moon, it wasn't going very fast at all. That's why it landed like a fucking helicopter.
Isn't the moon moving?
Yes.
You can't really take Jazzaconda very seriously. His whole shtick is to say because you're saying it doesn't make sense because it actually doesn't make common sense. He likes to say it doesn't make sense to you. You don't understand it. That's his whole shtick. Just don't let him do that to you because it's a waste of time. But actually, if you understand things so well, Jazzaconda, look at the live stream of that.
Well,
Focus on that. Using hover over the 3-inch light.
Sound like you're talking underwater.
yeah, I can barely hear you.
All right, check out the explain the bathroom tour. That's all I know. Jazza, explain how that works for a woman.
Fix your mic.
I can barely hear you, man.
Explain the bathroom tour that I put in the live stream.
Something about explain the bathroom tour on a live stream.
Yeah, I don't see what your problem is. I really don't. Are you talking about the hair? Or the shit
like-
that's not floating out of the toilet? What the fuck you
It's
want?
like the general population that they don't think deeply about it. They just suck it up, and it doesn't even mean that they don't even give a shit. It's like most people don't care, you know. But when you start questioning, and then you start to find some anomalies, and then you start to find some things that don't fit, and then you start to question, and then 1 + 1, and then you sort of like go down a rabbit hole, and that's why you become a conspiracy theorist, because you find out that you're being lied to, like from every angle, and then the lie just gets bigger and bigger, and you go into sort of like a disbelief, like why are they lying on such a big scale, and they make it look like we've got government against government, country against country, but they're actually working together. They're all in on it.
But see, Carlos, this is what I find interesting, is that all you flat earthers, God love yous, say that you all believed the earth was a globe beforehand.
No,
And
no,
well,
no.
most of yous do.
No one believed it was a globe. That's just what they were told, and then it never.
Exactly.
Most flat earthers never really thought about it. It wasn't something that really was like in their consciousness to think about, because they were already into other conspiracies already.
And
You know,
you just hit the nail on the head.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you.
You can hear me now? Okay, yeah. So see in the live stream, Jazza, the bathroom tour with the Pooper's Delight that I posted? All right. So think about it. Check it out. Open that tour up. This is like they're gaslighting. So the reason that they show us the wires
on purpose, right? It's because they're gaslighting you and us,
I
right?
can't see any
They're
worse.
showing. No, I'm saying for the ISS in general. For this part, it's also gaslighting because you have to hover over that 3-inch pipe hole, right? Look at that size of the pipe hole, right? There's no seat, right? Can you imagine trying to use that, especially as a woman or a man, using the yellow cone to pee in as you're pooping over that pipe hole, as you're like hovering over it and like very like in no gravity, the stuff would be floating all over. They don't suction their butt to the little pipe hole. So that makes no sense, dude. The whole thing's a gaslighting. And then when she shuts the door, there's no seal on the door. It's one of those collapsible things. So all the fumes would be getting out. Like, think about it, dude. Using that bathroom for months on end with no seat. Why don't they just have straps on the seat? Put a real seat in and put straps on if you're floating.
How do you even
Or
get your bladder empty if everything is like moving up,
Yeah,
moving all
because
around?
you've got
not
things
to
called
mention that.
pelvic muscles.
Not to mention that. But then you're using the cone and trying to hover over that pipe hole. Things are floating everywhere. It's a gaslighting operation. It's hilarious, dude. She's making fun of people that believe it. That's my point.
Or she's making fun of people that are gullible that don't believe it.
She says, "Oh, here's where we keep the wipes because things do get a little messy." That's what she says.
Yeah,
Things get a little out of control.
as you could imagine in a weightless
Sometimes,
environment.
sometimes
I
when
mean,
I poop, I pee at the same time. What's going on there? What
that's
do they
the whole
do?
thing. You're supposed to hold the cone and poop at the same time. And for a woman, that would be very difficult because there's nothing to hanging out. I mean, think about it. Think about it.
Well, while you think about it, can you not find the hole to put something in, and can she not find something to put something in?
They're just
What do you
Mason.
mean? You can't
Mason.
find the hole. What are you talking about? This is ridiculous.
Well, you. This is what I was just saying before.
No.
You
I
look
understand.
for shit
What?
to
Hey,
make it shit.
That's your opinion. If you think this looks like, perfectly usable bathroom for months on end, then I have no problem with that. That's what you think. You admit that you think that, and I'm fine with that.
I don't see any problem with what's fucking going on there.
Okay. Perfect.
You don't think there's going to be?
That's
Because
all
You
I
don't
wanted
think
to.
there's-
This is the level of believability you're dealing with, guys. So I
because
mean,
you
he's saying
don't
because we don't
understand how
understand.
it works.
We don't
No, you
understand.
don't
Yeah,
understand,
your
obviously.
go-to. That's your go-to. Everything is because we don't understand
You
when we're
don't.
saying it makes no common sense. You're saying, oh, because it doesn't make sense to you, but you can't reverse that, Jazza.
You don't.
Not
You
because
don't.
people don't. No. It's to make fun of you, Jazza.
with a toilet like that, Jazza,
She's
Jazza,
making fun of you.
you're gonna have shit
Oh,
all
you
over the
guys are
walls.
hilarious.
Yeah,
Jazza,
you
a
explain
toilet
how.
like that, you're gonna have shit all over the walls, shit
Yeah,
everywhere, like in a retirement village.
there's no seat, Jazza. It's not because it doesn't make sense to me. There is no seat,
And maybe,
and
just
maybe what?
maybe,
Go
I
ahead.
don't know. I don't know how
Go
that
ahead.
toilet
Make sense of
works.
it.
You're gonna have
Oh, you don't
half
understand?
full.
Are you
Don't
saying you
know.
don't
You don't
understand?
understand,
Hey,
huh?
hey,
Yeah, I guess you don't understand.
listen. I'm
No,
admitting.
okay. Go
I'm
ahead.
saying.
Explain how it works. Well, you're telling us
No,
we don't understand. You obviously
no.
do understand.
I'm saying I don't know how that fucking toilet works. Neither do you.
She's giving you a
Yeah,
demonstration right there, Jazza. The
yeah.
demonstration's right in front of your face. She's showing you exactly how it works.
No, she's
Does it
not.
make sense to you?
You're gonna have feces all over the walls because
There's
they
no
didn't show
seat.
you exactly. He didn't actually show you having a shit and actually seeing how it works. He just explained how it works. But
You
if
don't
you
even
think
need to.
about it, you're gonna
You
have
don't even need
shit
to.
all over
Just
the
look at the
walls.
demonstration.
So,
Yeah.
so you
There's no
guys,
seat.
hang on. You guys need to see that Jupiter's a sphere to believe it's a sphere. So you
Oh, you
need
want
to
to change the
see a shit
subject?
taken in the ISS to make
You
sure
want to
that
change the
toilet
subject, don't you? You would
works as
love
it
to change the
does,
subject.
unless you just want to make up that it can't work because
Oh,
you don't
why
understand how it
don't
does work.
hey,
Called a red
Jazz, why
herring.
don't you make sense of it? How exactly does that bathroom work? Just explain to us all since you understand it. How does it work?
I just said that I don't understand how it works.
She's explaining it right there in the little clip. You can see the demonstration. She's holding the cone. She's got a little 3-inch pipe hole you hover over. What else could there be to explain? Should work, right?
Okay, and you're coming up with bullshit
There's a
to
challenge.
explain how it couldn't work.
And put a 3-inch pipe hole in your backyard and use that for a day, maybe 2 days. I'll give you a week before you're going, this is ridiculous. The ISS is fake. I gotta go, guys.
Holy fuck. I'll be back in a sec.
Imagine having diarrhea on the ISS.
Imagine like
I will
any of
volunteer to
those
test that out.
astronauts that are up there getting like sick in any way, like if they got the flu or if they got the cold or diarrhea or some type of illness whatsoever.
Yeah,
You know,
what's pulling the poop into that pipe?
a virtual particle.
Wouldn't it just be like all up in their crack and everything, like going up their back? You ever see a baby take a poop in a diaper and it goes up their back and stuff?
They're gonna have feces all over their keyboards.
Not to mention how willy-nilly they are with the water, that they just let it go flying everywhere. They don't care with all those wires exposed and everything. It's okay,
It's just
Jazz. We've been told that we're too small and we don't understand. And we get it. We get that gaslighting. We understand why they have to do that. Because if they can convince you that you're too small and that something's pulling you to the ground and you're a victim, you just follow along with them, man. You don't trust yourself anymore. You have to lie to yourself when you go to the
Get out of the
beach.
cult, bro. Get out of the cult.
You literally have to lie to yourself at the beach looking at the horizon. It's so sad.
it's the opposite.
Tor and Carlos, this is what I was going to say before about you thought it was a globe, or you said you didn't, Carlos. You always thought it was flat or some shit.
No.
Okay, so
I never thought about it. I didn't know it was a globe. I didn't think it was a globe. I knew that people were saying it was a globe, but I never really thought into the details. I never really thought about anything. You know, it was just something I was told. You know, that's all. And I never even thought about it, not even for a minute.
Yeah. No, that's totally cool. But a lot of flat earthers, not you obviously, but that I hear say that we believed it was a globe until they found out otherwise, and that is because you never understood how it was a globe and how it works. Like the second law of thermodynamics violation is the most hilarious thing I've ever fucking heard in my life.
No one's brought that up here right now, so just stay on topic here.
Okay, so we won't talk about that.
But we were all taught the globe as children. We were all taught that this is the place you can land. We were all taught that moon you can land on it. That's what we were taught. Then we took a step back and looked and evaluated all the numbers that they were saying. They told us that this ball has a radius of 3,959 miles.
You're just proving what I just said. Keep going.
So we looked into that to see how far we could see, because on a geometric shape, you have to have obvious things blocking your view, right? Because the curve won't allow you to see around it. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So then when we took out cameras and zoomed in and saw things way beyond that geometric horizon, you guys had to change your conversation to, oh, there's refraction, and this is how the refraction works, without ever taking one measurement of this actual refraction.
So when there's hundreds, I've only seen a few, but there's hundreds of videos of like wind farms and ocean liners. They're very big vessels, right? And the angular resolution of something getting further and further away, like I've seen stupid experiments on fucking swimming pools, Olympic-sized swimming pool of a radio-controlled boat that disappears. Like that's the fucking stupidest shit I've ever seen. But do you refute wind farms that go for miles and fucking miles, and cruise ships that are huge that disappear from the bottom up?
I believe that's exactly what happens with your eyes because the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down.
So
when you
you're
look out.
okay, so you're doing exactly what I just said before, is that because you thought the earth was a globe earlier and you've heard this bullshit, you've self-indoctrinated yourself, and now you're coming up with bullshit to make you believe what you think now, that the earth's flat, because the flat earth is so fucking simple because you just get rid of everything.
So you disagree that the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down to your vision? You don't think the horizon is at your eye level?
No, as you get to 30,000 feet, the fucking horizon's 4 degrees below your eye level. That's why there's a thing
You
called
have,
an artificial horizon.
and that's a hard line when you're saying that at 30,000 feet. It's a hard line. You can see there's a hard line
Yes.
there that you know is 4 degrees below. Because if you
That's
have
why.
above
That's
to
why
that.
there is an artificial horizon. It has to be artificial because if you were looking at the horizon, you'd be descending.
Okay, but you're
Jezza,
not
when you
looking. It's not a hard line. What you're saying.
Well,
An Earth would create a spherical Earth would create a hard line. You would see this curve of the Earth and then the sky
no,
on top of that.
no. The Earth's very big. You get that right. Is every single point on the surface of a bowling ball, except the finger holds, is every single point on a bowling ball flat or curved?
I believe it's curved every single point on a bowling ball.
Well, then how the fuck does a bowling ball sit on a level marble countertop?
Because it's not on a tilt.
Because each point on the countertop and each point that the bowling ball's contacting the countertop is flat.
So how big of a point of flatness is on the sphere then, would you say?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Did you say a bowling ball's flat?
Dude,
Dude,
I said
the bowling ball
said
doesn't move because of
each
friction, dude. It's not because it's the bowling
point,
ball's flat.
Jeremy,
Hold on,
I
Jazzy,
said,
real quick. Go
I
ahead.
said each individual point on a bowling ball that contacts a surface, is it flat or curved?
It's curved.
Oh my God.
Go ahead and make a square, a flat
Do you think
square.
it's flat? Do you
and
think
make
it's
the-
flat?
Well, Jeremy, how would a bowling ball stay stationary on a marble countertop if it was curved?
Because you don't push it.
Because of
it's flat.
friction. Friction would be one thing, and if the table was actually flat, your bowling ball would be. If the table's level,
Notice I use
there's
a
no.
marble
Hold on, Jazza, real quick. If the table's level, then there's nowhere for it to roll. However, if the table's flat, that's not level for you guys, and the ball should be rolling to the center of the table. It's actually a problem for you guys, this thing you're
Holy
bringing up.
shit.
I don't know why you would even mention it.
Jesus fucking Christ.
mentioned wind farms earlier, were you taught about wind farms at school? Jezza?
Yeah, where'd everyone
His
go? I left for like 5 minutes. We were getting it popping. Now there's like 6 people here. What happened, guys?
has never seen a wind farm.
Jezza, are kids
Yeah, no, I
being
got
taught
one
a
not far
square
from here.
mile? Jezza, are kids being taught 8 inches per mile square at school?
Yeah. So what about the photos
Are
of the
they?
wind farms,
Sure.
like in the English Channel, that with the wind farms, you can see perfectly the curvature of the Earth. Is
Were
that
you
just
taught about wind
perspective?
farms at school, Jezza? Answer the question. And are kids being taught 8 inches per mile squared at school?
So hang on. Firstly, what the fuck is that? What has wind farms got to do about anything? And two,
Because you
what the
brought
fuck
up
are you
wind
talking
farms
about?
and you're telling us, no, hold on. You brought up wind farms. And then you
Yes.
come and tell us that we believed in the ball when things that 8 inches per mile square doesn't even get taught at school.
No, I never said you believed in the ball. I said that you thought
Yes,
it was a
because
ball.
that's the only thing. When you went to grade 1, your teacher showed you a fucking cartoon globe on a table and says, this is where you live. And it spins. Thank you very much. Go back to
And
your table.
you never understood it. That's why you're a flat
And
earther.
Jazza, you've been caught lying because you definitely said we believed it. So, I mean, dude, what are you doing here?
That's the only
Okay,
thing that
okay.
was
So
being test. And the
I
other
just
thing is, Jaja,
hang on, plan. I just reiterated myself by saying that you guys say that you believed or thought it was, but what I'm saying is you may say that all the time, but you never ever understood it. Otherwise, you would not be a flat Earth cult member.
Dude, you can say that. Your opinion, you're allowed to have an opinion. That's cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I know, and
Jaja,
it's
when did you
valid and
enter
true.
this arena? When did you enter this arena? At what age?
April the 15th, 2015. At
Okay,
about
so
7:15 p.m.
yeah, that's round about the time this whole thing, this whole arena got
It
off to a
was.
start.
The first thing I saw, the first video, I never even heard about it, but I knew that the ancients thought about flat Earth, and I thought, fuck, I'll just type in flat Earth into Google, and Mark Sargent popped
Was
up.
was this discussion ever held when you were at school?
No, because it's fucking ridiculous.
You know what's interesting, Jazza, is I entered into this way later in 2019, and the reason was because I looked at it in 2015 and I thought like you. And then all of a sudden they started removing all of these videos that I used to watch and stuff. And then I saw that it was getting censored over and over and over, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. Why would they censor something I thought was so silly and retarded?
Bro, do you know why they did that?
What's the danger to society, please?
Because you fell for the trap of falling, and you literally fell into the trap.
And what am I
Why?
doing? What am I doing to terrorize society because of it that it needs to be censored, please?
Because you sound young and you're going to grow up and you're going to teach your kids this fucking bullshit.
I can't have children, but go ahead.
Okay, you adopt children and you'll teach them this bullshit.
And then what does that affect on society?
You've
Want to know what is the problem?
self-indoctrinated yourself.
What is the problem of
One at a
censoring
time,
people?
guys. One at a time, guys. Jazz, relax.
Oh, sorry.
I understand you said I'm going to teach my children that, but I'm asking, like, can you give me a real world example of like where my child is going to cause an issue in the world because of this belief system?
Just in the nicest possible way, just becoming fucking dumb.
Okay,
Is that what you think has happened? Do you think I've become dumber since I've gotten to flat Earth, or do you think I've gained more knowledge?
No. Actually, this is what I find interesting as well, is that over the last, what is it, fucking 8 years of listening, is you guys are actually really intelligent. And
Yeah, since getting into this, we've gotten. I was just telling my wife the other night that I've learned more on Discord with these guys than I have possibly all of my whole school career.
yeah,
So
but
yeah, I don't know what your point is here. His kid teaches his kid about flat Earth. This kid's gonna end up being smarter than your average Joe. Because I'll tell you what, any of these flat Earther guys in here with us, they'll go out and they'll wreck someone on some knowledge. You know, they're
Yeah,
smarter. These guys are smarter than your average guy.
but that's the thing. You think that they're smarter than the average bear, but what's happening is that you guys are listening to debates that have a majority of like-minded people that think like you, and you guys are fucking intelligent, but for some fucking reason, if someone has a debate, like Jeremy, if you had a debate against fucking FTFE or whatever, and the majority of the people there are going to be flat earthers, and they're going to be backing you up. They're going to be patting you on the shoulder, thinking that you won.
Dude,
I
you
mean,
know
let's
what?
be real, Jason. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say what's interesting is after hearing all the debates and hearing the globe side, I almost saw Flat Earth was a psyop because of the way you guys argue it. Like you can't even bring like a logical standpoint or anything. That made me more nervous is the way you argue, just telling people you don't understand, you're too small, blah blah blah. Like actually like break it down and explain it. If you think we're that stupid, then go ahead and explain it as if we're a 5-year-old.
See, Tor and Jeremy, you just proved that by what Tor just said, and you're laughing in the background. You just proved exactly what I just said.
I mean, most of you
having a
guys
wee
debate
chuckle.
like, okay, first of all, everyone has a slight bias, but what he said was right. You guys debate when you guys debate, you use tons of fallacies and shit like
Dude,
that. So I mean, when people hear all those fallacies, I mean, if you don't know the fallacies, then yeah, me and people listening, they'd be like, oh, he's doing good, but in the meantime, he used three fallacies. So it's like, you know, some people don't even know what they're hearing. Really.
see, and that's the funny thing too, is that you guys constantly bring up fallacies. Fallacies shouldn't come into it because we're just talking about fucking straight facts.
It's a part of
Well,
logic.
if somebody's using, go ahead, you're right.
Hang on,
No, go ahead, Jeremy.
you use a fallacy to stop the conversation because you don't like the fact that's being stated. That's when you bring in a fallacy. Exactly when it is. You do it all the time.
That's not true. That's not true, Jez. We bring up the fallacy because it's illogical, right? You're not being logical. If we're not being logical, what are we even doing?
Yeah, but
that's why we bring up a fallacy. Not because we're scared or we're getting beat. It's because you're being illogical. That's what a fallacy is.
No, it is when you're getting scared because you can't handle the truth.
The truth of being illogical? That doesn't even make sense. Come on.
So, Jazz, are you saying right now that
when you don't like evidence, there's all the evidence under the sun that the Earth's a spinning globe, but you just when you don't like it, you go, "Oh, that's an appeal to authority fallacy."
No. So you're saying the truth is illogical? The truth can be illogical, is what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that like I was saying earlier, you cherry pick. You cherry pick the evidence you want, and then when the evidence comes out that anyone else brings, you go, "Oh, that's a appeal to authority fallacy." And appeal to authority fallacy, I find fucking hilarious because why would you be so fucking paranoid that you can't believe someone? Like I was saying before about I don't know how a fucking sewing machine works exactly, but I know that they do. And I'm quite confident that someone knows how to fix one, could tell me how it works.
Yeah, you could put your hands on a sewing machine, take it apart, and figure out exactly how it works. This is what the whole problem is you're illogical. See, you just compared the whole entire globe model to a sewing machine.
Okay, that was pretty shit, admittedly.
I mean, I'll give you an example of some of the fallacies. I'll give you an example about some of the fallacies. We have weight change with latitude.
Yep.
Or we have if we have weight change with latitude,
Common fact.
then Earth's rotating, right?
Makes sense.
Yeah, but that's an affirmative consequence.
See, so what you need to then say is, how would that change with latitude on the flat Earth?
No, that's not what I need to do. What you need to do is step out of fallaciousness and
See, this is
snap.
you're just proving what I just said before.
No, dude, you have an affirmative consequent fallacy. Weight change with latitude, therefore Earth's rotating. Right? If you had some actual scientific evidence behind it, it wouldn't be an affirmative consequent anymore, but it is
So
because you
as
don't.
far as I know, Jeremy, as far as I know, that change only makes sense if the Earth's a sphere and rotating. How does that happen on a flat Earth?
What if it was a
It
football and
doesn't.
rotating? It would happen.
No, it does matter.
It doesn't matter. It's we're not. I know
No,
you want to get away from the part where you're committing the affirmative consequent fallacy, and I know for good
no,
reasons why you'd
Jeremy.
want to get off the fallacy you're using when you guys say that. However, it doesn't change the fact that is fallacious.
Jeremy,
Jezza, hold on a
using
second.
a dumb fuck fallacy, because what
That's not a thing.
that happens in reality, and you're trying to get away from it. How does that happen on a flat Earth?
I'm not trying to get away from it. I'll give it to you guys. A lot of my peoples won't, but I'll give it to you guys. That happened. Jezza, please don't interrupt. I'm wondering why the room cleared out. I went away for 5 minutes. We had it popping. I came back. You're in here, and half the room cleared out. So I'm wondering what happened. But just don't stop interrupting me. I'm willing to give you guys the weight change with latitude. That's fine. It's an effect that happens. Now you guys are just making up a cause. It's an affirmative consequent cause, and you have no actual scientific evidence. Now I don't have to make up why that happens. I don't have to do. You want me to do an affirming the consequent fallacy along with you guys. That doesn't even make sense. I'm not doing that. That's your guys' game of presuming causes to effects. Did he leave on his own, or did somebody mute him or something?
No, he's here.
Oh, he's there. No, he ain't.
It's the whole. Oh no,
He's
it's the
not.
whole correlation is not causation, right? You can't affirm 100% that smoking cigarettes causes lung cancer.
Sorry.
No, it's just that all their evidence, all their supposed evidence, is an affirmative consequence. So-called pendulum, weight change with latitude change, Cavendish, tons of shit. Almost everything they have is an affirmative consequence. Like they'll have an effect. Like say you're full. I use QE thing with this. Say you're full and you ate 10 cheeseburgers. I ate 10 cheeseburgers, therefore I'm full. You're full, so you ate 10 cheeseburgers. Now I ate a pizza. It doesn't have to be the cheeseburger.
Yep. Please don't use quantum erections as an example, because it's really bad. But what I'm saying is,
textbook affirming the consequent. But go ahead.
all I'm saying is, and Foucault's pendulum, like you guys say that it's powered by a motor, you can swing a pendulum without a motor on a tripod. It'll start to slow down, but it will process. You can do it yourself.
Does it do it at the equator?
It does it everywhere.
It processes at the equator?
Everywhere.
Okay, so then you have a major problem at this point if it's processing.
Mostly at the equator.
It's mostly processing at the equator, no doubt. It's crazy. I didn't know.
Yeah,
why would that be? Why would that be?
Because it's not supposed to process at the equator. Are you serious?
Oh,
you're crazy, Jazza.
Oh, it's just trolling you
Wait,
guys.
no, Jazzy, you don't understand,
Cheating.
bro. What is it? You don't understand, dude?
Hey, what's it, Darth Vader?
Jazz, what are you doing here, bud?
It's that Star Wars indoctrination right there. I know. I wanted it to be real too, dude. I want to be Luke one day.
It'll be alright, brother.
So
Oh, I better go. I better go anyway. I've been schooled, you guys. I'm gonna take the defeat. The Earth's flat. I'm gonna have to rethink things.
Alright,
All right.
bro. It'll be
Sounds
alright.
good.
No worries, brother. Just trust yourself, dude.
I'm gonna.
But yeah, see all these things they do though. All these things the globe has, like they have a lot of. There's a lot of effects, right? There's a lot of effects that happen. Maybe Foucault pendulum deviation. Maybe weight change with latitude. You know, maybe Cavendish. There's a lot of effects happen. They like to put causes to those effects with no actual scientific experimentation, and now we're in the realm of an affirming a consequent fallacy. Like most of their stuff is just fallacious. Now, how can we get away from the fact? How can we let that slide without bringing up the fact that it's a fallacy? I don't know.
No, I think you did it. Sorry, what's it? I think you did a good job. Just like, hey, I'm not going to join you in creating another fallacious reason. Like, I've heard a little bit about the weight change with latitude, and I think it's pretty small. But you could also say like, yeah, but look how much metric tons of water moves with the tides, and it's definitely not tied to the moon. You know, we live in an electromagnetic realm. Things happen, and we're not scared to say we're not 100% sure how it all happens. But I personally give credit to the creator, and I'm just like, look, I'm going to explore. I'm going to have a childlike mind. I'm going to explore what this realm is, not let some authority person tell me it's all materialism. It all works like this. Don't worry, there's no creator. You just be you. And anyway, it's just like, I'm not going to join them in their crazy game anymore.
Hey, Run Booster. Actually, just speaking of that, because I'm a Glober.
That's okay.
And Jeremy, I was just talking to you. Obviously, you guys don't believe in the Big Bang and such.
No, yeah, we have properly functioning brain cells.
Oh, what's it? Okay. Okay.
Hey, brother, let me just tell you, and I'll let you talk. I'm not going to try to like filibuster you. I've only been on this searching what this world is for a year and a half, so I'm very new to it. But I'm definitely not going to just take stories of men and believe it anymore, because there's too many contradictions and there's too many like it's patchwork. The globe needs a lot of patches to work.
You should actually, instead of believing the globe, you should actually figure out or understand it before you dive into this menagerie of God knows what.
Yeah, we agree. We agree.
It's like the basics of why we're here. We all tested it, bro.
Yeah, and you brought up the Big Bang, and then you backpedaled too fast.
Well, no. What's it? I was, because I know you're a biblical dude. So I was going to bring up the Big Bang, but I won't do that.
Can I ask you why do you believe in the Big Bang? Why do you believe that? Yeah.
Hang on. There was a big discussion about what you said while you were away, and I just want to get to the bottom of it, like what you were debating about with
Hold on.
what's his face, and they called you
Well,
Two-Face.
we're gonna get to that. Believe me. We're gonna get to that. Believe me. Let's just get through this Jazza thing real quick. Well,
fuck
they're
Jazza.
right in the middle of something.
You know,
you want to talk with Jazza or the Casimir effect? What's it?
No, Jeremy, I'll just go. We'll catch up another time.
All right.
Hey, Jezza, I know you're about to have to go. I just have a basic question for you, and I want you to answer from your heart. Does it seem how does this make you feel? You believe that overnight in 24 hours that we've moved 1.3 million miles through space, or does it feel better and seem better that your back porch or your hometown is in the exact same location it's always been in because we're on a stable, immovable Earth?
Well, it's all relative. It's like driving from your car down to the petrol station, isn't it? So,
Well, I didn't want to bring relativity into it. I wanted to ask you
well,
personally,
you
does
have
it
to.
feel better to imagine that you're 1.3 million miles moved daily, or that you're stable and nothing's moving? Just on a man-to-man, don't worry about what you were taught or what you think you know. I think the answer is stability feels really good if you can make room for that and start meditating on that, thinking about it, pondering it.
Well, as a man-to-man, sitting down here on this here porch, it's all relativity. We're
That's
sitting on the
rich from
same
you, Rum
porch.
Boston.
We're sitting on the same porch where it's sitting in the same steps. We can't feel like we're not moving, respective to
Yeah,
each other.
but Jez, you need to learn how to meditate, mate, my friend.
Rum Boston, you run 26 miles a day, bro. You can't believe that we move 1 point whatever million overnight? Come on.
Right, that's funny. I
Borderline the
mean,
same thing.
I'm not here to say people exploring the world are stupid if they believe it a ball or flat and stationary. What I don't like is when people demean and belittle folks that are asking questions, because we're not stupid for asking questions and observing and pondering. Well, is what the mainstream folks told us true since we were 5 years old? Is that true? I mean, because if you tell me I can't ask and I can't research and I can't ponder, that's jacked.
Hey, Run. I appreciate your question. We'll talk again, and what's it? We'll talk again. But yeah, I got to go, so we'll catch us next time.
Thanks, brother. See you later.
Later.
What's the effect called, Jeremy? Casimir.
Oh my god, I can't. Fucking autocorrect's killing me. Yeah. Bye, Jazz. Great. Good talk. What's it? This Casimir effect thing, right? What exactly is happening in the Casimir effect? Can you explain it to us? Because I don't think we really know.
You get a vacuum chamber. You put 2 plates in the vacuum chamber, and then there's an interaction between the plates. Typically, like an attractive interaction. There'll be what they call quantum fluctuation. There's a spike in energy and a fluctuation in the energy between the 2 plates. But if you do the math of the amount of air in the vacuum and how much energy should be there, then there should be no interaction between the plates.
So it's an
But
attractive force where there should be. The Globers would say there should only be gravity affecting the 2 plates. However, there's this other attractive force there.
yeah, pretty much it's electromagnetic. There's also a repulsive Casimir effect that's been recently observed, I think, though.
All right. So
Yeah.
what was the whole thing, Carlos?
Yeah, so why were you comparing the Casimir effect and what was the other effect?
Virtual photons or virtual particles?
Yeah, so like they were saying you were two-faced because you were bringing up the Casimir effect and it's literally using particles to explain particles.
No, hold on. Let me explain. Wait till let me explain it. I don't something with Oakley. I didn't hear it. These guys were talking about it earlier, but they said you deny virtual.
Oakley. Oh my god.
I know. I didn't. They said you deny virtual particles, but then hold on, my alarm went off. They say you deny virtual particles, but then you use the Casimir effect for evidence for the ether or something.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be real with you guys, right? I don't care at all what Oakley says. But
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I think virtual photons are retarded, and if you believe in atomism, to try to explain things like electrostatics or magnetism, you have to invoke virtual photons, just a made up story, because particle physics predictions don't work. So I just disavow such blatant pseudoscience. And then, I bring up the Casimir effect along with wireless power induction and all kinds of things that happen in a vacuum chamber that show that the energy is coming from somewhere else other than gas particles or whatever anyone believes in there. Even if you believe in this little particle physics, there's energy coming from somewhere else.
Yeah, I tried explaining to him, you don't need to, like, just, there's this Casimir effect there. Do you really need to invoke virtual particles to explain the Casimir effect?
Wait, is that what they're saying? That I'm contradicting myself because the Casimir effect is about virtual particles? Holy shit! No, dude, this is getting worse.
I tried explaining to him, like, yo, there's an effect there. You don't have to invoke virtual particles because of this effect, right?
Yeah, I'm specifically not invoking virtual particles. I think that they're retarded. I don't understand.
Yeah, no. See, I know. I tried explaining it to him earlier. You don't have to invoke the virtual particles just because there's this effect happens. Like,
yikes, dude! They're getting thirsty, bro.
Just because I know.
Who did you have to explain it to?
Do what?
Jeremy. Who? Oakley was here. Somebody was representing Oakley. What are you guys talking about?
Oakley doesn't come out of the house, bro. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. There's no chance of that.
No, I was just saying, like, you don't have to invoke. Well, these guys, we were talking about it earlier for a few minutes. There's just an effect, the Casimir effect. You don't have to invoke virtual particles for it. And with it was previously making arguments against virtual particles, which, it's fine.
Yeah, virtual particle nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, bruh. My whole point is that particle physics is bullshit. That's my entire point. I'm saying this is like Glover level thirsty, bro. Like when you got to do stuff like this, but yeah, like I mean, and I've never got an answer to my original questions. What is this? It's been a year now since that whole debacle, but I've never got a question an answer. I have a lot of unanswered questions that clearly the answer is something etheric. Like if we have a vacuum chamber and then we can measure movement that's waving, but a wave's not a thing. That means it requires something to be waving. Then what's in the vacuum chamber, because it can't be gas, what's in the vacuum chamber that's waving? There's just no answer. There's no answer unless you can just acknowledge that there's something else in the vacuum chamber. It's the same with wireless power induction and the Casimir effect. The Casimir effect shows you that if you believe in particle physics, right, it doesn't make sense. If you believe in particle physics, you have to believe that something else is there, and they'll believe that there's virtual photons. I don't believe in particle physics because I'm not a psychopath, and I know something else is there than what they've claimed in the mainstream, because the evidence shows that. The evidence shows what they would say is that the energy and the fluctuations effectively come from nothing. But I, again, not being a psycho, don't believe in nothing. So it's my position is actually very simple and logical, in my opinion, obviously.
They even have a name for it. They even, for example, LIGO, right? The fantasy thing that they say they have under vacuum. They say that these things pop in and out of existence, even in a vacuum. So much so, Yeah, so much so that it interferes the laser, and they have to take measures to keep these things at bay. That's what they say. Even in a vacuum, things pop in and out of existence. Yep.
Yeah, which is just dumb. I mean, there's some truth to it, in my opinion, in the sense that, like, what does pop into existence mean? I mean, it just becomes uh, observable in the physical material realm, but it's already there. It just gets exciting. You can see it. It's pretty easy to be like a pseudoscientist about this stuff. Like, we could just be like, oh, the Casimir effect? Yeah, well, there must be something called the Casimiroton. And the Casimirtons,
Yeah.
the Casimirtons, man, they just get to acting crazy when you got plates in a vacuum. But they were actually there at the Big Bang, which helps to explain the galaxies were so formed so quickly.
Well, don't laugh about the Casimirtron because they're cousins with the graviton. They just haven't found them yet.
That's right, but they must exist.
Yeah, that theory of atomism, interestingly enough, does the sort of the daddy, I think his name was Democritus or something like that, and you wouldn't believe how similar it is.
It's
And this is
almost the same
thousands of
thing.
years
Yeah.
ago. Thousands of
Yep.
years ago.
That's right.
Oh, bruh. If you look into atomism, bro, it came from one of the craziest people to ever walk the face of the earth, bro. Democritus. That dude was crazy, bro. And
Yeah, well,
just look at the drawings of him too. He looks like he eats people or something. Like, he's
I
wild.
looked into him because of Democ, because I wondered if he'd got his name from Democ. So the other way around. And I was like, oh, Democ. When do I know that name? And that's where I started looking into it. Interestingly
Yeah,
enough.
it's funny. Because like there's a paper about this by Harvard, and they kind of explain it to you, and so they say that Democritus was the first person to propose the idea of the atom, meaning indivisible. So that he postulated the smallest entity that exists, an atom, because it's indivisible. It can be divided no further down than that, and that we're all comprised of these atoms, and that at the beginning there was nothing, and then these atoms shot off in all directions chaotically with no meaning, and now we exist, and that even our emotions and feelings are actually just atoms. So he basically proposed the Big Bang Theory, the idea that everything came from nothing, in atomism. And what a coincidence. Thousands of years later, science verified that everything came from nothing.
Man, that's not what the Big Bang Theory says.
Yeah, it is, though.
No, no, it's not.
It
Well,
literally is, though.
from nothing, they mean something now.
Wait,
Yeah,
is this where
something
you...
came from something.
Oh, so there was something before our universe?
Yeah.
What?
There was a singularity before the Big Bang that exploded, but we don't really know much about that.
No, but how about what was in the singularity?
That was the Big Bang.
Everything.
That was the Big Bang.
Everything was... Okay, so what was there before the singularity?
I don't know, man.
Okay, back to the point, which is they
That's
claim
not
everything...
saying nothing. Whoa. That's
Yeah.
not saying nothing. That's saying I don't know.
Yeah, that's saying nothing. You're saying nothing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No,
That's
I'm saying,
saying
like...
I don't know.
No, I'm saying, like, you're saying nothing. Like, you're providing nothing.
Okay, but there was something before the Big Bang. No one ever said there was nothing before the Big Bang.
That isn't true, actually. I mean, it's just, there isn't like an agreed upon consensus. Actually, the first person that proposed it specifically said that there was a pre-existing energy and he was a Catholic priest. So, but that's not what mainstream science says now. So when you say that's not what the Big Bang says, the Big Bang is not saying anything. And yeah, modern academia effectively implies that there was nothing. Now they're claiming that there's an infinite amount of universes because they can't make their cosmology work without it.
You
But
don't know my
you,
model very well.
I know it very so well that it's almost annoying,
Well,
bro. Like
you don't.
it's
Okay,
annoying.
so before the Big Bang, there was a singularity that contained all of the energy in the universe. That's what we say was before the Big Bang.
You
Where
don't
did
know
all that
that
energy come
nor
from?
anyway.
The existence of energy we propose has always been around. Like a god, energy has always been around.
Oh, how do you know that there was a singularity?
If you just follow laws of physics, you get back to a small point at which everything expanded from.
Really, can you cite these laws of physics?
Gravity.
Gravity proves there was a singularity. That's crazy because I happen to know way more about your model, and then that's why I know that gravity can't even be applied to a singularity. Relativity cannot be applied to a singularity.
That's not quite true, but sure.
No,
We
it's
just don't have our
objectively
physics.
exactly true.
No. So obviously gravity does apply to a singularity. We are just not quite good enough at making predictions on a singularity.
No. The
You're
math of
wrong.
relativity cannot be applied to a singularity. So this is another situation of you not knowing what you believe in, my brother.
Yeah, who doesn't
No,
know the
you are
model?
wrong. You are simply wrong, though.
No,
Do you want to
you
bet
are wrong.
$500?
A
Do you want to
singular,
bet $500?
sure, a singularity does have
Oh,
gravity.
wait. Did you take the bet?
Yes, a
Okay, so let's
singularity
clarify
does
for the
have
room.
gravity.
Let's clarify for the room. You're gonna bet $500 that I'm wrong when I say that relativity cannot be mathematically applied to a singularity.
No, that's not what I said. I said
Oh, that
a
is what you said.
singularity. No, I didn't. Okay, singularity
You
does
saw how
have
fast you
gravity.
backed out of the bet.
What are you on about? Okay, let me try to re-explain what I said because you're not hearing me. A singularity does have gravity. Our equations are just not good enough at predicting the exact outcomes or scenarios around a black hole or a singularity.
No, it's
I
not
always
that
thought
you're not.
singularities. I always thought singularities was where relativity falls.
Yeah, it's not that relativity's equations are not good enough to predict what will happen in a black hole. It's that the actual equations of relativity cannot be applied to a singularity.
At extremely small distances, that's somewhat correct, yeah. But even at far distances, we can apply relativity.
You don't even have distances yet in the singularity in a Big Bang.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
There was no space.
When you have a black hole at the center of the universe, you can tell how stuff will rotate around it. When something falls past an event horizon, we don't know what the fuck happens.
Do you know that in your own model, they say that in a singularity, all laws break down? They say that by their own admission, they don't know. They have no clue.
Yeah, I know.
That's your model.
In past the event horizon, our knowledge is not good enough yet.
No, it's zero. Your knowledge is zero.
Okay, sure.
But
All right, listen,
what I
wait. Let's just save some time. The reason that it doesn't work is because it's an infinitesimally small area with infinity. Okay, and relativity cannot be applied to infinity, so it breaks all the laws governed by the theory of relativity.
Nothing could be applied. Let's get this straight now. Their own model says nothing can be known at the point of singularity. That is a fact.
That's correct,
we
because
can.
again, you have an infinitesimally small area that possesses infinity, which breaks all laws of physics.
We know the
But
size of a singularity. We can apply some laws.
No,
in
you
the
cannot.
Big Bang singularity, there was no size. There was zero. There was no space.
It's a Planck's length in size. Nothing can become smaller than a Planck's length, so we can apply that law of physics to singularities.
Really, can you show me the equation for infinity in that area?
I don't. What? No. What do you mean?
Oh, thanks for playing.
He's a god optimist.
You said absolutely nothing related to what I said. What do you mean? Thanks for playing.
Dude, just go listen back or something.
I said that we can apply some laws of physics to singularities, such as the Planck's length.
Hey, isn't Danny Faulkner an astronomer? Let's read him so you can listen to your priest. GR describes what goes on around a black hole down to the black hole's event horizon. However, GR cannot be applied to the interior of the event horizon.
Do you notice how that's exactly what I said?
No, it's
Well, I don't think you even have. The problem is though, you don't have in the Big Bang singularity. You didn't even have a Planck length. There was no space.
No, that's wrong. Nothing can be smaller than a Planck's length.
So you had space before space was created.
Yeah, this is where it gets a bit confusing.
Oh,
but the
okay, that
stuff
checks out.
outside, there is stuff outside of the known universe. Space isn't expanding into nothingness.
Oh, how do you have any evidence of things existing outside of the known universe?
We just have a what's it called?
A belief.
Sure, a belief. Yeah.
Okay, so
No,
what's
it's
the difference
wait.
in me saying that God exists outside the universe?
I don't know. That's just a God fallacy. You just put
Well,
God of the gaps
I'm
fallacy.
actually, wait, time out. The difference is that I'm actually offering a logically viable situation where there's intention and determination that can cause the primary causal agent to take place. You're just saying you have no idea, but there was something, but you don't know what it is, and you can't even articulate it, but you know it's better than God when that actually answers all the questions logically. Is that a good summary?
You're just doing a God of the gaps fallacy. This is just a God of the gaps fallacy. You're saying because
Wait,
I
what?
don't know God.
No. I didn't say because I don't know. I said because it answers the logical requirement of intention and determination.
Yeah, and because I don't know any other answer to that, God. So yes, it's a God of the gaps fallacy.
No. It's because intention and determination is required, logically speaking. So you're just avoiding the logical requirement. So you're not even on first base. Your belief
No.
system is retarded. It is objectively, logically.
You've just given me God. You've just told me God as an answer to something. That doesn't really say anything. It's called a God of the gaps fallacy.
No. I just now explained that it answers the logical requirement of intention and determination. But what's super funny is the atheists love to say God of the gap, but they are allowed to just make up anything they want to. Gravity of the gap. Oh, I don't know of the gap. Somehow, if you just say, I know there was something there beforehand, but I don't know what it is, or that there's a infinite amount of universes, that's somehow more intelligent than invoking a creator. Oh, because you said the phrase God of gaps. So you have the time of gaps. Oh, you just have the time of gaps. Time of gaps. Oh, our theory doesn't work. Let's add some more time. Oh, 13.5 billion years doesn't work. Double it. Make it 26 billion. Time of the gaps. What was before the Big Bang? I don't know. I have no idea. But something. Oh, there's a million infinite universes.
Okay.
But I don't know. What's the difference?
Saying I don't know is a much better answer than God. It's just, you are just a better scientist by saying I don't know rather than God.
No, actually, you're wrong. Let me explain this to you very simply.
Okay.
See if you can actually address it. This will be the fourth time I've said it. So, logically speaking, you need to answer what is the causal agent of the order. Okay? Logically speaking, that requires determination and intention. So if
Does
you
it? Wait. Sorry. Does it? Does it require that?
Yeah, logically speaking, absolutely.
How so?
Okay, you tell me how you can have order without intention.
Anyway, self-ordering, non-living systems do that.
So given enough time, accidentally everything will be perfectly in order as we see it without a creator, is what you're saying?
No, I was just saying order can arise.
That you can only be a true scientist if you're an atheist.
That
No,
just begs
I don't
the
believe that.
question. That just begs the question. What's the famous quote that the first sip of science will have you be an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you? Like, you're just begging the question when you say that we see order in nature that naturally arises, and that say the object isn't sentient, therefore you can have order without a creative intention.
Do you have a bar?
You're begging the question. What made nature naturally find order? What
laws of physics.
built the order? Okay,
The-
so laws require intention. We have laws in our society. Guess what? Someone had to sit down in a courtroom and write them with intention.
Do you have a bar of
Thanks
soap
for
in your
playing.
bathroom?
Thanks for playing, bro.
If you have a bar of soap in your bathroom, every time you use that bar of soap actually self-orders itself.
And my guy, do laws require intention?
No. Why are you assuming that?
Define law.
I don't fucking know. Something that
So how
everyone
do you
has to adhere to?
Okay, so is law ordered?
I wouldn't say that law and order are synonymous, no.
Oh, why is it called law and order?
I just wouldn't call those words synonymous. You can have a lawful, chaotic society.
Because they're not following the laws.
You
Or
can't have
because
a
the laws are
chaotic
fucking
society
crazy.
that's lawful. What are you talking about?
What if the
This
laws
is
where
what
you
you
can
have
go-
to do to be an atheist, dude. You have to just go into nonsense land.
Of course, you could. Law and order are not synonymous. They are.
I didn't say that.
They are
I didn't say they were
somewhat
synonymous.
related.
I didn't
You
say they were
laughed at me
synonymous.
when
I said
you
I said
laughed
law
after I
is
said they're
ordered.
synonymous.
Is law order? I didn't say they were synonymous.
Then I would say no. Law does not necessarily have to be order.
Really? Can you give me an example?
What if there was a law of you can just murder as much as you want? I think that
That's
would
not a
cause some
law.
chaos, right?
Laws aren't giving you unlimited permission to do things. That's not what laws are. Laws are actually guidelines on what you can't do.
They are
So
also
laws
definitely guidelines on what you
prohibit.
can do.
Laws prohibit things.
Laws also, it's the same thing. Me saying a law tells you what you can do and a law tells you what you can't do is the same thing. That's the exact same thing.
Buddy, listen carefully, man. If you wanted a society where everyone can murder everyone, you just wouldn't make a law about murder.
Sure, but you could also make a law that legalizes murder.
No, there's no reason to legalize it because there's no law making it illegal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You guys
but
don't
I
have
understand
logic.
that in our
You're
society.
void of logic. All right, I gotta
Brother,
make it.
calm down.
Look, buddy,
Stop
let
going
me
on some
try
like
this with you.
rants. Wait. Stop going
Buddy.
on rants every like 5 seconds saying how atheism bad. All right, let's just have a conversation.
Okay, can we forget about God for now? Let's take God out of the equation, right? You have a model that says an event happened in the past, a bang, right? Forget it. I'll even give you the fact that they said there's something. They changed it. Now from nothing they mean something, okay? I'll give you that as a present. So something banged, right? Then in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second, right? From a small little thing it went into what we know now. That's the inflationary theory. You're aware of that?
Yep.
Okay. Then there's a succession. There's a succession of events that happen, right? There was darkness, and then there was particles, and then they formed, and then so on and so forth. You're aware of this, right? The timeline of your Big Bang? Okay. So now, I'm not talking about God or anything about that. No supernatural things are here now. Your scientists found that the events that should occur in your model, the predictions were completely wrong. In other words, they found galaxies at a time and a size that couldn't have not happened in your model. Are you aware of this?
Yes, that is completely correct. Under our current understanding of physics, those galaxies didn't fit. So we have had to revise physics. That doesn't mean that
You
we
did not have to
revised
revise.
physics
What
of
did
the
you
gaps.
revise?
That
Hold on.
Physics revision of the
What did you
gaps.
revise?
we're currently still doing that. I feel like that's a pretty new thing, isn't it? The galaxies I believe you're talking about were discovered a year ago.
Yeah, but the word revise does not apply here. You cannot revise physics. You understand that?
Yes,
Physics
you can. You change the laws all of the time.
No,
course
you
you
No, we
can't.
don't.
No, that's where you're wrong, buddy.
What?
See, that's where you're misunderstanding.
You
Name one
change
natural
stuff
law
all of
that
the
we
time.
changed. Name one natural law of physics that we changed.
You can't
When
change
we
laws.
included special relativity.
That's not a natural law.
What is it?
You don't know what natural laws are?
What is special relativity if not a natural law?
It's a pseudoscientific reification fallacy that attributes conceptual abstractions into a physical realm that doesn't actually exist, and then claims that you can't actually verify anything.
This is waffle. You just
theory,
said complete
not a law.
fucking waffle.
It's a theory. Oh, yeah. It's a theory. Special relativity is a theory, not a law. Like Newton's law of gravitation, that would be a law. The theory of relativity, though, it's a theory, not a law.
All right, so the first person just said some complete waffle. We're working under the globe Earth model right now, all right? Saying some nonsense about fucking presupposed, I don't fucking care. Special relativity, the specific laws that I'm talking about are more to do with time dilation, mass dilation, and length contraction.
Yeah, but how is that going to help your problem with the Big Bang Theory? How is length contraction and time dilation going to help you? How do you figure?
I was saying that because you said science doesn't get, or laws don't get revised.
Yeah,
they do.
that's right.
Wait.
No, they don't.
Wait, brother. Newton's laws literally got revised by special relativity. That's what happened.
No.
That is, you are wrong.
You don't
This
even
is what
understand
happened.
your own model. Hey,
No,
which one of Newton's
you are literally wrong.
Which one of Newton's laws were changed by special relativity?
All of them.
Name one.
F equals ma.
Okay.
Wait. F equals ma supposes that no matter how fast you're going, you can always accelerate if there is a force. Special relativity disproved that. We had to revise it, and we had to put a gamma in front of F equals ma. So now F equals gamma ma.
So you were wrong about the assumption. You didn't. It's not a law that you changed. You can't change things, bro.
We literally changed an assumption.
Hold on, let me finish. Don't get excited. Things are. We witnessed them, right? You can't change that. What you think we changed is our understanding of an event. Nothing changed.
Yes. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm agreeing.
Yeah, but a physical law did not change. Do you understand that, right?
No, the physical law did change. The universe didn't change, you're correct. But our understanding of the universe did change. Our assumptions changed. You are correct about that.
Exactly. Our assumption.
And that's what's happening now.
Yeah, but okay, good. I'm glad you're there. At least you're there now. Okay, now, but understand, there is no explanation for this. This is a big problem. One of the explanations is they doubled the size of the universe, bro. Do you understand the implications here?
It doesn't care. Whatever they say must be true. But
this is not a small fix. Yeah.
I want to clarify for the room. So when he says that F equals ma changed, he's just saying that. The fact that they looked out at the sky and they're like, oh, our current model doesn't work unless we change things to claim that they're different. I promise you just can't tell, and you can treat them as if they're the same. Doesn't mean you changed any actual law, okay? And you don't change natural laws either. And the law of gravitation is really a misnomer. I hate that was even invoked, but like you can't change natural laws. That's why they're called natural laws.
Yeah, listen.
F equals ma
wait,
revised.
one second. I'm going to sit in sun and make another brew. But before I do, for the audience, pick a username. You are the religious one here. That's what the audience needs to know. You are the religious one here.
Please don't preach here. Can you not? We're having a conversation. Please just don't preach to an audience. Come on.
Yeah, shut up.
You're the one preaching. That's what he's saying.
No, but I'm not preaching
relax,
to some
guys.
audience.
Everyone relax, please.
Your Big Bang comes from a Catholic priest.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can address what SD's saying. Do you think it's somehow scientific to just randomly change the age of the universe from 13 billion to 26 billion because the observations don't work with your model? You can just arbitrarily change it however you want?
Well, if our model of reality doesn't coincide with our reality, we have to change our model, correct?
Yeah, so how is that not a time of the gaps fallacy?
What the fuck are you on about? We had to revise our model. That's what happened.
No. Answer my question. How is that not a time of the gaps fallacy?
Well, one, that isn't really even the explanation. That's one of the proposed explanations, sure, but we don't have concrete evidence for that. So that's
You don't have concrete evidence for any of it.
Okay, well, sure. I don't really care, but that's not actually a proposed solution to it. Sorry, that is a proposed.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. That is a proposed solution, but that isn't the answer. We haven't declared that to be the answer because there is no specific evidence.
Maybe you can help us out here. What is the concrete evidence for the Big Bang model?
Anything from cosmic background radiation all the way to just logically following back the laws of physics.
Oh, logically following back the laws of physics and microwave background. You know what's so funny is that the CMB actually debunks the Big Bang because it shows anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution. So the Big Bang claims that there should be isotropic. Do you know what isotropic means?
Please educate me.
Okay, no problem. So isotropic means that there's no preferred direction.
Movement all around
specifically random.
same direction.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's
And
no
we see the
preferred
opposite.
direction. Exactly.
Yeah.
We saw anisotropic distribution in the CMB.
So we don't have. Well, we do have explanations for a couple of those, but the cosmic microwave background.
Bro. We do not. That's a big problem, bro.
Let's make sure he doesn't get away with this. Wait. He invokes this as, quote, concrete evidence of the Big Bang model. One question later, he's now saying that they're trying to come up with explanations to explain why it doesn't match the model. So I guess it's probably not concrete evidence for the model then, huh?
So cosmic background radiation, the fact that there is some radiation that all appeared at the exact same time, which started at the exact same wavelength, is evidence for the Big Bang. However,
but you know it started.
Wait. However, since then, we do not fully know everything that's happened to every part of the universe. So a couple of the dark splooches we haven't fully explained yet.
No, that's first of all, it's not all the same wavelength. You just made that up.
I said it originated. As the same
so
wavelength.
your concrete evidence is just to beg the question. That's very profound. So
What? Okay, explain how it's begging the question. Go on, explain that.
Okay, please show me your observation that everything began as the same wavelength.
Yeah, sure, you can just look out into the universe, then you just simply look at the energy that would have been given off or lost, there you go, and we reach the cosmic background radiation that we have now for the majority.
You cannot look further.
Which shows different wavelengths
to see this radiation.
It shows
by
different
your own
wavelengths,
model. You can only go up to yeah.
That's why I said for the majority, by the way.
No. So then this isn't evidence that everything started with the same wavelength. What's super funny about it is that the Big Bang claims that there was a singularity and then there was effectively an explosion in like such a small period of time, it's incomprehensible. And then there was inflation. There was an inflaton that turned into all the remaining matter and energy and all this pseudoscience, okay? And it claims that this explosion and expansion, this explosion resulted in accelerative expansion and that there was even distribution of energy in all directions and that there's no preferred direction. That's the fundamental basic proponents of the Big Bang.
Yep,
okay?
At the very start of the Big Bang, that is what happened.
Okay, but then we looked at the CMB and we saw that it's not isotropic, it's anisotropic. And in fact, whenever you follow the anisotropic distribution, it intersects specifically on the Earth.
What? Does it?
Yeah,
you don't know the model, bro. You don't know.
Yeah.
I would love... Wait, sorry, go on. Continue that point, that it's centered on the Earth?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
named
it's
it
called
the
the axis
axis.
of evil. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Check out The Principle, buddy. Look at the movie The Principle, and you'll understand what we're talking about here. You got to
It's
catch
called
up
the
on your
axis.
model. Yeah.
Yes,
It's called.
it's called the axis of evil. It was named in 2006 after they called like this situation, the ordeal in the Middle East, and they called it an axis of evil. So they named it after that, after George Bush made that name, because it went directly against the Big Bang model. Now in 2023, people invoke the CMB as quote unquote concrete evidence of the Big Bang model. It's so funny. Really simply, they claim, you know how they claim the Earth is tilted on a 23.4 degree axis? Okay, and then they claim that's the cause of the path of the sun, etc. If that's the case, then you should only see that 23.4 degree tilt on the local region because it's the Earth that's tilted. So it makes everything look tilted, but only on the local region because as you get further out, everything's moving independent. It doesn't care about the Earth. But what they saw was that this energy distribution in the CMB, that 23.4 degree tilt extends way further out. It extends all the way out, way further out than the local system. So it can't be the Earth locally tilted. And then whenever they basically, you have different temperature distribution, and it shows an anisotropic distribution, as in it does have a preferred direction. And when you follow this preferred direction down from both sides, it comes down and intersects on the Earth out of the entire universe.
So how does it have a direction? A preferred direction? Go on.
Because because the anisotropic distribution is established with the fact that it actually comes right towards the Earth. So the distribution is directly in relation to the Earth. The preferred direction is to the Earth. There should be no
Explain more than that.
What do you mean? Explain more. If you have a certain temperature that's completely distributed in the sky, then you have portions of it that are a different temperature. It should be even distribution of temperature and energy, but it's not. When you follow that difference in temperature, that section that's different, it comes straight to the Earth.
You're getting too technical. Let me explain it to him like this.
No. I need you to get more technical. Because wait,
No,
no.
you don't. You need
Let
less.
me
Let me explain it to you. You have a grenade. Hold on, brother. Please be patient. You'll understand it. You have a grenade, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you have a grenade. You pull the pin, right? The explosion occurs everywhere. You understand that? Right? The shrapnel goes around everywhere, right? That's your Big Bang. That's in plain language.
He's talking about
Now,
a point source emission.
Well,
hold
okay,
on, bro.
let me
Bro,
now ask what I wanted to ask. Witsit, what do you mean that it points toward? Is there some line
I'm
that's
trying to
pointing towards
explain it
the
to
Earth?
you, but you're too thick. Listen.
SE, just allow him to
No, bro,
interact
just
with
give me a second with him, bro. Why did you
Yeah,
interrupt, bro? I was right at the crux.
SE to try to help him. Yep.
I was right at the crux. Look, it's very simple. You have a grenade. It explodes everywhere. Your grenade exploded flat. It's very simple, like a frisbee, bro. Do you understand it now? When we looked at the model, we saw a frisbee shape with the Earth at the middle. Not a big explosion everywhere, 360. There you go.
The Earth isn't at the middle, though, is the problem.
What? Your
Yeah,
model says everything banged everywhere. Everybody spread everything equally, homogeneously, with no preferred direction, isotropic. But what we found was a frisbee shape with the Earth at the middle and lined up with the ecliptic plane. Like Winston is trying to explain you. You get it now, bro.
The Earth isn't at the middle. That's not what happens.
That's what they found, bro. That's why you got to look into your model. You got to look into this, what we're telling you. That's what your scientists found, bro.
Let me explain this to you, dude. Let me explain this to you.
Wait.
Back in the day. Okay, go ahead. I don't have much time.
I don't have a chance to respond to either of you. If one of you says
Yeah,
a
go
thing
ahead.
and then the other one
Go
says,
ahead. I'm about to have to go, but go ahead.
Okay, so the Earth isn't at the fucking center. That's not true. If you can provide me some sources for that, sure. But the Earth isn't at the center. That's just not true.
Okay, I was about to address it. So actually, all evidence and observations show the Earth at the center. The current model says, yes, all observations look like the Earth's in the center, all of them, but that's just an illusion. Okay, because they looked out at distant galaxies in the 20s and they saw that even the distant galaxies that are super far away are moving in relation to the Earth, which did not match the heliocentric model. It did not match their universe model. So then they updated the model to say, okay, well, there's accelerative expansion in all directions. And so because of this, it's going to look like you're at the center no matter where you are. And there actually is no center. This is a big problem, of course, to say that there was a singularity and then everything exploded out from that singularity, but simultaneously claim that there is no center, which is retarded. But they had to say that because there can be no center and there has to be accelerative expansion in all directions that make it look like we're in the center. That's objectively what happened. So now we fast forward to the CMB, and they're assuming everything exploded and expanded out. So it's accelerating in all directions. It has no preferred direction. There is no center. Then they saw that the energy distribution intersects with the Earth. So this is the second major time in history that the observations of the sky directly refuted the claim that the Earth is not in the center. That's why the current model claims that, yes, it looks exactly like it would if we were in the center, and all observations will always show you that we're in the center, and that can never be disproven, but it's just an illusion. But they haven't come up with an explanation for the axis of evil because of the non-locality of the intersection with the plane of the quote-unquote solar system, which should only be local, but was observed way out in space. So, and that's 2023. They don't have an answer. Admittedly, they don't have an answer. They claim they think that maybe the data must have been compiled wrong because they cannot explain it if it's correct.
All right, so I'm not sure what you're referring to of this second thing, but the first thing you refer to is just the redshift. When we observe distant galaxies, there's a redshift which tells us they're moving away. That doesn't show anything about us being in the center. Every single place ever, if you look out, you'll see redshift because the universe is expanding. That doesn't show that we're at the center. If you look at the universe through any other lens, through electric fields, through whatever, you can clearly tell that we're not at the center. The only thing that even slightly pointed to that was the redshift.
Okay, and first of all, it was that we were expecting to see redshift and blue shift everywhere with no preference in relation to the Earth at all. But we saw that everything is specifically in relation to the Earth, that the redshift that we observe in all directions is specifically in relation to the Earth. So they had to claim that it was an illusion. No, it's a fact. And
no, it's not.
It was actually Edwin Hubble, 1925, distant galaxy observation. So we can play games like you know what you're talking about, but you don't.
1925.
That's why it's called the Hubble. That's why it's called it's still called the Hubble constant to this day. His theory is still the explanation. The Hubble constant is the accelerative expansion rate of the universe, which also doesn't even actually match up because we have the CMB giving us a different value than the latter method, which is called Hubble tension. But anyway, the point is that we now have observations that even debunk that. So they moved the goalpost and said, okay, well, yeah, it looks like we're in the center, but it's just an illusion. But now we see that Andromeda is blue shifting. Oh, well, it's just because it's close. Well, then we saw that quasars that are closer than more distant galaxies have more redshift. But of course, the more distant galaxies should have more redshift. Then we saw stars that are closer than more distant galaxies, and the star that's closer has more redshift, actually directly refuting the claim that the redshift is because everything's accelerating and expanding away from the Earth. So consistently, the observations show that we're in the center, which is why relativity and the current cosmology had to be proposed in the first place.
The expansion of the universe was the answer to seeing redshift everywhere. Everyone everywhere on any planet will see redshift. And that is because the universe is expanding, not because we're at the center.
Okay, so why are the stars that are closer redshifting more?
I'm not sure what stars you're referring to. There may just be random stars that have specific motion.
You said Andromeda, and I forgot what the other one was.
Andromeda is a galaxy. And you know about that? Andromeda blue shifts.
Isn't the Andromeda blue shift only for the side that's when it's spinning towards us?
No.
Because I don't believe the whole Andromeda galaxy is experiencing blue shift. The Andromeda galaxy is a spiral galaxy like ours. It rotates, and the bit that's rotating towards us at the specific time will experience a blue shift. The bit that's
But that's not
rotating
what we
away.
observe.
I thought that was it. If you want to correct me, that's fair enough. But I'm fairly sure it's only the bit that's rotating towards us experiences blue shift.
No, they claim that since it's overall so close that we just see the blue shift, it overtakes our observation of redshift. And what's even funnier is there are quasars that are closer than distant galaxies that have more redshift.
Again, that could just be random motion. But yeah, go on.
You said space is or the universe is expanding. What is it expanding into?
Space.
So space is expanding into space. You think that makes sense?
The universe is expanding into space.
The universe. What is the universe? Isn't that considered partly space?
So I'm not. Fuck me. I can't remember what it's actually expanding into, but no, it's expanding into a thing. It's not expanding into nothing.
Well, so are you saying that space is a thing, like has properties?
Our space-time has properties and stuff, but
space itself.
the space outside of the universe, I can't think of any specific properties. No, I think we are literally just completely in the dark about the space outside.
I mean, I'm pretty sure space is just a privation. It's like the absence of a thing, not a thing itself. So if you're going to consider that to be a thing, then we would have to identify the properties thereof.
When we refer to space-time, the fabric of our universe, yeah, that does have properties, and it's not just a coordinate system.
Well, if we agree that space is not a thing rather than the absence of a thing, then we would address time in being a convention and ultimately not existent. So if we have two things that aren't necessarily things, one's a convention and the other's an absence of a thing, and then we're going to merge them together to create this fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time bendy warpy thing, then what are we really saying?
I said I disagree with you on both parts. Space time is an actual thing. The space is an actual thing, and the time is an actual thing. It's not like a concept with another, whatever you called it, the lack of something.
So then, what is space? Are we just going to say a thing? Like, can you give a concise explanation as to what space is, like leaving time aside?
Well, space-time is one. You can't really talk about one without talking about the other. They are all linked together. You can't leave out one. But space-time, our universe, doesn't just have the qualities of 3 dimensions and a dimension of time. It has other properties, and it dictates other things other than just literally the spatial dimensions.
So space, we can never have space by itself, and we can never have time by itself. You're saying space and time come as a package.
Yeah, if you move through space, you move through time. You can't only move through space, and you can't only move through time.
Got it. All right, I rest my case.
Now wait, if I sit still, am I moving through time but not space?
No, because Earth's moving, yada yada yada. Expansion of the universe.
Wait, the Earth is moving?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, sorry, go ahead.
Daiso had asked you, like, if you could give the like the properties of space. Like, can you just give any?
Yeah, sure. First two I can think off the top of my head is permeativity and the permeability of space. Let me just real quick. They dictate how electrical and magnetic fields propagate through space. Go ahead.
Permittivity and permeability is a resultant of a centrifugal divergent magnetic thing to do with space itself.
So that might be your model, sure, Dyslow, but under our model, the heliocentric model, space-time has properties of permeativity and permeability.
So what's the magnetic component involved in space-time?
Oh shit, I want to say it's the permeativity of free space.
Can you explain that further? Like, can you elaborate a little bit more?
So it's a constant. It's the constant in front of the equations. You know, the F equals A E1 E2 over R squared. Space-time gives you that constant in front of it. It dictates how magnetic fields literally will propagate and how they'll act in space-time.
Last I heard, no branch of science has ever explained a field, let alone a magnet or magnetism, should I say. Do you have an explanation behind either one of those?
Yeah, of course we do.
What's your explanation behind either magnetism or a field, whichever you prefer to explain?
A field is an area in space where a thing with certain qualities or properties will be affected by a force. Magnetism is one of the, well, electromagnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces. I don't know, I could go into more detail if you want, but I feel like we all understand what magnetism is.
To EMR, I'd rather just talk about magnetism itself before we start over convoluting the idea of what we're trying to convey to each other. But yeah, if you don't want to go down that rabbit hole, that's fine. But I'll just leave it at this and saying that no branch of science has ever explained a field or magnetism. At the highest level of explanation, they say that magnetism is the emission and interaction and exchange between virtual photons. Do you know what a virtual photon is?
Yeah.
You do?
Do you even photon, bro?
It's an exchange particle. Yep, it's an exchange particle in the electromagnetic force.
And have you heard what Richard Feynman said about virtual photons or virtual particles?
I don't know what specifically you're referring to. Go on.
There's a famous quote by Richard Feynman where he essentially alludes to the fact that virtual particles and virtual photons are abstractions, which essentially don't actually exist. They're just there to help mathematical equations balance out.
I could believe he said something along those lines. Sure. I don't really care, though, to be honest.
I mean, what do you think virtual means?
Yeah, virtual in the normal sense as we use it doesn't means not real, but not specifically in this case. Bosons in general, I can understand why there's confusion about them, and because you can't specifically detect them, you can only detect the effects of them. People might try and deny the existence of them.
Sounds like a ghost.
Yeah, I don't even think they've ever appeared as inputs or outputs. Actually, is another portion of that quote I left out. So, what he's saying is that they're not even the aftermath of a thing. It's literally a concept that they've rendered just to help the equation balance out, so that they can have predictability, and that's it. But when you understand that virtual photons is their explanation behind magnetism, then you'll quickly see they don't really have a concise logical explanation behind that said phenomena.
Yeah, in plain English, they're saying that light attracts stuff. Light. Virtual light is magnetism. That's what they're saying.
No. A virtual photon is very different from a photon. It's just an exchange particle.
Yeah. A virtual particle is SE. A virtual particle is what is conjoined with light, whereas a virtual photon is their explanation behind magnetism. So similar but separate.
Yeah, but what is a virtual photon? A photon is what? Light, right? Or wrong?
Well, it's one. It's
yes,
the base
that is
unit.
correct.
That is correct. So then we have light attracting metal in English. Right? Light attracting metal. That's what they're saying.
Yes,
See, when
that's
you say it in plain language,
Okay.
it sounds crazy.
A virtual photon isn't a photon, though. They're not the same thing. A virtual photon is just It's an exchange particle.
You just make that up. You just said it was light. You just admitted it was light.
Well,
and when I
okay.
put it to you in the manner of which, in plain English, sounds totally crazy, then you see that, yeah, this is crazy, man.
We've called it I'm not even sure why we called it a virtual photon, but it's just a name. It's not the same thing as a photon. It's an exchange particle. It's a very different thing.
Yeah, you're thinking about
That
a
means
virtual particle.
nothing. You just made that up. That means nothing, bro. You're using the word photon. A photon has a specific meaning light. So you have to say that light attracts metal. See, when you say it like that, it sounds completely ridiculous, bro.
Again, a photon and a virtual photon are not the same thing. These are different things.
A camel and a virtual camel are not the same thing. One exists and one doesn't.
Okay, sure. But this is just a convention. We've just called it a virtual photon just because we've decided to do that.
You
just
made it up. Yeah, you just made something up. Exactly. You said it yourself.
No, we made up the name for it. Because all words are made up.
It up. You made it up and you gave it a crazy name.
We made up the name for it, and the name for it, for some reason, has the word photon in it. But it's not a photon. It's an exchange particle.
What does that mean? Yeah. An exchange particle. What does that mean?
Okay,
it means that there's these two interacting with each other and exchanging information, thus attractive and repulsive magnetic fields. Like, yeah, it's makes no sense.
Any force has an exchange particle. Imagine you were sitting on a wheelie chair and your buddy was sitting on a wheelie chair in front of you. The repulsive force would be an exchange particle. If you were to throw like a 5 kilogram heavy ball at your buddy, when you threw it, you would go backwards, and your buddy, when he caught it, would also wheel backwards. That's the exchange particle. The 5 kilogram ball would be the exchange particle.
Yeah, we can see that.
You see, they think by giving things fancy names like virtual photons that they're going to get away with it. No. People like us know what that means, and they'll explain it in English. They're saying light attracts metal. That's it. Plain and simple.
It's not even light, though. Not even light. It's a virtual light.
It's a virtual photon. That you guys are stop. You guys are very much misinterpreting what is going on. It's a virtual photon. That's just a name for an exchange particle. It isn't a photon.
Okay, what is it made out of? Does it have mass? Does it have energy? What does it have? Does it have spin? What is it?
Exchange particles don't have very exceedingly little mass, have no spin, no charge, no nothing to them. And I can't remember what the other thing you said was.
It doesn't matter. You can't show any of these things. You can just say it's a virtual photon. You just make something up, like dark matter.
Yeah,
you just made it up.
You're making up a lot too, brother, because you even said like the whole thing about Andromeda galaxy. Like you just Google that real quick. It says Andromeda is heading towards us and is going to hit into our galaxy in 4 billion years. So it's like, just be careful, man. Make sure you're like giving us like, actual facts, because I'm just Googling simple stuff. And
Fair enough. By the way,
made
I
up
also
the whole entire thing about the portion that's spinning towards us is actually blue shifting, but the whole thing is red shifting because it's moving away, when in reality, in your model, it's moving towards us and is going to collide with our guy.
Did you also fair enough, I admit I was wrong there, but did you also hear me say, guys, just to preface this, I'm not 100% sure, but this is what I think you're referring to?
Yeah, and kudos for you for being here, and everyone's dogpiling on you, so kudos for you, and hopefully we're not making it too stressful for you.
I like him. I like to pick a username. I feel like I'm in a video game. It's fun.
Yeah, I like him too. Yeah, it takes guts. Let's face it, guys. It takes guts to come in here. So yeah, kudos for him.
Hey, I was thinking the exact same thing. Pick a username. I don't know you personally. I know that you're defending what you believe to be true, which is the heliocentric model, and hardly anybody in the room thinks that's reality. And you probably think we're crazy, and you need to kind of coax us back or help us understand the truth of reality. But yeah, you're 1v, I don't know, 12. So I'm glad you're here as a person. I appreciate you, and I hope you are seeking the truth, like what is actually real, because there's an awakening going on where mass amount of people are reassessing what we were told, and a lot of people are finding freedom in letting go of, I believe, a deception.
I don't get where Globers come in and call you guys complete idiots and shit. I don't think you guys are morons or whatever. I don't know. I'm not really here to convert you guys either. I think it's just a bit of fun to have a chat with some people. I don't know. Thanks everyone.
No, I appreciate your time, man. But you do think that us thinking that we're on a stationary topographical plane that's not moving and that's geocentric, you think it's silly? Or how could we think that? Or do you have questions about that?
I've looked into flat Earth versus globe Earth a lot. I don't know.
Where'd you find your information, like easily accessible information to debunk how silly it is that we believe what we believe?
I'm going to be honest. I fucking hate all of the globe Earth, and to be honest, all of the anti-globe or flat Earth YouTubers. I don't fucking watch any of them. I think all of their content's bad.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. You talked to Witsit a while ago. I'd recommend going to Witsit Gets It, and he has a whole series called Schooling Globers, or you could even jump straight to In the Field, and he talks to professionals. He has a chat with Dr. Robert Park, who's currently a professor of astronomy, and they talk for 3 hours and 45 minutes. And it was awesome to hear them going back and forth on some stuff. So check that out. That's a good source.
Also,
Right,
you got to
cool.
see the principle, brother. You got to check out the principle. Make it a note. I highly, highly recommend that. You're going to learn a lot of shit, bro.
Oh yeah, and the second episode of In the Field, the producer of the principle is who Witsit talks to for a while, and he's a geocentric believer. He thinks that we're on a ball Earth that's in the center and stationary, and I believe not spinning. Which he still believes space exists. But bottom line, dude, we're not trying to belittle you or make you feel tension or anxiety, or we're not trying to make you triggered or anything like that. I just want to personally say it's okay to ask questions, and it's okay to relook at things, which I know you say you have. But anyway, best of luck.
Speak for yourself. I like when you're belittled.
No, all honesty, right? It takes guts to come into a room like this and have an opposing view. So yeah, and we've all kept cool and collective. So kudos to everybody.
Yeah, true. I think it's better when there's an actual conversation.
What do you think the appeal is? Pick your username guy. It's like this the space and the globe model, right? With all these virtual. It's interesting, right? Like it's more interesting than flat Earth, right? Flat Earth is boring, but like the possibilities are endless with this special relativity and right. It's like you'll never be able to learn it all, right? It's just
Yeah, I'll
you're
be
always
honest. One of the big things that drew me to physics is the unknown. I like the unknown, the discovery of the unknown.
If you really like that, bro, look into the James Webb Space Telescope. This is like the mother of the unknown. Like me, I don't believe in that, right? But I'm so fascinated, because I used to be, that I follow it. I follow it every day. I want to know what's going on out there. If you want to learn new shit, follow the James Webb Space Telescope, bro. And you'll learn stuff about your model that you had no clue about, I promise you. And you will be questioning it. I guarantee you, bro. You will be questioning it. Blue, are you extremists? Are you serious? What's unknown? What's unknown? They found baby galaxies that formed 600 million years after the Big Bang. Impossibility. If that wasn't enough, they found 6 more at 300 million years ago. You know, Extremis, I've talked about this many times, bro. You know.
When you said unknown, I was thinking more like what's unknown about it as opposed to what's unknown about its discoveries.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, they know everything about it. They made it, right? So, yeah.
Right. Okay.
But the discoveries that they found are unquestionably tearing apart all of cosmology, admittedly by the scientists themselves. Michio Kaku, all of them say, well, we got to rewrite everything. I mean,
But
this is a serious thing.
does that excite? Do you think that's good? Do you think the scientists like that, or do they not like it?
Well, it's a twofold thing. Not only do they like it, they love it. They love it. This is what these guys live for, right? To find new stuff. But at the same time, But at the same time, Extremists, they have to be careful because if they go out of the reservation, they're going to get booted out of the club.
Yeah, but this is kind of what keeps the whole monotony going on, right? Like this is what's supporting their specific branch of science in having further research and development taking place and money being allocated to this specific study. It's the endless attempt to explain the unexplainable, being that it's a farce of a model. So it's like you put it, like it's mysterious. It's never ending. It's never ending. Like the goalpost will continuously be moved. Thus, they'll always have a job. Like that's all I see.
Real
Yeah,
quick,
bro.
if you watch the Bean Hassenpfeffer problem with particle physics or something, she basically explains what you just said. There's a huge problem there with endless amounts of money trying to prove a model.
Yeah.
There's even one guy that wails about, we wasted our time, 40 years of string theory. Everybody, all the scientists that wanted to go in other fields, they couldn't because they had to accept this thing and blah, blah. Have a look on string theory and how far back it brought physics. Like even physicists themselves are saying, man, we couldn't do anything else. Yeah.
Pure degeneracy.
Yeah.
Another addition that I'll add is when you just think about it, when we're 5 years old, 6 years old, being told and taught that everything out there is material in nature. You can measure it, it's gases, it's this temperature, it's expanding as far as the imagination can go and more. The universe is expanding into whatever, but in reality, this is just me speaking here, and you can just disregard it if you want. I believe the ground is measurable. Things we can touch and get our hands on and actually measure are measurable. The sky, there's certain levels that you can measure. But when you get all the way up to the luminaries, the heavens, the stars, we don't know how far that is. We don't know what it is and how it works. It enters into, I believe, a spiritual realm or a different realm than what we walk around in. But man doesn't like to say, oh, I don't really know. There's a lot of stuff that's like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. And rather than just basically living in that and loving each other and being like, I don't know what that is, but I sure want to get together with you for a meal and get to know you, be your friend. They got us divided and fighting over space and over religions and over all kinds of, philosophies. So just kind of think about that, being told everything is material, and I don't think it is.
Yeah, that's a good point. You see, before they used to withhold information. Now what they found out, and these freaking people are geniuses, man. Now what they found out is just give them all the information, right? Everything all at once, bam. So this way, whoever's looking for this idea will find that. Whoever's looking for that idea, and it makes it easier for us to fight each other. It's ingenious, bro. Divide and conquer. It's ingenious.
Well, Essie, I'm not like you or Whitsit that I don't have just a huge Rolodex of knowledge of scientific terms and how their model works. But in finding out that they just told us a story, and it is just a story, it's based on philosophy and belief and faith. I'm finding now I just want to listen and I want to try to, like, if someone's got tension or anxiety or fear or depression or anger, I want to try to help that person come out of that, because that's what they're wanting us to do, is be in all the in a crippled state basically. And me personally, I'm just wanting to chill, have fun, live life. But I'm here just because I am trying to learn.
Yeah, and the fact that they say they use this all the time. Yeah, we find new information and we revise the model, and of course we make it better. No, they do the complete opposite. When they find out they're wrong, and miserably wrong, I don't mean just a little bit wrong, miserably wrong, what do? They invent dark matter and dark energy to fill the gaps. In other words, they have convinced people that they're 96% wrong, but they're still right. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, bro. And when I said earlier that there's an awakening going on, it's not just about space. I can't talk about this topic because it has to do with the human body and what makes us unwell. But there's an awakening across the board of people being set free from things that are untruth or just man-made. So keep pursuing, love, light, goodness. Have a good time. Don't get over freaked out about any of this stuff. And pick a username. I hope you come back. Hope you visit some more. I enjoyed hearing you today if you're still here.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Go on, let's get back on this. What discussion were we talking about? Exchange particles. There you go. I don't know. There's a difference between virtual photons and photons.
Yeah, that's stretching. You gotta admit that's stretching. Seriously.
Well, for exchange particles, they decay into certain particles, and then we can detect those particles. Exchange particles you can't detect by themselves, but you can detect the thing after them.
Yeah, but nothing is decaying here. We have a piece of metal attracting another piece of metal, and we can see it. We can put it in water, and we can see the filaments, how they make that round thing, right? We know there's something there, right? But virtual
Let me ask him
particles?
something.
Come on.
Let me ask him something. So in order for something to exist based on your model, it has to partake within some sort of a particle, right? Or particle interaction. What's the particle that makes up a magnetic field?
It's these virtual photons. They're the things that are the interaction particles.
Right. And we've already admitted that they're not actual things of themselves, right? Rather than the interaction of what?
It's just the interaction of the electromagnetic force.
Okay, so we're going to say a force is a thing of itself?
A force is an exchange between two things.
Right. It's the interaction between it's basically the interaction or reaction of something, right? It's not the thing itself, but we already accounted for that within the virtual photon itself. So what are the what's the chair and the individual throwing the bowling ball, if you will? Like, we've addressed the bowling ball being the virtual photon, but what's the chair and the individuals throwing it or receiving it? Like, it
Well,
can't
those would
just
be your two metals or whatever.
Okay, but there's nothing physically interacting to have this virtual photon take place. Like, the field is ab extra to the magnet itself. So I'm trying to make sense of how you're seeing this
Well,
from a logical perspective.
Let's say it's an electric field. You've got a big positive in the middle. You put a negative somewhere in that field, they will attract. And the thing that, quote unquote, causes that interaction would be this exchange particle, the virtual photon.
A negative what?
Well, if you have
Just a negatively
there's no
charged
such thing as a
particle.
negative. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But
Wait. A negatively
Furthermore,
charged particle.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
yeah,
So what is negative? Negative doesn't exist in nature. What does that mean?
A negatively charged particle, it's got a charge less than 0.
No.
What do you mean,
What is
no?
less?
We haven't.
How do you have a charge that's less than 0? What does that mean?
zero doesn't even. Yeah, zero doesn't exist on its
Well,
own, let alone a less than 0.
Yeah,
you can
zero
have
is
a
just a
charge.
concept.
You can have a charge of 0, which is just uncharged, and then you can have positively charged, and then you can have negatively charged.
No.
What do you mean, no? What?
Okay. So 0 is just a concept for comparison, just like nothingness or emptiness. These are concepts. To pretend they're real things is called a reification fallacy. So if we're saying that there's charge, how can something have a negative charge in nature? That doesn't make any sense.
Because it has a charge which is negative, it has more electrons than it does protons.
So it has more electrons and that makes it less than 0? Having more of something equals less than 0?
Well, just because it's less than 0, it doesn't. It's not negative in the way that you would usually think of it. It's not like a deficit. It's just a scale it's increasing. The charge is increasing when you go below 0, but it's just a negative charge. It's the exact opposite of increasing in positive charge.
Okay, so there's charge well known that you could arbitrarily flip the positive and negative. It was just an arbitrary determination. Like you could have called positive negative and vice versa.
Yeah, sure.
This is
You probably could have.
Yeah, it's well known because there is no actual negative. It's either something's charging or it's discharging.
Or
something can be
capacitance.
either positively charged or negatively charged.
Well, I'm actually giving an accurate description, whereas yours doesn't even make sense logically.
It's more of like a concept that you would have to accept based on like a faith belief type thing, because it doesn't follow natural order and logic. Like you're talking about conventions and concepts, which is why he said concept reification fallacy.
Which I wasn't trying to completely derail. It's just like, if that's like your fundamental axiom that you're building your understanding off of, you might have a problem.
Something just has more electrons than it does have protons, so it's negatively charged.
Yeah, it just depends on where we want to go with this. I don't want to derail too much. Dyslo was talking to you because
No,
I
you're
would
fine.
simply ask,
You're good.
like, well, what is an electron, dude?
Well,
An electron
they
is
call
just
it
a negatively charged particle.
a negative. I thought an electron was a charge carrying particle. I didn't know that it had to be negative.
Well, it is a charge carrying particle, but an electron is a negatively charged particle.
Well,
What's the charge? What's the charge in the particle? Like, what? Can you explain that?
Oh shit! The charge is it 1.6? Oh, 1.6 times 10 to the minus 19.
Well, that's a number,
like
but can we give an? I mean, that's only a description. Can we give an explanation behind what you refer to when you say charge?
It's negatively charged. When it moves in a magnetic field, it will move the exact opposite way as it would if it was positively charged.
No, but can you give a concise explanation or definition as to what you mean when you say charge itself? Not the particle, not the fact it's being carried, but the word charge. Like, what do you mean by that?
Interesting question. Charges. It's
I guess
a description of how something is electrically is.
We could call it energy, right?
Yeah, you can. Well, yeah, charge is some form of energy. Yeah.
And how do we explain energy? What's the explanation behind?
Are you asking for a definition?
Yeah, definition of energy, a concise, logical definition, not a vague description.
Energy is the ability to do work.
And you think that's the most confounding, concise explanation you could provide?
Yeah, if I have energy, I can move a block.
So if I asked you who you were and you told me you're the ability to run and jump, did you explain yourself thoroughly?
If I could only run and jump, yeah.
Well, no, you understand that if I ask you to define something, you can't just tell me what it does. Like, define a human. Humans breathe oxygen. That's not defining what a human is.
Well, we're the ability
Energy
to
is
do
not
work,
defined.
right? I'm at work right now, but what's the difference between me and energy?
Pretty much nothing, to be honest. You are made up of energy. You have the ability to do work.
You're made up
So
of an ability.
Can energy ever be at a rest point?
Can there be zero energy? Yeah, you can have zero energy.
No, not zero energy. Can energy itself be at a state of rest, like an inertial state of rest?
Yeah, masses can be at rest and they have an energy to them.
No. There is no state of rest. This can bring us right back to the electron. So in like this particle physics paradigm, this mainstream paradigm, the electron is a charge-carrying particle of matter. Okay? And they say it's a particle of matter with no known size or shape. They don't know if it has the size or shape, but it's matter. Okay? And
We know the size.
What?
We do know the size. I guess, actually I'm not aware if we have science on the shape of it, but we definitely know the size.
No, we don't. So
I mean, we do. We have the...
What is it?
I don't know what the exact radius is of an electron off the top of my head, but I can Google that now if you want.
Dude, it's called a point particle.
Picometers?
It's called a point particle. It's called a point particle, which means it has no known size or shape.
So the radius of an electron is about 2 times 10 to the power of minus 10 centimeters.
That's just the estimate. It's well known we don't know the size or shape of an electron. It's called a point particle.
No, an electron isn't a point particle.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It has a size, and it does have a size.
Oh my god, dude. The electron is estimated to be about 100 million times smaller than an atom. But it is the size and shape is not actually known.
Okay, well, that's an estimate of the size. I mean, you could, sure, if you want to say that that estimation isn't 100% sure, but it's a decent enough estimation. We know the size, or we can estimate the size.
Just Google, is an electron a point particle? Okay. So anyway, this is not even really the point I was making, but the point is that now the current model that's updated many, many times states that we can never, so we don't know the size or shape of the electron, and it has to be a particle of matter. We just don't know if it has a size or a shape, which obviously it has to if it's matter. But anyway. And then they say we can never truly find the electron. We have a probability distribution equation. So it's a cloud. It's a probability cloud. They say that there's this general area that the electron could be, and here is the mathematical probability that it would be at any given point at any given time. So they admit they can never actually find the electron precisely. They don't know the size or shape of it, and that it's never at rest, which is why I brought all this up. and tied it all together. So even according to mainstream academia of particle physics, pseudoscience, there is no true state of rest at the smallest scale. So nothing is at rest. And if the very source of energy, which is where you guys got into it from charge, is the electron is by definition never at rest, even within the pseudoscience particle physics paradigm. So it is not at rest.
Probability wave distribution doesn't mean it's not at rest. Wow, if you have an electron that isn't moving, it still has a probability distribution, and if you have an electron that is moving, it has a probability distribution that's moving.
There's no such thing as an electron that's not moving.
I gotta get to work, i.e. energy. But real quick before I do that, do you know what J.J. Thomson called the electron upon its initial discovery? What he referred to it?
No, what he referred to it as?
So prior to being propositioned with the Nobel Prize award, he referred to it as a dielectric inductance, essentially one terminal line of induction terminates on one ferritic dielectric. Essentially, he called it a dielectric corpuscle. That's what he called it.
Yeah, the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction.
Yeah, thank you. I butchered that. So, have you ever heard of Charles Proteus Steinmetz? Pick a username.
That name is familiar, but I'm not 100% sure. No.
He was the brilliance behind a lot of Tesla's inventions, i.e., like the AC generator and such. But yeah, he profoundly talked about this dielectric field interacting with the magnetic field, and I suggest you look into that, because this is what gave us our entire electrical grid that we're using today, was this understanding of what this dielectric field was, dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability, and which is what you attributed to the properties of space, which is nothing more than the aftermath of a centrifugal divergent magnetic field, is what creates the basis and foundation for space to even exist. So I just wish you would look into these guys. Charles Proteus Steinmetz, brilliant guy, and a lot of the stuff he said is how we got where we're at today. I gotta get back to work. Thanks for listening and interacting. It was fun.
You're right about that, bro. But let's not give Steinmetz too much credit.
Hold on, real quick.
Because
real quick, yeah. Hold on, real quick. I only got 1 second, Essie. Sorry. If Steinmetz is so brilliant, why'd they name mad projects after him? Anyways, go ahead and see.
yeah, well, what I was gonna say is Steinmetz. Yeah, he was a genius. There's no question about that. But let's not give him too much credit with the AC generator, because the way I remember the story is they hired him because Tesla told them, "Screw you! I ain't gonna cooperate with you guys anymore." And that's when they hired Steinmetz. He was the only one capable of understanding this stuff. So that's how the story goes, as I remember it.
Yeah, more accurately than what Daiso said. Daiso said that he was behind it, but actually Tesla invented it, and then he effectively perfected it. He made it significantly more efficient, because Tesla wasn't interested in working on it and only did the bare minimum because he thought that it was primitive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well said, Whitsit. And that's why I say now we are in Tesla 1.0. Tesla gave that up because he was working on his radiant energy 2.0. So we're behind, guys. What we have now is what Tesla said, nah, I can do better. And they hired this guy that Dyslow just said. So imagine where we would be now. Yeah.
Yeah, because Tesla said he didn't like the AC generator because it suffered so much loss. You know what's so interesting, man, though, is like, I just find it interesting, like what they teach people about this stuff, like about the electron and positive negative charges and stuff. is so, frankly, it's just retarded. And everyone thinks that, dude. Like, everyone thinks this. No one has an understanding of, like, the most important aspect of physics, which is that everything is electric. And people don't even understand, like, the basic thing. There is no positive or negative charge. It's just charging and discharging. It's an act. It's not a quality. It's a process. Like, it's charging up to go Super Saiyan, or he just got in a fight after he went Super Saiyan and he's discharging. It's an act. It's a process. A
All right, well,
photon is a process. It's an event.
there's the history of the discovery of the electron is quite a cool one. Let's go through it because that clearly shows that electrons are real. We first had these cathode rays where you have a tube of gas, you put a current through it, and it lights up. We had no clue what was going on there, no clue why that happened. Later on, we put it in magnetic fields and we found that it bended slightly, and for every single type of current, it at the very least is made up of the same type of stuff. We found out exactly how strong.
Real quick.
Go on.
My bad. Just real quick. Witch had just said it. It's not a thing. It's an event. So you would classify an electron would be like, slapping someone in the face, as opposed to a rock. Like, it's not a thing. It's an event that happens. And they do say an electron has 0 volumes, right? So, anyways, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Let that guy carry on. Go ahead, Pick.
Yeah, cathode rays.
Yep.
Where do we go from there?
J.J. Thomson, cathode ray tube. Yep.
Yep. We then postulated this corpuscle because we found out that all cathode rays act in very, very similar ways, so they must be made up of the same type of stuff. And then we can go all the way down now to something like a cloud chamber, and we can see the effects of individual electrons.
You missed a few steps there. Yeah.
No, we don't see individual anything. Have you heard of, like, the Millikan experiment, the oil drop experiment?
Yeah, the Milkman experiment. I love that.
Okay, so what happened was they basically called the smallest unit they could measure an electron. Okay, that's what happened. So it wasn't that we discovered some material, corporeal entity and we just started shooting people with them, or they started bouncing around and we could see them, or nothing like that. It was just the smallest amount of energy that we could, or charge, that we could measure. It was the smallest entity that could be isolated or separated in the oil drop experiment. So there is no evidence that it's material. In fact, the evidence shows that it's not material.
I think it's even more important that it wasn't just that was the smallest amount. It was that every single charge in the universe is always a multiple of the charge of an electron. Always.
Yeah, that's right. But
Prime
that doesn't
structure constant.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
That doesn't mean that there's matter. It doesn't mean that there's something that's material. Actually, evidence proves that it's not material because we use electron microscopes, right? And we look at different pieces of matter. Say you're going to look at organic matter, like say you have a bumblebee and you're going to look at it under an electron microscope. You have to actually sputter coat it. You have to coat it with like little metallic flakes, typically little gold flakes. And then what happens is you use reflectance imaging. And with that reflection, you're able to isolate what they call an electron. If you look at the bee under the electron microscope without sputter coating it, it doesn't work. The idea that you're shooting material electrons at it should mean that it would work on all material. And it also doesn't work with amorphous metals. So if the fact that you have to put like sputter coating on organic matter for the electron microscope to give you an image proves that it's not like you're shooting little beams of material electrons, because it would interact with anything corporeal, right? If it was matter, it would interact with all other matter. It doesn't, though. You need a specific type of material that's conductive. And so what this shows you is that it's an energetic interaction. There is not anything material there. The only reason that people call it matter and we call it the electron is because it's a unit that we use to quantify the phenomenon. So it's very useful. I don't even suggest that we get rid of it. But when people think that that concept that we use to count is reality, that's the problem, because it's distinctly not. It's just a mathematical unit.
Well,
Okay.
they
Do you know?
themselves say when you ask them that it's energy. If you corner a scientist and ask him what it is, they'll tell you it's energy. They'll tell you themselves it's not an actual particle. It's not actual matter. They'll tell you it's a wave that interacts with another wave, which is called the Higgs field. It's all fields. Fields interact with the Higgs particle and gives them mass. They'll tell you themselves.
An electron is both a wave and a particle. It's both. It's neither. It's whatever. But have you?
Well, what's
have you
really
heard
funny,
of
dude? Go ahead.
Have you heard of a cloud chamber?
Yes, of
Yes.
course.
Yeah, you can create two singular electrons in a cloud chamber and see the effect of them.
Okay, so yes, there's a concentrated unit that we call the electron of energy. And yes, it's a real phenomena, and we see real physical interaction. But there is no evidence that it's a particle of matter. There's
Hold
no
on.
evidence that it's a
Let's
particle.
be clear on what we see in this bubble chamber, right? What we see in this bubble chamber is literally squiggles, lines, and they interrupt them, interpret them. You're not actually seeing anything of substance, right? They're seeing squiggles of lines. They're measuring the energies of said squiggles of lines after they smash something together, and they're saying this is that, and this squiggle is this. That's the bubble chamber.
Yeah.
And not only do they say that when they smash these particles together, they see what's inside of them. But check this out. I don't know how many people know this. They also say in that bubble chamber, when they smash those particles at nearly the speed of light, they create other particles. That's what they say.
Yeah, they use like saturated vapor of water or alcohol, right? And then they say that the electron or any charged particle interacts with that vapor by like knocking electrons off of the gas molecules. And guess what they say? Guess what force they say does that? Electrostatics.
Of course. Look here, I just posted a picture of a neutrino. Have a look. Have a look at this bubble chamber of which they speak. Squiggles and lines. This is what they interpret, like, make sense of. Yeah, bubble chamber. Yeah, you shouldn't say that word out loud in public, bro. Seriously, that is the ultimate joke.
Well, this is where I meet them halfway though. Like, there is a phenomena that's observed, right? Like, the dispute is with their pseudoscientific materialistic interpretation, right?
Yeah.
Like, there is in fact a phenomenon.
Yeah, squiggle happens. Yeah. When they do this thing that's freaking 100 feet tall and 27 miles, when they do whatever it is they do, they get that picture. And they interpret those squiggles.
Yeah, there
Okay,
are
well,
different types of squiggles, right? Like, there are wider ones and thinner ones and curved ones and more straight ones.
Yeah, one is spinning this way, one is spinning counterclockwise, and that means it's a quark, and this one is. Come on. And then they
That
find the
one's a
God particle?
positron. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the reality. What it actually is it's all different modalities of the same thing, and it's just different versions or modalities. That's it. So that it just is expressing the energy in different ways. And all of it is a process of seeking equilibrium. And the reason that this is like this is a physical constant is because it's nothing can truly get to equilibrium or a state of true rest or inertia and still exist. It would revert back into the background. So therefore we have a fundamental physical constant all the way down to the elementary charge, which is part of everything. So you have E, little e, which is the fundamental elementary charge. So because you can't have anything in this physical world that doesn't have that, because if it didn't have that, it wouldn't exist, because it would be in a true state of rest. There would be no vibration, which means it wouldn't be here. That's my opinion. That last part is obviously my opinion, but that's all it is. That's why there is no state of rest. There is no such thing as an electron at rest. It's always vibrating. It's always oscillating. Obviously, vibrating is the opposite of rest. So.
Okay, the reason I brought up
Oh, go on, bro.
I was going to say the reason I brought up cloud chamber is because I've watched one of these. I've watched one, and it's quite cool seeing the vapor get ionized by these electrons, and it spins. By the way, it's not just randomly we're associating it to an electron. It's in a magnetic field, and its motion is exactly what we would have predicted with our maths if we had put in the charge of an electron, and specifically its charge to mass ratio.
Yeah, but you gotta understand the implications of this, right? In plain English, this is like taking two Rolex watches and smashing them together and see when the gears fall apart, which way they spin and turn, to know what the watch is, to reassemble the watch, like to find out what that part was. That's ridiculous, bro. And then not only that, they're saying when two gears collide, they also create another unknown gear, another unknown thing. It's sheer fantasy, bro. For real.
I've watched that. I've actually seen a cloud chamber in action. You can see the photon. Well, not see the photon, but you can see this actually happening in front of you.
Yeah, I don't deny something happens. It's the interpretation of that something is what's in question, bro. That's the problem. Like we can all look out into the sky, right? We could all look into something if we smash it together and then we can just make up ideas, but there's no way to verify that. Do you believe, let me ask you this, do you believe they found the God particle?
I don't know what a God particle is. So no, I guess.
The Higgs. You haven't heard of the Higgs field? The
Higgs. We have.
With that bubble chamber that you're referring to?
Yeah, we have found that.
So you believe they found a particle that gives mass to other particles. In other words, this is literally a mass giver. This is really something taking energy and making it into mass. You actually believe that exists? They found that?
Yeah, they did find that, didn't they? That was quite a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, like 10 years or maybe more. Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not fucking educated enough to talk about the Higgs boson.
No, I hear you, bro. None of us are, to be honest with you. It's just a fantasy that they made up. They made up a particle that actually nothing can have mass if it doesn't interact with this field. So they actually draw it out. You'll see like waves. Like you'll see this wave and they'll say this is this particle, this is that particle, and this is that. And then when they interact with the Higgs, they get mass. Like, I mean, we're talking about God territory here. Let's be honest.
Yeah, the whole Higgs thing is pretty funny, dude. It's pretty funny. This is why I was like, yo, you want to talk about filling in gaps, man. Like underneath the guise of science, you can just use the word science and bastardize it. And now, since you claim it's science and that you're not religious, you can like make up anything you want to. You know, the difference would be like for me, like yes, I'm a creationist. I'll openly admit like this is I believe this is beyond the limit of comprehension of man, and therefore it requires some superior intent or determination. Logically speaking, it's the only way it could happen. And I'll openly admit that like I don't fully understand it. I can't bottle the creator up. I can't scientifically prove it. Right. So the only difference is that mine involves intellectual honesty, whereas the other position tries to portray it as if it is void of faith and belief, when in fact it's that very thing. And it's even worse because you guys can just constantly make it up as you go. Mine's remained the same the whole time.
Yeah, you see, when you explain this in a rational, calm manner, you see how we did it today? This is great, man. Like again, kudos to everybody. When you explain stuff in a logical manner, people could actually understand what the theories are and make up their own minds.
It's also very telling that the way that they teach people is they don't actually fill them in on these nuances. They misrepresent their theories. So why do they have to do that, right? Like mass attracting mass, or all these different things that people believe they know. It's not even the current theories. Why do they not tell the truth?
Science just has a really fucking high bar of knowledge to entry. You have to simplify science down when you teach it, unless you have the enough knowledge to understand the very complicated explanations.
You want to hear a real insulting thing, bro? Anybody that's been educated and paid money, right? They tell you, well, take gravity, for example. They explain it a certain way up to a certain educational level. And then when you go, I think it's a certain, is it in college or is it in a university? They tell you, okay, everything you learned about gravity, forget about it now. Now we're going to teach you how it really is. Like, what's that all about, man?
That's usually pretty high level uni stuff as well. That's not like even first or second year uni stuff. That's third, fourth year.
Yeah, but you're basically misleading people, though, because it's provably not the case.
Well, no. Okay, so when we were in fucking kindergarten, they taught us how plants work. They didn't actually teach us how plants work. They taught us the very bare bones basic of them. Then when you get to middle school, they teach you a little bit more complicated. And then if you do biology in university, they'll teach you it even more complicated. It's not that none of these are wrong. It's not that any one of these are wrong. It's just one of them is really, really, really basic.
Yeah, but when it comes to plant stuff, they actually teach the wrong information at the university level as well. And it's typically people that are past PhD level before they actually understand how these things function, and they have to throw a lot of their education out the window in order to do it. It's the same with these theories that you're talking about in here. And these guys are right. It does a huge disservice to someone like you. You seem really intelligent and very educated. And most likely what's happened to you is you've been propagandized through the educational system, and you thought you saw the world a certain way and you thought you really understood it. The awesome thing is, more than likely, the world that you see, you know little to nothing about, and you can start all over and you can question these things that you thought were fact, that are in fact just theory based on a model that was created by a bunch of men. And you can start questioning these things and start over and start trying to figure out where you actually live and what's going on here.
Are we still going by this whole theory in science means it's not like proven or anything?
Hold on. There's a difference between theory and fact, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's a difference between a theory and a fact. Now, that's what I try to focus on, is just because it's a theory and just because it's got some truths in the theory doesn't mean the thing itself has been proven to be fact. Otherwise, we just call it fact, right?
No, in science we don't call anything a fact.
Oh boy.
Okay. Okay. And this is what's also interesting. Like, I get really frustrated with this talking point, and not necessarily with you because it is the talking point, but well, we just have to simplify it for the children at lower levels, as if that somehow justifies it. It doesn't. When at the top levels in 2023, the answer is we don't know, we can't figure it out. You should tell the children, we don't know. We don't know. We're still trying to figure it out. That way, you actually encourage them to where, I want to be the one that figures it out. Wow, we don't know. But they don't do that. They lie to them and pretend they do have it figured out by giving them really dumbed down, archaic explanations that have already been proven untrue. So you set the children back way more than you help them, because then they get to a certain age and then they discover, wait a minute, this isn't true. So now they have to restart. There's no justification for that. Just saying that it's simpler doesn't mean anything. Nature has no obligation to conform to simplicity for us to easily comprehend it. If we don't understand something, we should tell the children we don't understand it. We shouldn't tell them things are facts when they're not.
To be honest, I'm fairly sure I remember when learning about gravity, even in fucking primary school, they told us gravity is still a thing that's very much debated and is not fully discovered. I was more talking about plants, because you can't teach a kid the exact osmosis process and the exact chemical structure of a plant, can you? You have to simplify stuff down. One of the big problems with science and maths is it has such a high barrier to entry. I don't really know the solution to that, but I understand that is a problem, but how do you get around that?
Well, like I said, when you don't truly understand things, you should tell the children that you don't understand things. Okay, that's it. You should tell them you don't understand things. Maybe even explain like the process of how you once thought something and then it wasn't correct. Because say you have the next Nikola Tesla in school, he's being taught as if definitive fact that there's a physical particle of matter that has no size or shape or known volume, that it's carrying charge, and it's called the electron, and it's negative. And they show them a plus sign and then minus sign. Okay? But that's not reality. And that little Nikola Tesla, if you said, look, here's what we used to think the electron was, but now we've discovered that there's wireless power induction in a vacuum. Now we've discovered that there's something called the Casimir effect. Now we've discovered that the electron seems to have simultaneity and potential instantaneous action at distance or superposition. And obviously not using these words, you explain them in very simple terms. We're still trying to figure out exactly how electricity works. Then that little Nikola Tesla is like set on fire intellectually to figure it out. He wants to be the one that figures it out. You could actually change the world for the better that way. But no, you suck the life out of that little Nikola Tesla and tell him that it's all been figured out. And then he's 23 before he finds out that actually he was lied to. And now he sells weed. So I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
And plays video
really
games all day long.
Yeah, watches a lot of porn.
Yep.
We don't really lie about gravity. We explain that mass attracts mass. This is the maths that you can use to calculate it, and then nothing more. It's not like we say that this is exactly what happens and we know exactly everything about it. We just leave the gaps out.
No,
It's
mass
not a
attracts
lie.
mass is a claim of how it happens.
Yeah,
You're
you have
saying that mass itself attracts mass, but that isn't, it's provably not the case. So you're misleading that kid.
No, it is the case. It's just the
No, it's
exact
not.
process.
When did you prove it?
haven't fucking everywhere. Goddamn.
Dude,
Okay,
you remember? I remember when I was
Hold on a sec. We wouldn't still be asking if mass attracted mass, if it actually did. We're not stupid, kid.
Yeah, I mean, it provably doesn't. The only time that you can even say that you see a phenomenon like that is when there's like electrostatics or electricity or magnetism involved.
This is not the case, but I was explaining in our model. We're going through our model. When we teach children, we don't actually teach them. Sorry, when we say mass attracts mass, that is true, because we don't explain the mechanism behind how mass attracts mass, but mass attracting mass in our model is true. That's not a lie. It's just not filling out every single gap.
let me ask though, what's it? Do you think that the Casimir effect could be some kind of thing with gravity, or is that like too small of an effect? Or
No, it doesn't. No, doesn't have anything to do with gravity, even in their own paradigm. It can't. Like as
no,
in
I'm
what
saying, do you
gravity
think
really
it
is.
could? It could.
Yeah, because I would say, and I normally don't say this, by the way, but I would say that the actual primary cause of what people misattribute to gravity or gravitation is actually a process that happens in the ether. It's actually in the background itself. So there's an equal and opposite reaction within the material world and the ether. And so, yeah, I would say that energy becomes manifest into the material world from the ether. That's what the Casimir effect is. And so, in that sense, sure, it's what's misidentified as gravity. But they can't say that though.
I'm willing to bet it has
It
something to do
could
with
be linked.
statics. With statics.
Yeah, exactly. But the question is now what the Casimir effect shows us is like, where's the statics coming from, right? Because it shouldn't be there, and then all of a sudden it's there. So now it's actually introducing like, oh, it does have to do with electrostatics, but like now we have to figure out, wait, is this electrostatics just like popping into the material world? Like, where is it coming from? Because it shouldn't be there mathematically based on electrostatics. So it's like, where did that energy come from? That's the real question about the Casimir, right? It's like there is provably a charge and an attractive force, but the question is, there's like an increase in electromagnetic energy that's measurable. So the question is, where does it come from? Like it's actually pretty definitive evidence that it's
Yo,
coming from the background, which is why I bring it up, and I don't care what Oakley has to say about it.
could they? I'm saying, could that effect be happening even between like bigger? What if they made the plates bigger? Not square area wise, but like thickness or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that could be done to like see what's going on there. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I would actually say that if you decrease the space between the plates, you should get more of an effect because SE is going to love this. You've increased the counter space
Oh
capacity.
yeah, here we go.
But it's just a theory, right? Like you can test it. You can be like, oh, is that true? Because that would make sense with how a capacitor works, where when we take the metal wire and we wrap it around in a capacitor, like the more tightly you wrap it, the more like the higher threshold of storage it has or capacitance, right? So they say, oh, well, the electricity is stored in the metal wire. So since you add so much more of it, now there's more electricity. But in reality, from my understanding, it's actually because you're decreasing like the space. That's why you get more storage because it's making that concentrated phenomena more dependent on the I don't want to even keep saying counter space, but yeah, the background.
That's why when we go up on Earth, the potential charge increases or whatever, right? So the more space, the bigger something, electrostatic something.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna touch the counter space, but check this out. You made me think. You know the capillary effect when there's a tube of water sits there, right? But when you have a narrow tube of liquid, what does it do? It climbs up, right? So maybe there's a kind of thing like this going on. It has nothing to do with counter space. It has something to do with whatever we have here. That's yeah.
Someone change SE's name to counter space, bro. This guy loves counter space, man. That's all he
No, man,
talks about.
call him the outguessing counter spacer or something.
Hey, just remember who brought up counter space, right? I think his name started with a W, not with an S. Just saying.
When you're talking about the Casimir effect, are you talking about the thing behind the Van der Waals force?
No. The Casimir effect is where you have two plates inside of a vacuum chamber, and there's an attractive force that, quote unquote, pops into existence. Based on like particle physics and the amount of air there should not be that amount of electromagnetic energy. But it comes out of nowhere, and they've actually discovered that they can make it repulsive as well. Yeah,
Yeah, that is
Aaliyah says it's proof of the ether. So
also the thing behind the Van der Waals force, by the way.
it could be attributed to that, yeah, which is of course just electrostatics. Van der Waals forces are all electrostatic.
Aliyah just said Ixnay on the counter Orsfey. That hey?
Yeah, she just started saying data. It's pretty funny. She says data to everything now. Is the Earth a ball? Dada.
Right here, this conversation should humble everybody and just show the limitations of how far we can take things, right? And I think it was designed that way, personally. It was meant for us not to find out whatever this is. Whoever created this gave clues. Like we can know here. I can tell you for sure the creator is a mathematician. Guaranteed, right? But that's about it. What else can you know? Maybe if he's benevolent or malevolent, another thing. What else?
Oh, things we don't know. Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying the things that we can possibly deduce of this creator, whatever he is. I say mathematician, and I say he's not malevolent.
What you say, malevolent or benevolent?
Benevolent, sorry.
No, agree, disagree. But I would say he's certainly not confined to our concepts of space, time, or matter.
Yeah, outside of reality, is what I would say.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah. Outside of our reality for sure. Yeah. Because it, he, she, whatever it is, created this, right? So, yeah, to me, it's unimaginable. We're in, like I said, God territory. But we can see that whatever this thing entity is, it used mathematics, right? We see it in shells. We see it in, you know.
What if mathematics is the language we use to describe his attributes? You know what I mean? Like, what if that's how we can logically conclude about it?
Oh, yeah. That's, yeah. I mean, who knows, right? Anything anybody says about the creation is just that. You're what you think. What else can we say about the creator?
To me, that the important part was just like you were saying, Essie. It's like a humbling, you know, just to be
Humble. I
humble
think
in the
that's the
fact
word.
that there was a creator. You know, there is a creator.
Yeah, or you can say evolution and say you just started from a spark in freaking water and this and that, and they don't even know that story well. From the conversations I had with them, they don't even know. See, I think you know what the basic problem with these people is. I think I figured it out. They just don't know the model.
A
They
lot
don't
of
know.
people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they don't know the nuances. They don't know the ridiculousness of it. They just say, talking points, but they don't really know what it is.
I think that's because when people see something that kind of scares them or something that they don't understand, especially if they've been relying on people that fucking explain it to them their whole lives, when they encounter this thing that they don't understand, they get very defensive and emotional, because, well, chances are they probably pride themselves on not learning new things or accepting that they don't know everything. I think that's one of the whole things about the Globers, like why there's this emotional reaction to them being taught the wrong thing. Because I think they fucking get high off their own farts. they pride themselves on thinking like, oh yeah, I totally figured out it was a ball. My teacher told me about the crust and the mantle and the core, and I said, oh, that makes so much sense because I'm so fucking smart.
Yeah. And then they get somebody like in here and tell them, hey, have you heard of the coal at the deep borehole? And they're like, what? What's that?
They're like, that's not what I was taught by Mrs. Teacher. How
Yeah.
dare you?
They're going to tell you, have you heard of P, S, and P waves? Yeah. Have you heard of the coal at deep borehole and how they got it all wrong, mostly all the way down? And I can be very specific, and it's like, it blows their mind. And they trip out. They start, no, that's not it. And yeah, that's usually
It's
how
so
it goes down.
it's so wild that that's their claim on how they figured out what the core of the Earth is by earthquakes going off. Like that's just wild, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's what they believe. The earthquake produces what they call S and P waves, and they follow those waves, and those waves tell them what's down there. Funny thing is, when they dug the Kola deep borehole, 7.8 miles down, they got it wrong mostly all the way down. Oops, I didn't know that. Yeah, and they start tripping out. Same thing with evolution. Yeah, evolution, group of this and that. Or then you tell them, okay, show me an example of this evolution of yours. Show me one thing turning into another. You're crazy, man. You're insane. That's not how evolution works. So then you have to explain to them their own model, their own thing, what it means, and how it has to be one thing turning into another in order for it to have started with one thing. And I mean, they can't even understand that simple concept. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yo, Leah's so funny, bro. When we're out somewhere, people will try and talk to her, and she'll just curve them until I like approve it. I'm like, it's okay, tell them hey, and then she'll just be like, she'll start talking to them. It's pretty funny. All right, I know you guys don't really care about that.
No, on the contrary, bro. That's the meaning of life. What you just said right there. That's what people have forgotten. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's just cool because like maybe they're actually really
That's hilarious,
really
bro.
smart. Yeah. She was looking at that girl like she was crazy until I'm like, it's okay, say hey, and then she's like the most friendly ever. That's so fun.
Yeah, so imagine now, this is what we do. We let our children go to a system that we know they're going to get lied to, right? And we just accept it. We teach them history that's not true. We teach them physics that's not true. We teach them cosmology that's not true. We teach them politics that's not true.
It's super sad to see it. It's super sad to see it too, because like my brother has children, and like you can almost see they're anxious to get the kids to school. You know, like they want to break it. It's so weird, man. It's like, why get rid of them so early? You know, teach them yourself, man. And everyone just is so caught in the 9 to 5 and in their own, you know, ways and what they want and this and that. And if it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense. And that's why this conversation doesn't get anywhere.
Yeah, imagine they convinced people to give up their children for 8 hours a day to somebody else to teach them stuff. This is the norm. Imagine
Doesn't
that.
that just sound like laziness on the parent? Like, doesn't that? I don't know. To me, it feels lazy.
They're selfish.
And what are they teaching him now is the issue. See, if
Oh man,
everybody
yeah,
got together and said, yeah, this is what we're going to teach our children, and parents were involved in the curriculum. You know that they sued a mother, I think in California, because she asked to see the curriculum of her child. They sued her.
But
Yeah, bro. She was testifying before Congress or something. I forget what it was. Yeah. Ask to see your child's curriculum. Whoever has a child in school, ask to see your child's curriculum. See what happens.
yeah, you'd legit have to bring the military to my house to get my daughter in a school.
Everybody should be like that. Yep.
You know, maybe 20 years ago it was maybe, you know, arguable, but now it's just not even an option. In my opinion, I can't do it with clear conscience. Like I'll literally, I'm like, Aaliyah or Kai, go ahead and get pregnant again, and then we'll just figure it out. You can just stay at home with the kids. Like you're gonna have to teach them.
Dude, I have a real problem with people that defend the public school system and who are like, and no offense to anybody that here is in this situation. I highly doubt there is, but people who are like, yeah, I send my kids to public school. It's not a big deal. What's the problem? Like, if you have to ask me what the fucking problem is, I don't know. Like, do you guys think we've gotten to a point where things are so polarized that we're like, I don't know. I find myself like dehumanizing other people. I'm like, oh, they believe in this, they believe in that. They send their kids to fucking public school. They fucking took the V. I might as well be talking to a fucking, you know, animatronic fucking
Well,
whatever.
I think with the school specifically, you definitely need to exercise empathy. Is my advice, because like I do know people that they're in a situation where they don't really see how they could feasibly pull their kids out of school. Like, they would have to make major changes, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't or they shouldn't work towards it, but I definitely understand. Like, if you have a certain amount of kids and you need to support them, and say both parents work, it's rough, right? You're gonna have to figure out how to transition to paying your bills and providing for your family, with like say the mom not working anymore or whatever. So it can be a bit tricky. It's definitely not possible to homeschool your children with both parents working full time, right? So it is kind of sad. I mean, I try to exercise some empathy with
Like,
that.
yo, my wages wouldn't even cover the mortgage and the food bill. Like, there's no way my wife could stay home and do that.
Yeah, I know that.
Or vice versa. My wife actually makes good money. My wife makes way more than I do, and she couldn't just stay home, or I couldn't just stay home. Like, we need these incomes. Yeah, it's a tough spot they put you in, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say. No offense to anybody that, like, you know, has their kids in public school. At least you know what to tell the kids when you know. It's not like, what did you learn in school today? It's like, what do I need to unlearn from you today?
You
Yeah,
can look.
it's crazy.
Yeah, you look at the timeline. I mean, even before Flat Earth, it was something that I was aware of just because of watching the women get the right to vote. Now we put them to work. Now the children are able to be culled from a younger age, essentially. I think that there could be a schooling system that's better. And it's sad that we as the people aren't standing up and like demanding that.
Yeah, I think that like, say you wanted to idealize it, you would still create a school system, but you wouldn't necessarily promote it. Like the ideal situation, in my opinion, would be that the kids learn from their parents. But the second best thing would be a school that doesn't brainwash them. You know, like why is gardening not a class? Why is there not one block, as they call it now? Which that's another thing, is they just teach you like 4 subjects. Like in my private school, you had 7, you know, and it was all brainwashed as well. But like, why would one of the classes not be like learning about the variety of plants on the earth? Like learning about the plants and what they do and where they are and where they're indigenous and how they grow. Then going out and actually like maintaining a garden throughout your class year. Like, why is that not, it's just ridiculous. The stuff that they choose to teach them, only some of it's even valuable. It's really sad. And then on top of that, the version of those subjects they teach are actually lies. So it's brutal, man. It's like attack from all angles.
Yeah, take your age and then subtract by the number of years you spent in public schooling facilities, and that's how old you really are.
There are obviously like things that made me from being in school, right? Like social interaction and like kind of growing and learning through that. But it's also like a false dichotomy, as if like if you homeschool your children, they can't have social interaction. Like what we're planning on doing is literally creating like a community, that works together. So it's like, okay, we're all gonna meet at these gardens on Thursday. All the kids are gonna come meet there. And in fact, it's better because you're gonna see kids of different ages. Like they don't just have to be all 7. Like, no, they can
Have
hang
you
out
ever
with a 9-year-old.
have you ever met an individual that was not well adjusted and that was homeschooled? Because that's a fucking myth that I keep hearing about. Like, oh, well, we have to put them in the public school because we don't want them to be, not well socialized.
Oh, you
It's like
mean
I've never fucking met that person. I've literally never met that person and then been like, geez, what's their problem? And someone was like, oh yeah, their fucking weird parents homeschooled them and they called them Shiloh or something. Like I've never met Shiloh. I fucking don't know.
yeah.
This whole it's a myth.
Listen, the homeschool myth. So you can raise your child in an environment that allows them to learn about social interaction, social cues, right? And still get the correct information. You just have to make sure that you surround them with other people. It'd be nice to have them like-minded people. And if you're not going to put these children in public school, why you're going to have a better chance of finding like-minded people. You just need to do that. It's a little bit more work than just, shuffling your child off and basically paying somebody to take care of your child 8 hours a day, right? It's a little bit more difficult, but it's worth it in the end because your child becomes more well adjusted. You can teach them about the world without having them to get bullied in school. Learn things that they may not need to learn so early, right? Kids are all sorts of just weird and messed up when you put them in a public school environment. And still, there are a lot of those kids that turn out like us, that are critical thinkers that were put in the public school, but survived our critical thinking skills and our heart survived that process. And here we are today talking about a better way to do it. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Well said.
Yeah, I will say I have met some people that do seem somewhat socially awkward and they were homeschooled. So, it's like if you homeschooled your kids and you didn't let them like out of the house and you like bubble wrapped them, but that's such an anomaly. Like I have met a couple people like that, to be honest. Like they're noticeably socially awkward and they lack social awareness. They can't read a room. They're not very confident. And you meet people like that did go to public school too, right? So there's that aspect
Right.
of it as well. But
Yep.
I personally know someone that was really socially awkward, and then when he went to college, he changed so much in a year. So there may be something to it, but it's only if you don't like let your kids out of the house. Like, dude, take them to play soccer, like take them out, come up with other like events, cookouts or whatever, where like the community's hanging out, and then have them around other children, have them around different like a diversity of people, and then they're fine. It's like it's not the homeschooling; it's that you homeschooled them and you put bubble wrap around them and didn't let them leave the house, or you didn't take them anywhere. That's such a rare thing. I mean, most homeschool people I know are like perfectly fine. They're like usually smarter than the average person.
So check it out. When I was a kid, I agree with it. When I was a kid, the times I got the most benefit socially wasn't at school. It was things I did outside of school, like soccer and baseball and basketball. And you can join those clubs as a child. Your parents can put you there whether or not you're in public school. It's easier to find out about that stuff in public school, sure, and then your friends all go to the same school and then you play basketball together, sure, but that doesn't mean that they have to miss out on those things just because they're not going to a public school. There's a lot of stuff in society that you don't need to bubble wrap your child and you know, it's just the education thing. 8 hours a day without your child, somebody else telling them how to think. That's no good, right? If you can get rid of that, you don't have to take them out of society. You just have to educate them properly.
Yep.
Yeah, I have good friends here who have kids that are homeschooled, and they're in like basketball homeschool co-ops, and they travel all over the state and play in basketball tournaments with other homeschool kids, and they love it. And they can socialize with adults. So this idea that homeschool kids are so awkward they can't socialize, when we all get together and have family get-togethers, because we do that fairly often. I have two young kids, an 18-month-old and a 3-year-old, and I have friends of mine who had kids in their 20s, so they've got kids who are 15, 16, 17 years old. And these kids are hanging out with adults and just shooting the breeze and talking about life, and I think they're way more adjusted than the average high school kid. But I've got a buddy that teaches camp. He has he has his own camp, and he said, the kids that I find the most awkward are the homeschool kids. And I was talking to him about it, and it was mostly based off pop culture. And I was telling him, yeah, but they're way smarter than those kids who are just talking about like the newest rapper and whatever pop culture is forcing down their throat, because they are spending so much time away from their parents. They're sort of being raised and conditioned by other kids and these young public school teachers for the most part. Most of them are younger these days. Then they're more focused on these superficial aspects of the world, versus when you talk to these homeschool kids, they're, for the large part, pretty deep people, and they have, I feel like, a much deeper grasp on the world. And I think they're going to be way ahead of a lot of these kids who are being raised in public schools when they're out in the job market and they're in the world on their own. They're going to be much more ready for it, versus these kids who are, in a way, you're sort of in a bubble at public school because you're just surrounded by other people that are sharing those values, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, yeah, I was actually about to say the same thing. I think a strong argument exists that the exact opposite is true, meaning that when kids go to public school, well, yeah, sure, they have social interaction, but it's in this like superficial way. It's like this superficial cliche, like popular kids that aren't raised right, that are ugly. And it's just interacting with a bunch of other kids that also don't have guidance. So actually how they're learning social interaction is negative, right? So it's like, just because you're around more people doesn't equate to better, you know? But I will say, though, like, we really like to try to get Aaliyah around a bunch of people, because as she's developing, seeing like a diversity of people and mannerisms and inflections and speech patterns and how they operate, and is really good for her neural development. So there is truth to the fact that you definitely don't want to just keep your kid in the house. You want them to see a diversity of people, and we'll do that. You'll see a diversity of people. But if you can replace that in a healthy way, it's actually going to be better for your child, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can see psychiatrists and psychologists that have all kinds of suggestions for you to bring your child up right without having to use the public education system. Many of those folks are on your side.
Yeah, I'm literally talking to people behind the scenes to like make an entire system of homeschool where we can find a way to basically pay mothers to stay at home and homeschool, and then create like an app where you connect with people in your area, and then you guys do like community events to check the social interaction box. I think that's the real move, is us just kind of coming together and then like polishing and formulating a system to help raise our children outside of the school system.
Bro, let's go. I'm down. Let's do it.
Don't forget like the mothers too, that, their babies are all grown up. My wife just started doing nannying for people. And we need more of that, dude. That's like a huge ordeal. If two people got to go to work, to have someone that you can trust and, you know, raise your child in that way. We could, you know, the mothers of the community, I feel like all stick together. And that's like how you really raise a good, have good
Well,
child
dude,
development.
nanny, in my opinion, nanny culture came about once the family unit in America was totally destroyed. Because like all my cousins, they got raised by their aunts and their uncles and their mothers and their fathers because they stayed in the home country with the rest of my family and they all stayed close. They had like family get-togethers. Dude, I never knew any of these people. I knew a lot of babysitters, you know, but if my family, you know, if they had stuck together, I would have had all these like aunts and uncles and stuff that my parents could have like, you know, split the burden with.
I'll give you an example of an old time story is, you know, Abraham and Sarah. I'm pretty sure she had maidservants, and in my opinion, I would imagine those are like helping mothers, because she even had Abraham sleep with one to have a baby.
Would your wife be fine with that? Like, if she couldn't have kids, would she be cool with you sleeping with another woman?
Well, nowadays we have a lot of children without parents that need to be adopted, anyways, right?
That doesn't answer my question. Yeah,
I
you
know
can
your
definitely
question was
adopt.
kind of like I don't think anybody was suggesting that happened.
No, I was just asking a question, man. It was just a question.
I know, but like the shit-eating grin on your face that I can hear through your mic was like, come on, dude.
What about you, Platypus? Like, if your wife couldn't have kids, do you think she'd be fine if you went and hook someone else up?
You know, I would do my very best not to marry somebody that had that problem. But if after we got married there was a horrible accident, she wasn't able to have children and she wanted children, I think I could figure out a way to make that happen.
So my wife is pregnant now, and we still may adopt later, just because.
Good for you guys.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a consideration, right?
It's something that I would do once my kids were like 15 and up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to like schism my children where like they could be like teasing each other about who's adopted and who's not. I'd want my biological children to be able to help me raise the adopted one, so I'd want them to be at least.
Yeah, I mean, I would. My suggestion there would just be make sure they don't pick on each other too much. But that's.
Well, yeah, for sure. I had two siblings, and there was plenty of picking. We were all biologically, you know, from the same.
Yeah, I had step
same plow.
siblings, two step brothers, two step sisters. I was picked on, you know, redheaded stepchild. I was the youngest. It was horrible, but, you know, I guess in that process, I did make the decision to learn how not to act as well as how to act, and that was up to my mother. She raised me for the most part and taught me that's a good way to go.
Very good.
But I was lucky, so I want to give that back to kids and families and people like this. You know what Witsuit was talking about. That shit's awesome. Get an app where you can find, you know, real people out there who aren't lazy and want to just pawn their kids off to somebody 8 hours a day. Somebody who actually cares about their children.
Yeah, for sure. And I have a couple friends who are adopted, and it's so funny. Like when I hear people making like the abortion argument, like, you know, well, then these kids then they just get adopted into the horrible foster care system. It's like, yeah, you know, there's some bad stuff that happens, but like, you're gonna go up to any of my adopted friends and be like, "Don't you wish you were aborted?" Like, none of them would say yes. You know, none of them
Yeah.
had perfect adopted families for sure. Some of them were jacked up, but
Right.
it was better than nothing.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you've got babies that come from a very unfortunate situation that they may or may not know about, or do you want to tell them how they came about, what kind of thing it was to bring them into the world? You know what I mean? I don't want to get specific, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. And you know, trying to raise that person properly, whereas they'll be friends with people who came about as a deliberate, nonviolent kind of birth, or no drugs involved or anything. You know what I'm saying? And those children who were born under bad circumstances, they are gonna have it tougher for no good reason, right? They didn't choose it. But I think it's up to teaching children to treat everyone as if they you know they shouldn't be marred by the mistakes of their mother and father. And that's a tough thing to get past when talking about adopted children in the system and such.
You know, my solution for that might not be the best, but I just wouldn't tell the kid until they're old enough. And old enough, it for me would probably be like well past the time that they could figure it out, but just let them think whatever the fuck they want.
Well,
Because
yeah, I mean, what else are you gonna do, right? I mean, it's you're not your fault or their fault, but you're making the choice as adopting that person in their story to deal with that. So as long as you're willing to put that amount of work into it, then I think it's fine. But a lot of people sign up and then they don't know what they're signing up for, and we all make mistakes that way in life anyway. But it's just such a tough thing, trying to get kids in the right spot, learning the right stuff, being around the right people. Yeah, and then before you might break the bad news to them later on in life, get him as ready as possible, right? Socially conscious and well adjusted to the point where maybe they already understand that life can get that hard for adults and people sometimes. I don't know. Like, it's such a crazy thing to even think about.
well, I know people that have known since they were like children, and I know somebody who found out as an adult, and it's funny because they're like, yeah, when I think about it, when I look back, they didn't hide it from me. It's not like they were like keeping this big secret. They just never told me. And like when they eventually did, and they got told as an adult, it wasn't really a big deal. Like you'd think it would. I was shocked when they said. I was like, I would think that this would be a bigger deal,
Yeah.
but because they were just able to like understand it, like it wasn't this like, whoa, where are my parents? Where are my real parents? It's like it doesn't matter. This shit happened 20 plus years ago. You were raised by people that love you, and that's just all there is to it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like when you're a
Yeah.
kid though, and kids, they don't think straight. They're not thinking straight, dude. I don't know. It sounds jacked
Yeah.
up to not tell somebody that they were adopted, but I think in today's day and age, it might not be that big of a deal. I don't know. I'm not a parent.
Yeah.
Somebody
I
could
got
yell at me
a
for being ridiculous.
No, it's a great thought process, I think, to flesh out. One of my buddies, lead singer in a band I was in, he's adopted, and I think he didn't find out until he was quote unquote ready to find out about that. But um, if anything, it may have strengthened their bond in a certain way, just because he knew that they were strangers at first and that they worked so hard to gain his trust and give him love to the point where he didn't know the difference whether or not they were his biological parents because they did such a good job showing him love. But
Yeah.
anyway, go ahead, guys.
Well, that's what I meant by understand, like, or being at an age where they'll get it, they'll understand, because
Yeah.
that's really all it is. Like, love is, I hate to say it, but love is love.
Right. It's good food. It's good food and it never lets you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get back to work. I love talking to you guys.
Oh, dude, we love talking to you too.
going to give a shout out to a full night's sleep. To anybody who has encountered one of these lately, you can go ahead and pat yourself on the back. I'm patting myself on the back right now.
Yeah, for real.
I put those things on layaway.
I was a little touch and go there for a second, guys. It's like I didn't sleep for like 2 days. It was not good.
If he dies, he dies.
What's that?
I haven't slept for 10 days because that'd be way too long.
No, I said 2, not 10. But
You never heard that? You never heard that Mitch Hedberg joke? I haven't
No.
slept for 10 days because that'd be way too much sleep.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Mitch Hedberg's nobody was like him. He was top notch.
Best ever. The comedian's comedian. Just like I find you guys to be the flat earthers, flat earther.
He kind of reminded me of like a Norm Macdonald before Norm Macdonald. You know, just kind of dry.
I think he was after Norm, or like Norm's career began before Mitch's career.
Wait, who the hell is Mitch Hedberg? No, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
He's a dry. I've never heard another comedian like him. Somebody else could probably explain it better, but he just does these crazy, like, very almost kind of simple jokes with punchlines, but they were so brilliantly written. A part of his comedic style was just the fact that it was such a simple joke and almost more distilling. The way they
Was he roboting or was that just me?
Nah, he was roboting a little bit. But I looked up Mitch Hedberg and I was thinking of somebody totally different. I have no idea who this Mitch guy is.
Oh, dude.
There's another comedian that's super
I
dry.
love it. Check it out. Here's one from him. A duck's opinion. I feel a duck's opinion of me relies heavily upon the fact if I have bread or not.
I almost spit my coffee out, dude. Shut the fuck up.
It's so good.
That was pretty funny.
I don't want to be the race car driver. I just want to be the race car passenger. You know, the dude that hugs the dude. He's like,
dude.
"Hey, dude, why are you making a left all the time? Man, you must really love Tide."
He was muted and still coming through like a robot. Did anyone see that? That was crazy. I got the gist of it,
Discord
y'all.
magic.
For y'all.
This is all Tesla's fault for not slamming their heads.
Tesla? Like Nikola Tesla? Or like the car Tesla?
Yeah, Nikola. Because if he just smashed everyone's heads, it's like, nah, we're doing it my way, then we'd have the best internet ever. I mean, I'm obviously taking the mick. I'm not blaming him, but like.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it was the people probably the people that ran like the copper mines or something of those days. They're like, "What? This guy's gonna make wires obsolete? We just fucking put wires all over the country." Like, no way.
It's the servants of darkness. more than the vested interest. The vested interests just kind of go with the flow. But it's servants of darkness because his whole mission was the betterment of mankind. And something like that, though in the hands of many of the fools that we deal with these days, probably would have been to their detriment. It's a benefit. It's a benefit to be able to communicate without paying for it. It's a benefit to be able to like just turn on the healing frequency and there you go, get better.
Bro, I need a healing right now.
Has anyone in here heard about the theories that Nikola Tesla may not have even existed? I know I've heard Crow talk about this a few times, but I've been too lazy to look into it. And I don't know if anybody in here has like a quick synopsis or not, but it seemed like a good time to ask.
I mean, you can make the same claim about any historical figure. Unless you were there, how do you know? But then that just kind of seems retarded.
Yeah, just based on what Crow's done career-wise, typically when he says something like that, I'll actually put some thought into it. But I wouldn't doubt if there are a lot of figures like that in history that are just completely fabricated. I'm sure there probably are.
Well, I can say that the man appears to have existed. Now, the question is more, did he invent all that stuff that is claimed to be his? I think that's more the question. But the fact that he existed, I mean, yeah, there's like hundreds of articles written about him, pictures with other people, his stay in certain hotels for years and years. Yeah, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was suggesting it in the way, like, because I like how people discuss Einstein, that he was really just a character. You know, they have a handful of pictures of him. They built a story up around him. They just made a character out of a guy. And so
Well, that's
maybe
more
that's
easy to believe though, because there's distinguishing differences between him and Tesla. Because all he did is just run his mouth, whereas whether you can prove it or not, I understand the discussion, right? Tesla actually did practical things. So maybe he wasn't the originator and he was like the stagecraft, whatever, if you want to make that claim. But it's fundamentally different from what Einstein did, because literally contributed nothing to society, nothing tangible, except maybe his offspring. Because all of his quote experiments were just running his mouth. Now I'm being somewhat hyperbolic because he might have done some other stuff, but generally speaking, you get what I mean.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, not always, but I felt that way about the difference between him and Tesla for a long time. I was just curious because on a few shows I've heard people bring up Tesla and Crow. I don't know if you've listened to Crow 777 or not, but he has this way of saying something but not giving enough information about what he's saying. Like if he's not going to go into a topic, he'll make a comment, but then he just leaves it there, and you're sitting there like, huh, well, what's he talking about? And I'd never heard any of that before. That was the first time I'd heard it. So I just didn't know if anybody in here was familiar with that theory or, that's it.
I've heard pieces here and there. I think what's more interesting is the unspoken about elements of his story. Because according to what I've looked into, at a certain point in his journey, he was kind of taken in with all the, I don't know what you'd call it, but like the underground Black Ops type technology stuff, and that he was working for the same people that we complain about. But that was like when he was really old.
So just think about all the people that they're like totally on their nuts, right? Like Stephen Hawking. Oh, he's so smart. Einstein. Oh, he's a genius. Edison. Whoa, what a fucking whiz that guy. But then all their like inventions, all the things that they supposedly did, it turns out that they're either like really hard to verify whether or not this is even something amazing or real. And then they're like, oh yeah, Tesla was crazy. He like married a pigeon or whatever. I don't know. I would lean more towards Tesla was real and he was smart. He just kind of got screwed over by the system. But like Stephen Hawking, Einstein, Edison were all like room temperature IQ, if not actually mentally disabled, just being taken advantage of. Like Stephen Hawking, if that dude is not an animatronic, he's just a prisoner.
Right? That story just is like they want us to take the mick out of the guy. I don't see it as anything else.
Nah, I don't think they want us to take the piss out of him. I literally think that dude is either not real or he's like a disabled person and they've just got like a robot voice that says, smart shit. He just sits there looking
Yeah,
like a genius or
like
whatever.
when I said him, I meant like the character because I'm kind of with you. It just too much of it seems like bullshit. Kind of like with that blind musician. What's his name? Hit the road, Jack. That geezer. It's like this is a funny bit for the stage, but you don't really expect me to take it seriously. That the blind man caught the thing that was falling down.
Bro, I don't even know. Like, I was driving yesterday and I was sitting in traffic and I saw this blind guy walking down the street with his stick. And I'm staring at him completely shamelessly. Because I don't care if you're blind or not. If I'm going to look at you, I'll look at you. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with staring at somebody when you're sitting in traffic. But then he fucking looks up at me and just like starts staring right at me. Like we made eye contact and he's like still walking down the street with his stick, like not even looking in the direction that he's looking at. And I was like, bro, are you fucking with me right now? Like, what the fuck? I thought you're supposed to be blind. But maybe he's not like fully blind. Maybe he is fully blind. It's just that thing, like when when somebody's staring at you is so strong.
Right.
Like
it could
even
be like
blind
a
people feel it.
combination of all right. He could be partially blind, just getting some extra cash from government. You never know.
This was like a full 15-second long stare down. This wasn't like, okay, he's looking at me and
He was mad dogging
now
you,
he's
man.
not. He was fucking. I was getting mad dogged by this blind guy. I don't know why I mixed up being homeless and blind. Those two things are obviously not the same.
Elijah, you were talking about Ray Charles.
Well, I think that dude might have been faking it.
Yeah, I was just using it as an example of the kind of characters that are out there in the what do you call it? In the populace.
So Stevie Wonder caught a mic stand that was falling over once.
Dude, all those blind musicians are fucking faking it. I'm serious, dude. Stevie Wonder and Ray
I'm
Charles.
mixing names up myself. Sorry.
Well, check it out.
Faking it.
So there's movies that tell us that there's ninja masters who can be blind and like be better fighters than the people who can see. Now, if that's true, right? And now I'm already going down tons of rabbit holes by saying if something in a movie is true, I feel like it's maybe physically possible to be that good at hearing that you might be able to get lucky and catch something falling over like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but the kind of work you have to put into that, and it's not like that's the only flaw in his story, right? There's so many examples.
Well, and I wonder why he would even do that.
Because
Like,
the
just let the thing
principle
fall. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just let
'cause
it
the
fall. Like, why are you
principle-
going to catch it? Do you catch it when you're in rehearsal? Like, why is it a habit for you to go and catch the mic stand? Anyway, go ahead.
Right. I wasn't gonna get lost in the story. I just thought it was an example, kind of parallel with Mr. Doo 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 Doo.
Yeah.
His last words were the window shut down sound. You know, all that. But with
You talk about Stephen Hawking saying when he died, he made the fucking windows shut down noise.
Yeah. For real.
Dude, that's almost worse than what I said.
So, but with the eyes closed thing, that principle makes sense. I'm sure there's some bored ninjas who do that, like, but we used to train like that, on purpose. So in the grappling that I used to do, they would just for practice and stuff. You'd use a blindfold just to hone certain elements of the skill. So it doesn't
Where
Doesn't
are
seem
all
too
the
far fetched,
blind
but
famous musicians today? There are none. There are none. And you know why? It's because that shit is way, way too hard to fake these days.
they're looking for their cane.
Holy crap, dude! Dude. Did you guys know that Andrea Bocelli was, Andrea Bocelli was blind as well?
No idea who that is.
He's a opera singer.
Yeah, maybe. I don't see why that's such an issue in general. It's not like you need your eyes to sing. Maybe he burst them doing all those stupid high notes. Did you say a man or a woman?
He's
The
a
name
man.
kind of.
I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
thinking it's like we had all these blind musicians and artists back in the day, and now these days, we don't have any. Something suspicious. It just seems like everybody was pulling a Helen Keller, or not everybody, but a lot of people were pulling the old Helen Keller card until like it got too hard to fake or something like that.
Or maybe it's a product of society. Now that everyone's got handouts, instead of the blind people doing something more fantastic to make their way, they're just going into boring office jobs. Maybe they've just drowned the creativity of all the blind folk.
Maybe they just cured blindness. All it is.
Blindness is fake news.
Oh shoot, barbecue
Yeah,
left.
for the
That's the question.
Got it.
Is anyone else getting a crazy delay this morning? Because I'm hearing myself echoing through somebody, and I can tell there's a gnarly delay.
You might just be today. We've got high ping at the moment.
There's been echoes and there's been delays.
What's up, Boston Bear? How you doing?
Out on my bike, going with the wind, so you can hear me.
Actually, I didn't hear any wind. You sounded fine.
Yeah, because the wind's going with me. A minute ago, it would have been just way too loud. Elijah, I posted Anthony Botticelli and Ed Sheeran collab. It's a pretty good video. Looks like barbecue's back. If you had a question for him.
Oh, dope. What's up, dude? I was just gonna ask what you thought of that business proposal that I sent you. I know it was kind of like a rough draft, but if you had any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Austin, oh, it wasn't you. Never mind. Wrong person. I sent him a link from a different person about a co-op or something in Ohio. It wasn't you. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic muted, guys. Was that making a ton of noise?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, good.
Is everybody just quiet, or did my mic cut out or something?
I think we're all just having a little meditative session real quick.
Nah, man, I'm just making fun of people who think they're smart talking at dinner. That is, you guys check the live stream text. Man, if I spit this shit at dinner table tonight, all my loser virgin friends will think I'm smart like a scientist. Then we can all have a second glass of wine and go nuts. I think I might be able to touch Linda tonight. Okay. Oh my god. Now, I don't mean to pick on people who ask for it, but wait. Yes, I do.
There's definitely like an art to bullying and to being bullied.
Well, listen. Yeah, the right way to do it is to bully somebody about some shit they need to fix in the first place. Right? You don't pick on somebody for like having a zit. It's like, well, the zit showed up. It's not really their fault. Yeah, maybe someone could wash their face more. I don't know. But the zit, nah. You make fun of somebody for something they do, like it's like a social mistake they make, like a faux pas. If they're always making noises like right, little ticks that someone does, say, hey man, what's the deal? You know, just poke at him and be like, yo, you don't have to do that. That's a choice. Quit it.
Yeah, I agree. I think somewhere along the lines, like the school systems were like, okay, we can't be bullying anymore. And so like kids found a way around it to like do weirder stuff. And it's no good.
Yeah, or like if someone's a liar, right? And you catch them lying all the time, you can make fun of them for lying, just so that you make them also understand with your intention that you're trying to help them out. Like you know, oh, don't call him just a fucking liar and leave it at that. Be like, yo, you know that you lied, right? You don't have to lie to people. You don't have to lie to kick it, bruh. You know, just make it fun. I don't know.
Yeah, if you keep lying, you're gonna become an astronaut.
Right.
Wouldn't that be crazy if like kids only bullied each other about like if over like bad behavior? Like kids would only ever bully each other if they're like not eating their vegetables or not brushing their teeth or not doing their homework or something.
Right. Yeah, like Brother's Keeper, dude. I grew up with big brothers, and sometimes they'd make fun of me, and it sucked, and it was for no good reason, but that they had emotional issues they were trying to deal with, or it was based a little bit in reality. Like, you know, like sitting at the dinner table, always asking too many questions, right? Like never just saying, "Okay, I get it," that kind of thing. I was made fun of a lot for those things, and I, I don't know. A lot of times it was bad, and a lot of times it was beneficial. I think that a big brother can do that.
Or you could say, what are you, the Lion King? Are you a diabetic? You got diabetes?
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the exact way that I meant to say. Good job.
The only bully that I ever really had ended up, like his whole family got struck by a tragedy, and then like we ended up becoming friends later in life.
Every bully I ever knew was either dead, oddly enough, or just had terrible, terrible stuff. Well, they made a series of bad decisions that led to like terrible things happening in their life. But I don't know anybody that was a bully that grew up to be like a well-rounded person that's doing well.
Yeah, seriously. In fact, most of them, like the more well-rounded people that I know, got bullied and then eventually stood up for themselves. And it's always a good story.
Yeah, man, nothing made me want to put on 40 pounds of muscle like getting bullied by one of my best friends that was like, dude, why don't you just start working out? And I'm like, whatever, dude. I was lazy, smoking weed, I didn't give a fuck. And then finally I let his kind of teasing and bullying of me, start to take care of my body better. So that helped.
Heck yeah, dude. I got into a couple scuffles when I was a teenager that made me want to, really start taking my martial arts seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, those are good lessons.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to say is like bullying is good because then it puts people in a position where they have to stand up for themselves. And if you don't get a good chance to practice that as a child, like the stakes just get higher when you're an adult.
Yep. Yeah, there's a fine line between like building trauma in someone with bullying and then tough love, I think.
Dude, my bully didn't even remember that he was my bully.
Yeah,
Pretty crazy.
most don't. Most are not going to remember that because they were going through something. So they were suffering so badly that they're not. You know what I mean? Like they were acting out all the time. So they didn't. They don't. They're not going to remember one or two instances unless they like turned into something legal or really big or something.
Well, dude, when I saw the look on his face when I was like when I told him, I was like, yeah, man, I forgive you for all that stuff that happened in 8th grade. And he was like, had no idea what I was talking about. This dude literally like would rough me up and like tie me to a fence every morning at like 7:30 a.m. like where the fucking school buses would drop me off. So I'd be like late for class, like busted lip. like
Yeah, man.
dude didn't
But
even
listen,
remember. He didn't even remember. But dude, he was dealing with his dad got assassinated in his own home.
yeah, see, like he was
Like,
dealing with some shit that was way, I mean, to be fair, I guess to his situation is way worse than a busted lip every morning. I mean, he had some crazy stuff going on. But that's, yeah, seeing that look on someone's face after you give them a reality like that there's nothing like it. Yeah.
yeah, he took it pretty well. And like he
That's
apologized.
good.
And we were friends for a while, but then he became overcome with a liberal spirit where like, yeah, I don't know how else to describe it. He just went off the deep
Well,
end.
and That's what a lot of Globers think flat earthers are doing, or quote unquote truth seekers, is like trying to satiate some emotional need that wasn't taken care of or was traumatized growing up. And it's like that is exactly what remaining a globe believer or a believer of stuff like it does. It's almost trauma-based mind control at that point. But we don't do that. That's not why I'm here talking to you guys, talking to anybody trying to figure this out, trying to share what I know. It's not because I want to be right. I don't care if I'm right or not. I want to share what I have and then try to further everyone with the knowledge that I have, with the experience, the empirical experience that I have.
I think it's really interesting, something I've come across recently, and it's the fact that we have our own worldview, right? Like flat earthers, we kind of, for the most part, agree on three things. But there are flat earthers who think that the earth is like moving up at 9.8 meters a second squared for eternity, right? So there are people that deviate from that. But for the most part, we're like having our own worldview, right? And what I mean by that is that the three things that we agree on is flat, stationary, planar Earth, right? And you can't have a vacuum without a container, because that's what we all have experienced, right? We experience this when we go outside. You experience this when you have a flat tire, or you fill up your tank and then run it all out, and then you open that cap and you hear that, like you know that you can't have that partial vacuum without that cap, right? But anyway, my point is that all these people on here that are Globers, they don't have their own worldview. Like, their worldview doesn't come from their senses. They have someone else's worldview that came from their imagination, right? When they turn on the TV, they see the globe, photo or painting, right? Well, you don't know. All you know is that you believe in gravity because you went to school and you have Einstein's worldview. Because you never would have came up with that shit on your own. I don't even know how Einstein did, other than the fact that he was struggling with the Michelson-Morley demonstration. So these people don't have their own worldviews. Like, how fucked up is that? Think about that for a second.
Well, and their worldview is chaos, literally. And then that there's some sort of order that came out of the chaos, but that whatever they've learned, as was discussed earlier, whatever they've learned is subject to change at any given moment. So you never know what's going on in that world. And at any given moment, if someone of higher authority within the scientific realm decides that it's changed, because it has to come down from an authoritative figure in their world too. It can't be somebody else just saying, "Hey, I started logically doing these experiments, and I'm getting this, and this shouldn't be happening." And within our model, they won't listen to that person, and that person typically gets ridiculed unless it comes from like one of the high priests of, which is really what it is. It's got to be like some high-ranking member of that society has to come out and say, okay, we're now changing our view of the universe, or we're changing our view of what the earth is doing. We say it does this now, and then they all start parroting that. So you never know where you are, what you're gonna live on, or what the parameters are gonna be.
Right, but think about it. Like, you have to wait for the TV to tell you that now it's okay to believe in aliens because the government said it's okay, right? It's like, the more the government makes it like socially acceptable to talk about aliens, the more people like them are going to be like, okay. And then there's the reverse bias, right? When you tell a kid, don't steal out of the cookie jar. The kid wasn't even thinking about cookies, but you tried to disrespect his authority and his ego, right? So now he's going to go get the cookies, right? The government does this kind of stuff to us, but back to the worldview thing, like, my worldview is my own. Like, I heard Rob Skiba talk about, the flat earth but I didn't adopt it immediately. Like, I went out and like investigated, and on the internet investigated, and I heard other people talking about their worldview. Yeah, some of them were flat earthers, some of them were globe earthers, some of them were geocentrists, some of them, were electric universe, some of them were cell earthers. But like, I developed my own worldview from my senses. Can any globers say that? Is there any glober that can say that they've experienced the Earth and they've developed their worldview from their senses? I think they all got it from the TV. I literally do. I think they're, enjoying someone else's worldview and defending it fervently, right?
Well, just like that guy that was in here earlier, it sounds like he had a decent amount of education. I don't know how much, but I've got two friends who are master's level. Well, one's a master's level physicist, and the other is a PhD physicist. And they both pride themselves so much on their ability to do that math and what it required for them to get to that level intellectually. And so much of their identity is wrapped up in their ability to do that. And you're treated like you're special, and there's grant funding that comes your way, and there's just so much opportunity that comes your way. They cannot question. It would take a very special person, not that they're not special people or whatever, they're friends of mine, but it would take a special person to be able to say, I really started judging this model, and there's just way too many inconsistencies here for me to speak about it the way that I do and to feel so sure about it. And maybe there is more to what these guys are saying. And they just can't do that. It just always goes back to the math. And this is the lens I see this world through. And if I don't see the world through this lens, then who am I? I don't know who I am anymore. That's like the higher ranking people, I feel like. But it's bizarre to watch.
Sorry. For those people, show them the cosmological constant crisis, the vacuum catastrophe. The string theory, the M theory, or the theory of everything, whatever you want to call it. The math doesn't work. And show them how quantum mechanics completely disagrees with relativity. That's right there in the cosmological constant problem, Wikipedia, first link. Takes you to Harvard. Right there, quantum field theory. And the theory of special relativity, gravity. It don't work. So if they're all about the math, show them these problems. They like math, show them problems. Ask them to solve them. They can't. I believe it's really interesting, the idea of these people around us. Like, it's like, I'm going to go ahead and say it, they're not even capable of having their own worldview. I know it's crazy, right? But, like, okay, think about it like this. If you can read, but you don't read, aren't you effectively illiterate? Like, just because you can read, but you choose not to, you actively avoid reading, like at all costs. What's the difference between you and an illiterate person? And in the same way, if you're so highly educated that you think that you've got it all figured out, and because of that, your ego doesn't allow you to learn anything new, what's the difference between you and a person with really low IQ? that can't learn anything new. Can anybody tell me the difference? So if you have, someone else's worldview and you're incapable of having your own, how are you any different than an NPC?
Good point. That's part of the magic trick. They convinced them, they gave them an opinion, not even theirs, so they accepted whatever the opinion is, and now they're fighting for it. Exactly right. They have no critical thinking, and they don't realize that. They don't realize that they're fighting for somebody else's opinion. That's amazing right there.
For me, it's
It
like
makes them feel safe.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, it makes them feel safe. They feel like they understand something. Someone at a higher level than them figured it out. And like I deal with this with my father-in-law and my dad, talking about it, whether it's politics or science or whatever. They they have these authoritative figures they get their information from, and they do not question them. And to even question them is like sacrilege. It's insane because I'm not qualified. They are. They have degrees or they went to these universities or whatever. And I've realized like I don't even have these discussions with them anymore because they get so shook when you start having these conversations with them. And I realize it's like, okay, this is a safety. It's like a safety blanket.
That is what it is. It's blanky. You can't take blanky away. So I've told this story before. I'll try to make it shorter this time. My stepsister had a stuffed animal growing up. Her name was Fifi, and she would never let her go until she was 13. She never let Fifi go. Fifi had to go everywhere with her. Fifi got filthy, torn up. Right? She's 13 years old, still carrying around this fucking thing. So finally, she gives up Fifi, and her life just improves dramatically. Excuse me. She starts being able to carry other things with her, like a purse and other important items. And she realized once she gave up the thing that was holding her back, she could move forward and do things. But she had to admit that Fifi was holding her back. And
Well, that's
that is the hurdle that we face with
that's
these folks.
that's a lot like beliefs, whether it be religious or even just conventional. People cleave to these these hubristic notions that we've got it all figured out, and there's nothing left to dive deeper into. And they never challenge those beliefs, right? Like they never hold them up to scrutiny upon logic to decipher whether or not they're valid or just some personal biasy. And the world suffers from this. Like we're all kind of at one point or another, maybe even possibly still suffering from this disillusion of distinction without a difference, essentially. But yeah, this gets into like wisdom or the lack thereof, and the world really suffers at this point in time from the lack of wisdom, being able to discern what is and what isn't reality.
Right.
So that's why it's good to have these conversations, right, where we actually dive into what things are versus what they're just conceived as.
Well, and it's how safe do you want to be? Do you want to be intellectually lazy? No, but you don't want to have to try to figure everything out yourself, right? Nobody does. So there's a balance between discerning, honestly and trusting authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot of courage. I feel like to step into this space where you question everything you've ever been told, and I mean everything, and you acknowledge that you've been lied to by every authority figure that you had outside of your household, school, everyone you were told this is your teacher, trust them, trust what they say. You realize all those people are lying to you, the government's lying to you. It takes a level of courage to face that and look at it head on and continue to get up every day and just live your life like, oh, well, I'm just going to find a way to, I'm going to plow my own way through this. There are so many people that they cannot do that. It's too much for them.
I do think we need to be accurate with our language when we say that these people are lying to us. Like, most people aren't lying. They're not like actively trying to deceive you. They just already believe this shit, right? So,
well, that's true. Yeah, I'm speaking in a general term. I mean, that's very true. But at the top,
what I'm saying, can I finish? What I'm saying is it's a very big difference, because like when if you go out and you say, oh, everyone's trying to intentionally deceive me, right? That's kind of that's going to make you very paranoid very quickly. Whereas if you're just like, oh yeah, well they're just trying to go along to get along just like everyone else, and they don't really want to, they didn't know to like critique this stuff, and they didn't know, then it's a much more innocent thing, isn't it? So you then say, okay, well I'm surrounded by people who don't really critically think, yeah, that's cool, but they're not out to get me, right? So I'm just saying it's a different mindset.
I totally agree, and I that's the mindset I have, and I think I probably just take it for granted. And I was just speaking generally. I do think somewhere there's, levels to these things, like a pyramid, if you will, and it's somewhere at the top of educational institutions and all that stuff, whoever is deciding what curriculum goes in and out, there are people that know some of these things, or maybe a lot of these things. But
I would agree with Elijah on the fact that they're not directly trying to come out and get you, right, or deceive you, but they are indirectly, because a lot of those people are for this disinformation act, right? Like, they don't want the nature of discussions that we have to be mainstream. They think it's disadvantageous for the populace.
Did bro just call me Elisha?
Oh, my bad. Is that Carlos? Who am I talking to?
No worry, no.
Brenda. That's crack villain. Nah, that's wild. I don't know how he got you mixed up with it. It's not even the same fucking accent, for crying out loud.
They all sound alike. Sorry.
Oh, shit. Listen, Napalm, it's fine. I forgive you.
Hey, I'll take that. I'll take that. Napalm's just a good guy.
Hey, I want to be honest, and I was thinking about what I just said, and I also suffered from this in the past, right? Like, in the beginning of my life, I was Christian because I was raised Christian. So, also believed in the globe at one time. So, at one time, I acted like an NPC as well. So, I'm not claiming holier than thou or anything like that. Since then, I went and studied all the other main religions except for Islam, and chose Christianity as opposed to, just going with the flow, and went back and investigated the earth, and it took me a long time, right? I was on the fence for a while. And, like, right before the Black Swan came out, like, I think I started to believe, truly believe. And then after that, I went to the beach at Corpus Christi. I went to North Beach, and I saw Ingleside on the Bay from in the water. The water was up to my armpits. And at that point, I gained my own worldview.
yeah, that's awesome, man. That's the journey, and not many people can do that.
Just a small town girl.
Hey, it was great listening to everybody today and talking to y'all. I got to go. Have a good day, everybody.
You too, man. Catch you later.
I went to the beach and, looked. I didn't even know it was over there. Never been there before. I was like, that looks far away. And then when I got in the hotel room, I was like, that's 10 miles away. Okay, like I can see that. And then I did like the little guy on the map where you can see like the Google car images. And I was like, oh, there's no, 6-story buildings over there. I shouldn't be able to see this. And it's like, I've brought this up to Globers, and they're like, yeah, you should have been able to see that. Like, I was like, even on a globe? They were like, oh, yeah, refraction. It's like, okay, I don't believe refraction the way I don't think it happens the way that you think that it happens. And it's the squatting dog. Does refraction happen? Well, yes, it does. I've seen a fish tank before. Refraction does happen. Therefore, everything we say about refraction is true. No, that's not actually how it works. The way it actually works is that you have to demonstrate what you're saying is true. And you can't. So refraction is not an argument against flat earthers. It's an admission. They're admitting, yeah, we can't see the geometric horizon. So we're going to do word salad now. But yeah, we can't see the geometric horizon. The thing that we used to say proved the Earth was a globe. Now you can't prove anything.
Yeah, I'd even be able to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like if it was like, all right, well, like the horizon's not at like, no, I honestly couldn't. But let's say I did. And it's like, okay, you say the horizon's 4 miles away, but it's really like 4.2 miles away. Okay. Uh, I wouldn't be as confident. Like it because it's still that reasonable doubt that's like in there. Like, but we're talking about 1,000% off. Like fuck off. Like 1,000%? No. No, just absolutely not. Sorry. We're not talking about the horizon's 1.2 miles, but okay, it's really 1.4. Like that shit is like beyond 10 miles for the Black Swan example. That shit was nowhere to be seen from New York, from Coney Island to New Jersey in my observation. It was just the shore of New Jersey. Horizon is way the fuck somewhere like out in the distance. Beyond Jersey Shore, wherever the fuck it was. It's like, no, that's not how if I'm to live on a globe with geometric considerations, then there are consequences. There are things that I would expect. If I can't have any expectations of what I believe to be true, then I mean, what's the point?
I think what it boils down to is that there's so much tax dollars off of, the working man, right? To give it to their friends, their buddies. Like, hey, we got a budget. In order to make sure that we hit our budget, we need to spend $500 on a hammer. Do you know anybody who's selling a hammer? Like, oh yeah, I got a friend. Yeah, I totally got a friend who's selling a hammer. Guess how much he wants for it? $500. Sold. Like, we got to get that budget right. And it's like us, we're looking at this like $500 for a hammer. What about all these homeless vets? Like, I'm not totally against socialist programs. I think we should take care of our homeless veterans. Like, does that make me a socialist? Well, I guess it does. But, instead we're like making sure that, NASA's friends who sell, $500 hammers are taken care of. Because you know that if there's government spending, there's going to be corruption, right? I mean, kind of goes without saying. So what would happen if we audited NASA? Like if we straight up like audited NASA, do you think we would find any discrepancies? Do you think we would find something like, whoops, Like we didn't really need to spend $499.99 on a hammer. I think we would find that shit everywhere. And what it boils down to is that we're calling bullshit and we're going, look, these people are corrupt. And there's a group of people here going, no, they're not. Like, yeah, they are. Like, there's lots of evidence that NASA is corrupt. It's like, if you refuse to see it, it's willful ignorance at this point.
Yeah,
What do you think? What do you think that would look like auditing NASA? Like, how do you picture that going down?
Well, me and Napalm discussed this before because he actually, I think he's worked in audit. So it depends on if you mean in like in what way do you mean audit? Are you talking about like a financial audit, or are you talking about just a general spring clean of their honesty? Like, in what way are you talking about audit?
Well, I guess that would be my question first as well. It's like when I think of audit, I'm like, oh, what are you like sending them a letter in the mail? Are you like going down to Cape Canaveral with a file and a folder, and you're like, excuse me, I'm here to audit you? Like, I just don't understand what that's going to look like.
Yeah. So like a financial audit would be virtually impossible to conduct because anything that's a discrepancy, well, many discrepancies, they would just say, oh yeah, we sent that shit into space. With a lot of other audits, there's ways of tracking the usage of X, Y, and Z, right? And then there's also, for instance, if you're going to a bean factory and they do tins of beans, you'll have examples of what other bean factories have done in the past. So you could say, oh, this is reasonable or this is unreasonable. Well, how are you going to compare NASA to anything else? So there's a few difficulties in auditing them financially. In terms of the actual honesty, it should be obvious that they're lying to your face, but that's down to discernment, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
You guys want to see a super amazing video?
Is it under 37 seconds long?
It is under 37 minutes.
Okay, I could work with that. I was just kind of messing around. If it's cool, I'll watch it, obviously.
It's not that long though. It's like one of those vlogger type videos where they go to see different cool places of the world. So it's of the one of the Bolivian, or is it just Bolivian? One Bolivian salt flat. And I mean, the amount of times that they say it's so goddamn flat, it's crazy. It's not just them saying it's flat. They even talk about an island like 55 kilometers in the distance that they can see, and the guy is like, how far away do you think that is? And she's like, looks like about like a 6-hour walk. And he was like, try 11. Yeah, it's so flat that your depth perception is
Other
shot,
thing
so it's like
happening.
so dangerous. What
What's up? You weren't
what
roboting or anything. I don't know what that
was
guy
I
said. But
roboting?
no, you weren't. That's why I was saying you weren't roboting. So I don't know. I think maybe they were.
No,
Or
you
they had a
guys,
hot
you guys are
mic.
fine.
You can always expect
There you go.
Jeremy to just start talking right before I finish.
Jeremy, please no interruptions. Thank you.
Yeah, Jeremy, this is a verbal warning. Okay, bud.
You're a mod for goddamn sakes.
Guys, please.
Jeremy, you're hot,
Jeremy, I
Mike.
didn't do
Who
that to make
fucking
fun of you,
did
dude. I was
that?
just there because I thought it was awesome.
Who just
Elijah,
did
please, back
that?
to your observation, dude.
Please, guys.
Well, now, what'd you say? I think you were coming in clear there.
No, I was just saying back to your observation, dude. It was a great observation because of the walking distance you were just illustrating.
Okay.
All
Are
right,
you
so
going to drop that link?
I guess let's watch. Yeah, hold on. Whew, destroyed by distractions. Let me save that in my playlist. Okay.
Jeremy, somebody here has got a real killer impersonation of you. It's not pretty spot on, honestly. I thought it was you.
Anybody have YouTube Red or the one without like ads and shit?
Yeah, premium.
Oh yeah, I call that Ad Block Plus.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Well, if you guys could play it, that'd be swell. It's only actually 13 minutes long and change. But I mean, my God, like first of all, the reason that I want like flat earthers to see this video is because actually water being level is like pretty much it's not even an argument. It's just what it is. It's an observation. It's an axiom. And then on top of that, you have what's called specular reflection. I mean, is that what it's called? Yeah, specular reflection. And if you type that into Google and you look at the images and you can see the angles that would cause a specular reflection, but the baseline of it is a flat surface, a completely flat surface. That's why the Bolivian salt flats are perfect. No, my bad. Yeah, right. Bolivian salt flats are perfect because there's only like a couple of inches of water, and if it's not windy and not doing anything, I mean, it's a perfectly flat mirror. As a matter of fact, when you type in natural flat mirror, the salt flats are the first thing to come up. You can't have a flat curved mirror like that. Doesn't make any sense. So anyway, oh, I posted it in the wrong place. My bad.
Yeah, I think the actual the commercial name for it is the Uni salt flat salt pan in
Yeah.
Bolivia. I'll once you post up your link, I'll post up this link to back it up.
Arriba.
Yeah,
Underlink.
Matthew. The square footage is too great for us to claim like barely bent or
Yeah,
whatever it
it's
is you're
barely
trying to
bending.
say. So like just
10,000. Sorry, I was just gonna say on that 10,000 square kilometers, man.
Bro, you can tell
and it's
that
not like you're looking at the whole entire 10,000 square kilometers, but when you're looking at the mirror image of how far away the clouds are and the reflection that you can see because of your angle on the ground, like it just is what it is. Like I'm tired of us. Like, look at how fast the Globers come out now. You see what I'm saying? Look at how fast they.
bro,
Anyway,
you can tell how how globular the Earth is by how flat the Bolivian salt flats are.
yeah.
Indeed.
The Earth obviously
We know
exhibits.
it's curved and spinning because of how flat and motionless it is. That's how we know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're getting it. You're getting it. This is called Elon Musk tier logic.
See, look at Matthew talking about specular reflection on a curved surface.
Right. I just
Except
showed a picture.
that's not what we're talking about. There are different kinds of specular reflections. That's not what I'm talking about. Sorry, buddy.
Come on, Matthew. Bring us that globe evidence. Keep your pen strong, Matthew.
I don't. Yeah, I don't want to say anything. We have different definitions of what flat means, so I don't think it's.
I don't know why
How
you would
could
have a different
we
definition
have?
of flat. That's crazy. But anyway, can we play the video?
I want to hear this, Matthew. How do you define flat?
It's everything that has the same distance to the center of the Earth is like the salt flats. They're all the same gravitational equipotential surface. The common sense definition of flat is just sort of like a geometrically, like a geometrical plane. But when we're talking about Earth science, we're talking about different things.
Okay, so then in your definition, the Earth is flat. Good job, Matthew. Go ahead and say it. The Earth is flat.
I would use the word level, so I'd say the surface of
No. You just said that you believed that the definition of flat is equal distance to the center of the Earth. So in your definition, the Earth is flat, Matthew. Go ahead and say it.
Using that definition, the surface of the
No, but
Whoa,
don't
guys.
look.
Hold on. Whoa, Elijah. He was in the middle. Let Matthew finish what he's saying.
Yeah, so using that definition of flat, the surface of water is flat. It's just a common sense definition. Everybody knows the surface of water is flat.
Yeah. So anyway, but for some reason, Matthew used the one definition of level that actually contradicts itself. That's why we don't use definitions with words that contradict the definition of the thing you're
Words
trying to define. It's second of all, you don't have any proof that flat or level is equidistant. Any point on a sphere equidistant from the center. That's just you claiming it. Second of all, it's contradictory to the meaning of level anyway. So,
yeah,
can we
words.
watch the video though? Because I really don't care what you think. You're going to be a flat earther to the day you
Oh
pass.
no, likewise. Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be a glober. So.
Well, no, he just said that he defines the Earth as flat. So I mean, he's a flat earther.
Everyone's a flat earther.
Because flat also means globe. Like they have to hijack everything. Like if he wanted to be black, he'd be like, I'm black, and I'm like, but Matthew, you're white. He's like, yeah, but I'm black. It's like
words rarely have just one definition.
Okay, that's
Yeah, but
that's a red hair.
They rarely have the definition that is the opposite of the definition, though. That's what Elijah's saying.
Right.
It'd be like if red in the dictionary and red was defined as could be red or blue or purple or green, whatever.
Has anyone here considered that the globe is just a social construct?
That's false.
Well, no,
I think it's just a social construct. Honestly, it's kind of like gender. It's just it's whatever I want it to be.
Guys,
what I will
Can we
say
have
is
our
I
solid?
think
Can we have
I
our
think it's
solid flat party as we watch this video before they take us?
1 second, Elijah. 1 second, Elijah. Just on the social construct thing. Social construct is just an idea that is understood by a group of people, right? So the globe is a social construct, whether it's true or not. So for Matthew to say that's false, he doesn't understand what social construct is if he says it's false, because we can all refer to a quote unquote globe, whether it exists or not. Okay, so that's something to be said. So just understand social construct.
Like Piers Morgan identified as black and lesbian. Is that okay?
Is stunning and brave, my guy. That is stunning and brave.
Sorry, Elijah. Do you want to go ahead, bro?
I've just seen possibly the best body I've ever seen in my life, and it came with the best ass I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe it.
But, all glory to Christ, dude.
What's Kosho doing in New York?
Who knows?
I thought he lived there.
Oh, you're what? Ew.
Got him.
I was waiting for the breakout on that. I was like, wait, did he just talk about Kosho in the same breath? Hold on a minute. Yeah, I think it's funny that when the social question came up, the social construct question came up, Matthew was the first person to respond. And what I will say is that I do tend to, I like that statement, and I tend to lean towards it because it is an idea, as you say, that is talked about and held up among a bunch of people, and they constantly appeal to some form of an authority to continually prop up their model. I'll shut up now. Elijah, if you want to pop on that video, if people are interested, please.
Yeah, anybody who has like a YouTube Premium or ad blocker or whatever it is, Can you play that?
Yeah,
I mean, I could play it, but it might be like an ad in there.
I'm not gonna hate you if there's an ad, dude. I too am frugal and do not pay YouTube any money. Yeah, but
Well, I mean, I did pay it for like a long time, but now I like ads. I don't know. It's sometimes that like there's a book called Insta Millionaire, and it went from this dude like being he had to go through poverty training, so his family cut him off. Next thing you know, 800 chapters later. That's right, 800 chapters later. Um, like dude is now doing like he's like more powerful than Goku or some shit. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? This book is all over the place, but I like the ads. Okay, they do tend to sell you shit that sometimes you want to buy.
I
All
only
right,
brought up the social construct thing because, well, first of all, that's not. I was being facetious. I don't think that's a good argument. I just think there's a lot of people out there who would not hesitate to tell you that gender is a social construct, or race is a social construct, or being disabled is a social construct, or some ridiculous thing like that. So I was kind of making a joke and just saying like, oh yeah, isn't the shape of the Earth is a social construct too? We're just going to be making shit up.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, man. When they talk about all this shit, because what they're saying something that's true, but implying something that's not true, right? So you have to understand that this is actually a deliberate tactic, because literally every idea that's understood by a group of people is socially constructed, right? That's the literal definition of a social construct. So when someone says like, "Oh, gender is a social construct," that is true because we all understand the concept of that. But what's implied is that there's no biological underpinning, which is wrong. That's a lie. Okay. So I just want to be clear about what they're doing.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Constructing an idea socially. Well done. I like it. And I'll tag on, if you don't appeal to that socially constructed idea, you will be outcasted and made fun of.
I would actually add to that as well that I reject the term gender. I think it's nonsense. I don't think gender exists. So when you guys are talking about gender, I'm talking about sex, biological sex, right? So biological sex obviously exists, like obviously, and everything because it's observable and repeatable and all the rest testable. So when they say gender is a social construct, it's like, wow, you've just said like everything in that sentence is wrong and misleading, you know?
all right. So who's gonna play the video?
Not it.
Anyone? Anyone?
I'm sorry, I can't.
I don't have permissions, but I'm ready to watch if somebody's a mod.
I got you, JT. What's your name?
Thank you.
Yeah, run Boston Bear. I've got YouTube Premium if you want me to play it.
Okay, run. Hold on, I got you. Hold on.
Jeremy is so lazy. He could have did it. He's sitting right there.
Dude, I don't have YouTube Premium, but I do have a Costco card. Just want to throw that out there.
What can a CAA membership do? Anything up here? CAA? Anybody? Accept it?
I don't know what that is, but I can get you 2% back on all your purchases.
I don't know if we're gonna keep the live stream quiet. Well, hold on. We're not gonna like shut the whole live stream down for this, right? It might kill the VC. How long is it?
13 minutes, Jeremy.
Yeah, we can't.
Why would it? Why would it kill
I
the
mean,
live
people can
stream?
watch it.
It's not like I'm Jin, you know. Like, and we got like to take a whole day out. Like it. It is relevant.
Not like I'm
Relevant.
Jin. Dude, I don't think anybody in here would confuse you with Jin, bro. Don't say that.
All right, I'm just
I'm
gonna
just
share my
saying, bro.
screen.
People might keep talking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like maybe mute the deafen alive the chat and then watch it. I don't know.
Right now, only you're
I just
talking.
don't want the live stream.
I think we all already committed to it. So stop trying to fuck it up.
Hey, did you guys hear about that submarine that went missing?
Everyone just stop talking. What's going on?
I don't know. I told a joke and nobody found it funny. I think or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I've been put myself on mute is because I'm driving. I don't want to kind of all the background noise to piss everyone off.
Dude, honestly, I'd love to hear.
Go on.
Sorry, I was gonna say I'd rather hear your British driving noises. I'd rather hear you driving in British than just silence. So it's all good.
Drives in British.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So. Yeah, I mean,
Or if you connect to the video we're watching, maybe you won't hear any silence.
bro, I'm driving. I'm not going to watch a video.
Oh. It's
Yeah,
almost,
I'm not able to look at my screen either.
just want y'all to see the point where they talk about the distance to the island. Though they don't talk about the elevation of the little island that they're standing on. I mean, you can see this shit is as flat as fuck. It's as flat as it gets. Right? There's no convexity anywhere on it.
Yeah, cool, man. So, I find the kind of the ideas around social constructs quite interesting because obviously you can, as an individual or a group of people, put any idea out there, and it's whether it bites or not that it becomes socially constructive, right? But it seems to be now what's happening is that the powers that be are actually trying to force fake social constructs onto the society at large that seem to be obviously rejected by them, but they just act like they haven't been. You know, that I find quite interesting.
Yeah, like just trying to generate it from getting people to believe it and then build that construct within that, like without it even being linked to reality.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, normally social constructs, or I mean, gender roles is a good example. I don't think that gender exists, right? So but people talk about these gender roles, right? So, like, a man does the X and a woman does Y. But this stuff springs up organically, and pragmatically, and as a matter of necessity, right? It never in the past was some guy in central London or in Washington DC decides that he's going to try and manipulate everyone, and now this is all the ideas everyone's going to have. You know, so it's that I find interesting because it was always organic before, organic and kind of grassroots was how all of these ideas were propagated, and also over time. You know, it wasn't quick; it was always a slow process.
Well, on the gender thing, I had someone tell me, I said to them that I've never had to call anyone they or them. Like, I've never had anyone ask me to call them that. And then their response was, "Oh, you must not have a very diverse group of people that you interact with." I was like, "Wow, what a twisted, you know, in my viewpoint, what a twist on that whole concept. Like, this very newfangled idea of twisting the English language into something that doesn't actually make sense because they and them is not used for a single individual. Somehow, just because I've never had anyone ask me to call them that, now I'm not very diverse."
But also, it's like, well, is that supposed to be an insult? Like, and also you have to ask, like, what does diversity even mean? I mean, in this group here, we've got many different accents, we've got many different cultures, but we all like talking about flat Earth. So if you were to say to them, "Oh, I was hanging out with some flat Earthers earlier," would they then say, "Oh, that's not very diverse"? Well, it's like, well, there's people from all over America, all over Europe, all over, you know, different parts of the world. We've got people in Asia, all sorts, who come in and talk about this stuff. Like, is that diverse? Does diversity only count when we're talking about, you know, whatever the current hot topic of the, you know, far left is? Like, you know, and also, why is that even necessarily a positive? Like, if all of my friends, every single one of my friends was the same demographic as me, why would that be a problem? You know, so it's like, I don't know, man. Just like, they don't seem to be able to just allow people to just do whatever they actually want to do. So you're not allowed. So I guess, Joe, the question I have for you is: did you feel like attacked by that statement? Was it a deliberate? Do you think that was like a deliberate attack on your character? Is that where you're kind of going?
No, not really. I didn't necessarily see it as an attack. It just seemed like a comment that was, well, I guess maybe that person didn't intend for it to be, maybe. Like, by me maybe pointing out that, you know, it's either not common or it's not, you know, I haven't had anyone ask me to call them that. And then somehow them saying that, well, I must not have a diverse, you know, range of people I interact with. I guess is like their way of trying to maybe like, oh, well, this is normal. You're just not diverse enough to catch up to the idea or something, rather than, oh yeah, this idea is bizarre, doesn't make sense in the English language, is potentially based on some kind of I mean, not to be rude to anyone, but maybe some kind of a mental disorder, with all due respect, that somebody, has some desire to twist the English language into, trying to have different, ways, pronouns and different, basically changing the English language to get other people to go along with that. That's actually an aberration. I guess that's what it is. Like, is that the aberration, or am I the aberration just because I don't have, tons of people in my life that are asking me to use the English language in a faulty way? That
right
is that's why it links to that social construct, like that was brought up originally, which I think it's interesting to think of the entire globe as a social construct idea. That is pretty interesting to think about how that's a factor.
Yeah, it's a very strong social construct. Virtually the entire world thinks it's true. So, it's obviously a social construct. It's one of the big social constructs of our time, right? But what I guess what I was asking you is, you said you didn't interpret it as an attack on your character, and then 30 seconds later you said that you felt like they were claiming you weren't diverse enough, right, or whatever. Which is clearly an attack on your character, because then they're saying, well, you don't fit what I consider to be normal, so I will attack you and judge you for it. But what they consider to be normal isn't necessarily normal, just because they think it is. And is normal even something to aspire to? I mean, there's all these questions around them.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like, to use another example, which I've heard people joke about, let's say somebody wanted to be called Your Majesty, and a bunch of people, like, they want, their pronoun is Your Majesty. And that would be, sort of an uncommon, it's also sort of a misuse of the English language in some ways too, to just everybody's Your Majesty, and then if someone were to say, oh, you know what, I've never met anyone that told me to call them Your Majesty. And then if someone were to say, oh, well, you must not have a very diverse group of people. You're, because you're the aberration, you're the problem, because you don't know people that are doing this already. But if that's just a social construct in the beginning, it doesn't really have validity, like based in, history or based in anything that's actually real. It's just a group of people trying to sway people into following some kind of new convention.
I like to be called master. Will you use my pronouns?
Well, normally I like to
That
call.
was awesome.
Sorry, I thought you finished. Sorry.
Yep. My bad. But
Yeah,
yeah,
normally
that was awesome.
You go.
Go ahead, Crypto. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So normally I like to call men Your Majesty he and women Your Majesty her. Yeah, that's
so Matthew, see the thing is, the difference between your specular reflection and the one with the Bolivian salt flats is obviously the thing that you're looking at is not flat, and the Bolivian salt flats are flat. The other different thing to note, obviously, is the fact that everything in the background is perfectly symmetrical versus what you tried to show us. So,
Hey Elijah, did they say that's 10,000 square kilometers?
yeah, the whole
And
thing.
they
Not
went
that you're seeing the whole thing,
right,
but
right. But then they went to the middle, and then someone was talking. How far was that island that we could see from the when they climbed up on that little mountain?
55 kilometers.
Dude, that's unbelievable. And then one thing I wanted to mention was I noticed the sunset. The sunset looked just like it looks anywhere else on Earth. And that should be impossible, right? Because if the physical horizon's 3 to 4 miles away, yet they're on a salt flat that's 10,000 square kilometers and the sunset looks the same, then it's not obstruction because of a ball Earth.
Wait, I don't get that point. Run it. Can you clarify it a little bit?
Well, I was thinking the sunset looked exactly the same on the salt flats. I watched it during the video,
Yeah.
but there's no optically, it did the same thing, but we know in our mind that for 10,000 square miles, it's flat as it can be because it makes the specular reflection, and it's
Right.
flat,
You
flat,
can
flat.
see basically the line of like because it's a perfectly flat, calm body of water, even though it's like 6 inches deep. Like you can see the line from the sun, the reflection all the way to you, the observer, from way
Right.
back wherever the fuck.
Well, so on the ocean, they want us to pretend that it's bendy water and the sun, we're falling backwards at 1,040 miles an hour. And the reason the sun sets is because it goes around the ball Earth. But in that video proves that measurably the salt flats are 10,000 kilometers squared flat, and it still looks like a normal sunset that we're used to. So that proves to me the sunset does its own thing optically, and it's not the curve of the Earth that makes it appear to set.
Yeah, I told you it was an amazing video. And I like the music too. When you guys were talking, it actually added to the music in the video. Even though y'all was talking about like they and them and shit.
No, that was cool. I didn't mind my phone being tied up. I sliced up 3 loaves of bread. I got 2 rye bread, and one of these is a rosemary olive bread. Just sliced it up, watched the video, and I saved it to my playlist. It's real nice. Thanks, man.
But you see how perfectly symmetrical the clouds are and that mountain is and everything in the background is? Like it's or the island, not mountain. Like it's curved where? Like I don't know like what it's like looking at water and saying that's water. It's not really much else I can say. like
Hey,
they'll
just
dead ass go and like Matthew will dead ass look at that and then like take a picture like of a shiny doorknob and go, "What's the problem?"
That's curved. That's the very definition of curved. Curved means flat.
You guys ever
Yeah.
hear when Chemo called the glass factory?
Yeah,
Shit was hilarious.
that was funny.
I'm telling you, Elijah, I put that on my bucket list. I want to go there before I die. I've been to the Grand Canyon a couple times, and
100%.
yeah, the
100%.
perspective.
There's like 50 comments that said the same thing.
Yeah, it looked like they were up in the sky, just like walking around in the sky.
It reminded me like of Super Mario, like the one for Nintendo, Super Nintendo. No, I mean Nintendo 64. Is it Nintendo? Am I tripping? Nintendo 60. Yeah, Nintendo 64. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway,
Yo, Elijah, seeing as you brought up the Super Mario thing, have you seen that Super Mario meme? The diversity meme about Super Mario?
oh wait, no, wait. I did see a meme where there was like a Mexican Mario, a Dominican Luigi. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's like I can't remember the meme now. Sorry, Gio. This isn't like on taste, but it's like you should be more like Mario. He's like an Italian plumber made by Japanese people, looks like a Mexican, jumps like a black man, and grabs coins like a Jew.
Yo, that Mario has everything.
Mario is diverse, bro. That's all I have to say.
The only person more diverse than my bad. Somebody said something. Oh, the only person more diverse than Mario is Kosho.
I was talking to my dog. Sorry.
Kosho's an
Kosho.
Australian black Jew. What else?
Holy shit. Smash on Kosho Day. Go.
Are we going to see Nintendo releasing the Super Kosho Brothers at some point?
Yo.
Who's Kosho's brother going to be? That's the question. Would it be Zanuck? Like, Zanuck's got to wear like a green outfit or something.
Oh God, no. Zanuck would be more like Wario. I don't know who Wario is in relation to them, but like
He's the evil version of them. That's perfectly done, Elijah. Well stated, man.
Well, who would Luigi be? He's got to be like a tall, skinny guy with absolutely no muscle. And he's a bit like Kosho. So who are we going for? It can't be Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth would be Wario for sure.
Damn,
Arma?
it's gonna come.
Arma sounds
so
like he's skinny.
Mr. Sensible.
Nah, Arma would be like
no.
a good or something. Yeah.
No, I got him. What's that? Oh, what's his name? He's skinny. He has like a long head. He's a YouTuber. He doesn't have an accent. Hint, hint. He has an accent, but doesn't have an accent. Like you wouldn't think he has an accent because he
All right.
talks like that.
You're talking about Simon Dan, aren't you?
Yes, yeah.
Wait a minute. Elijah, a question. What does it mean he has a long head? Like his chin is elongated, his forehead's big. What's the deal?
You seen him. You know who he is, right? Simon Dan.
I'm gonna go look him up right now for reference. Apologies.
It's like they always need some kind of moniker validation. Simon Dan, like Science Man Dan, Professor Dave. You know what I mean? Craig, fight the flat earth. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they're throwing that appeal to authority right out there in front. It's like, I am authority. Are you though? Are you really?
I still like McToon, you cartoon character. Cartoon Globe.
I'll ask you a question. Y'all tell me what y'all think. So I woke up this morning, my day off. My boss calls me in, so I said, "Sure, I'll come in." Like, what's the shift, right? So she tells me the hours, and she gives me like an hour to get up, get ready, get there. Well, my clothes are not clean, so I immediately put them in the washing machine. Go to take a shower, and it took me like an hour and 30 minutes. I show up, and she's like, "Oh, I already called somebody else in. Go home." Like, what the fuck? Like, that's some fuck shit, right?
You got to get paid for that.
Did you tell her you'll be in an hour? And you're just like half an hour late?
I didn't give her. Well, I wasn't late. It wasn't my shift. But yeah, it took me like an hour and a half to get ready because I had to do laundry and take a shower and all of those.
Like, she didn't get a confirmation from you, though, did she?
Oh yeah, I called her and said, I'll be there.
What a
But
dink.
apparently I took too long. So 15 minutes after she wants me there, she texts me and I'm like getting ready. Of course, I'm, old as fuck. I don't pay attention to text. She knew to get my attention with a phone call when she called me in, but was like, "Are you on your way?" And I didn't respond for like 15 minutes. And then I wrote, "I'm on my way," put the phone down and drive there. And then I walked to the door. She's like, "Go home. Enjoy your day off." I was like, "What?"
You got to get paid for that day. Make sure you get paid.
That should be at least a half day's pay for showing up and being sent home, dude.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, especially if you got like like um
Man, or something. If you got like tools and shit that you brought, you prepared, bitch, pay me my money.
You'd be like Jerry Maguire and start saying, "Show me the money."
I don't get pissed off, real easy, but I'm kind of perturbed as fuck right now. That's why I even brought it up to you guys.
Because it's hot as fuck, isn't it? It's hot as hell here, so I can
Yeah,
almost guarantee it's hot wherever you are.
yeah, bro.
That's so inconsiderate. Like, why can't you? You know what? The thing is, like, when you don't make excuses, it's hard to accept excuses from others. Like, people just think excuses are okay and that they could be excused and let off the hook for everything. No, I've been a person who's made like mad excuses, a ton of them. Like, that's one thing that I wanted to change about my life. Like, I want to be held accountable for every word that I say, because guess what? Once you make excuses, it's just an elaborate lie. That's all it really is. That's why people don't have confidence in themselves, because they've lied so many times. Their word wasn't their bond so many times. They don't even trust themselves. We can't live in a world like that. Nah, fam. You knew Larry was coming. You wilding out. I don't mean to make you upset. I mean, yeah, chill out probably, but
Yeah. I ain't gonna say nothing stupid or anything, but I'm gonna bring it up next time I see her. But yeah, she knew I was coming. Like, I ain't never let her down before. I don't call in. Like, I'm literally the guy to call in. Shit.
Thing is, bro, you just need to just understand that that's low quality behavior from her. So even though it's frustrating for you, it doesn't actually. That's her problem. She's gonna have to deal with her bad behavior for the rest of her life, and you don't.
Yeah, because I was totally doing the right thing. Like, I was coming in, like I said. I never said that I was going to be on time for someone else's shift. I just said that I would come in.
Sounds like a communication problem. Is she otherwise cool to you, or is she just a bitch?
She's literally the coolest boss I ever had, but her bonuses are based on the deliveries going out on time. And I guess because I wasn't getting there fast enough, like, it was affecting her paycheck. So she just called someone else in, and I still showed up before the other person showed up.
If she's the coolest boss you ever had, just let it go, bro. That's it. Bad day for her.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh well, I'll play some video games.
Everybody could have a bad day, even the boss.
all right, I guess I'll check you guys a little later. I'm gonna call a friend.
Peace. I'm gonna bounce too. I got to mow.
Yeah, I guess I should just play some video games. Be a good day for me. Oblivion salt flat thing. 10,000 square kilometers. If that's what happens when you eliminate the terrain of the Earth and we don't see any curvature, then the same thing with the water. You eliminate the terrain of the Earth and you only look at its so-called surface, even though it's water. Like, if we do this every time, and every time there's no curvature, and every time we go out and take measurements of these places and there's no curvature, well, where's the curvature? like I always say, it's on the TV. So it's in your head, zombie.
Yeah, some things are really weird and indefensible, like the computer program, the what is it? Was it Chat GPT that came up with a model of an atom that had just too many quarks inside the was it the proton or the neutron? I think both. Chirality's here. Maybe he's the guy to speak on that. Like stuff like that. Like you say, whoa, what? What just happened here? We're redefining the atom, the neutron, the proton.
First started talking about the flat Earth at work years ago. This was 2015, probably. You know, they said, "What are you going to question next? The germ theory, the atomic theory?" And I was like, "Wow, I didn't know you could question those." You know, because to them, like, if I'm questioning the theory of gravity, then everything is up for question. But they were the ones that were like showing me Joe Rogan, like outside of UFC, because I knew about Joe Rogan inside of UFC, but outside of UFC, like right before that, he had a podcast, and you know, he was talking about question everything, right? And it's like, look, I'm just, you know, doing what Joe Rogan's doing. I'm questioning everything. Like everything's up for question. Because at the time, you know, he hadn't met with Neil deGrasse Tyson yet. So, but yeah, like at that point, I was like, the atomic theory. I didn't know that I could question that. And it's like now I look back and I talked about this yesterday. The atomic theory, what we learned in school, it was very much like a solar system. The nucleus was the sun, had a proton, electron, and neutrons, and they represented like planets. And different elements had different, you know, models. And that's kind of what we just accepted. And now if you look at the model, it's like there's fields around it. It's not like a solar system. So I'm not the only one questioning the model, apparently. Apparently, new information has come out since I was a child. And there's, you know, these weird things that subatomic particles do, allegedly. Superpositioning and stuff like that. So yeah, we're questioning everything at this point. Everything.
Yep, their orbital model of the atom just went out the window. Poof. Now it's a probability cloud, if you can believe such a nonsense. They don't know where the electron is now. Could be here, could be there, could be everywhere at the same time. We just don't know. Yeah, it's just sheer fantasy at this point.
They call it a cloud, right? But you could easily call it a field too, right? Because we're just using words that we normally use, and you know, by doing this nomenclature, creating new words for the things that we're observing. But just like we call the motherboard on a computer the motherboard, I suppose you could have called it the chip holder, you know, the chip bag. You could have called it whatever, right? So I think they're describing the field when they say cloud, right? Not like a field like grass and cows, but like a field like a magnetic field. I think that's what they're talking about. Because what is a cloud usually full of? Lightning, right?
But here's the thing, though. Everything's up for question apart from the first set of presumptions.
What's that?
Well, the system, the heliocentric system. The the vastness of space, all of it. That's not ever questioned. In academia.
Right. Well, I've heard them say like words like sacred ideas when talking about the cosmological constant problem in Scientific America, right? They say that there's no, you know, solution for this other than throwing out sacred ideas. And I'm like, sacred? What is that word doing here? You would expect to find this in a church, but not like a science lab. Like, there's nothing sacred in science. And if there is, then it's not science. Yeah, when I point that out to the Glovers, they just gaslight me and say, like, you don't understand what that word means. Just like they did when, what was it, Mr. T, or whatever his name is, Green Tea, or whatever. He was saying that parallax shows evidence, you know, of the Earth being a globe. And then I go to, like, NASA's own website, and they say that they're assuming that the Earth goes around the sun. And other than that, there's no other assumption. It's like, oh, okay, so your proof is built on an assumption. Oh, you don't understand what that word means. You know, and then they start cherry picking and reading the other sentence and like focusing on that. It's like, wait a minute, it says right here, no other assumption other than this. So this is an assumption. Even though you said it negatively, right? It still says that this is an assumption. And I had Glovers like gaslighting the fuck out of me for that. It's like, sorry guys, this is what NASA says. It's an assumption.
Yeah, you have to give kudos to the Globers that do actually see it as what it is, which is philosophy. You know.
That's what I've been trying to say. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. We're dealing with philosophers masquerading themselves in lab coats. I'm a professor, even though I'm a philosopher, but I'm a scientist. It's like, come on, man. You can be a scientist and philosophize about all these different things, but you need to be clear to the people. And I think NASA is more clear than the Glovers. I think, like, when they start claiming stuff, we need to go to, like, NASA and see what NASA says. Because I think they're going to be more honest than the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, but it's when you relay that information back to the anti-flat earthers. That's the funny part. Here's what NASA actually say.
Well, that's when they start throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus, right? Like, he's an idiot. Michio Kaku, what a quack. And then you start reading the accolades of Michio Kaku, and it's like, whoa, this dude is like, he's not just your average scientist. Like, there's a reason why he's on TV so much. It's because he's like, you know, a scientist. You know, kind of like a man's man.
Yeah. Prodigy, as they say.
Yeah. But I mean, I get it when I bring up someone like Rupert Sheldrake, and they're not willing to take some of his work seriously. It's like, okay, yeah, I get that, right? He does kind of go into the woo a little bit. But you guys, like Sheldrake says, you don't mind when the astrophysicists go into the woo with dark matter and dark energy and black holes. Like, you don't mind that woo. That woo's okay. But Rupert Sheldrake, you know, doing studies with dogs and their masters coming home, you know, that's too woo for you, even though we can see dogs and study them. And yeah, that's not science. I'm not saying that it is. It's just philosophy. But sometimes in philosophy, you got to get into the woo a little bit. If you can, you know, validate it somewhat. And what is woo? You know, like before technology, you know, we would see something technologically advanced like an artifact, from the past that we didn't understand, right? And what would we say? Like, oh, this is magic. You've uncovered like some ancient magic. It's like, no, this is just antiquitech. There's no magic involved. So it's kind of the same thing. Like they're saying that Rupert Sheldrake is basically doing magic. Like, is he? I don't know. Like, is that what's going? Is he a wizard? I don't think so. I think he's just looking at shit that other people are too afraid to look at.
It's like a lot of fringe stuff. It's always overlooked, and because it's not in with the mainstream, it's just set apart.
But there's something inherently set about that as well, right? So the mainstream is saying, well, we're important because we're the mainstream, and we're the mainstream because we're important. It's like, well, if that's not based on something independent, then none of that's worth anything, you know?
Well, it's like it's collective agreement, isn't it? It's like 1984. The collective make reality,
But they're trying to enforce what the collective believes, and then the collective will. It's like the Matrix in that sense. Like, a lot of people don't even know why they think what they think, right? I find myself having opinions that are virtually the opposite of the mainstream in 90% of cases, and I don't know why people go along with it. I find it so frustrating and weird and bizarre. It's like, you're going along with this mainstream narrative that doesn't even benefit you. Like, what's wrong with you? You know?
I know, it's weird though. It's just really weird because just like the globe, we didn't see it when we were in it, but it's so obvious now, and it's like I just don't get how people, it is that cognitive dissonance. That's the biggest barrier.
Well, let me give you an example of something that, we're talking about narratives that don't benefit people and all the rest, right? So when you're a young man growing up and you're watching TV or you're watching whatever, you're always hit over the head with this, women are so oppressed and you as a man need to be nicer to women and all this stuff, right? So this is kind of the narratives that you're being fed as you grow up. And then when you get older, you realize, oh, actually, you know what? Let's just say you try to start dating a woman or a few women or whatever, and you realize that they actually can be quite nasty. And you're like, oh, okay, they're not actually this oppressed kind of snowflake flower that I was led to believe. What would be a lot more useful is if the media actually told you things that were actually useful to your life. It's like, if you want to actually be a useful member of society, and actually be useful to women, then you need to be physically fit. You need to be able to make proper decisions. You need to stick to your word. All these good stuff that as men we've learned, right? But most of us have learned it in our 20s and 30s through trial and error and realizing that the media is full of shit. But what they're telling you as a young man doesn't benefit you and help you become a man. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure. You could say the same about not being taught about money for men and women, for kids at school.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, that's another one.
Same
But I'm
thing.
just saying, sorry, just to illustrate my point. My point is that it's not just the narrative, it's the kind of feminism narrative that men oppress women and stuff. It's also that they're using that in place of something that would actually benefit you. And then when you became a real man, that would benefit the women in your life a lot more than being some simp feminist. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? So the narrative is not benefiting you, but it's actually worse than not benefiting you. It's actually replacing a narrative that would be beneficial to you and the women they claim to care about, right? So that's my point.
Yeah, it's adverse to your goal. The advice.
Exactly, yeah. Because there's nothing better in a woman's life than a strong man. So if what they're doing is creating weak men, then they're not benefiting women either, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen so many videos of like former feminists, realizing that they just want like a good man in their life and that they're bored and, they want someone to embrace life with. And it's like, wow, this is like really, really sad. Like these women are actually victims of going to college And, it's great, right? They got like a bunch of purses and stuff, but that doesn't make them happy. Like they're not genuinely happy, right? Because grandchildren is what gives your life like true value, not purses.
Yep.
I mean, I know for me, like I think about what my life would be like without children, and I think it would be dull, right? It would, I mean, there would be some excitement, but for the most part, it would be kind of dull without children.
Does anybody here know how a water level works? A cube of water.
I think it works its ass off 7 days a week.
Can you cite a water level? Like look down at like you do an auto level, for example. Something with a viewer, like a scope. Is that how you use a water level?
That's how you get a curved foundation before you build a house, right?
Yeah. Jesse seems to think that you cite a water level, like you do a telescope. That's not how a water level is used, Jesse. How many times does somebody have to tell you that? How many times? I mean, it's a joke now. Do you use a drill to hammer, Jesse? If I was to ask you why don't you use a drill to hammer and ask you for an explanation, would you think I was like a little bit like cuckoo? Why do you not use oil to put out a fire, Jesse?
Stop giving him ideas.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Just stay with your globe and you'll be fine, Jesse. Tis globe. Yeah. Everybody knows tis globe.
Jesse, what's your favorite thing to debate about?
I don't know, bro. There's so many. Lately, now it's the James Webb Telescope. It gives me pleasure to hear them double talk of how the unexplainable, when they try to explain the unexplainable.
Gives me pleasure too, have to admit.
Yeah. Just to hear the sophistry. Yeah.
You guys seen Ace Ventura, Pet Detective?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you guys said pleasurable, you just reminded me of the the fucking scene where he's doing that. I'd say like top 3 things that I like to debate about would be like flat Earth, the existence of God, or like a spirituality, I guess you call it, and then I don't know. I like to talk about World War II sometimes. It's I don't know. The number 3 spot could probably like change.
They really don't have anything to debate. Really, they don't have an argument. Ask them what their argument is. Ask a baller, what's your argument? Give me your argument. They might say gravity. They might say Big Bang. They don't even know what to say, really. And most of them don't even know the model. That's the most amazing part of all.
Well, I think most of them that come in are they think they're going to get one thing and then they get something totally different. They think we're going to be in here like, I have no idea, just like eating crayons or something.
Earth
And then-
rises
and then-
at
and then
9
it-
meters per second.
I didn't hear that. I didn't catch that. What was that?
Earth is rising up at 9 meters per second. That's what they expect us to be saying in here.
Yeah, sure. Just some ridiculous thing, and then they come in here and we actually know more about the model that they think they live in than they do.
Just the latest findings of their model should be so disturbing to them. It's even disturbing for the scientists that found it, but they seem to think it's okay somehow.
Yeah, like the one lady saying that she can't sleep at night.
Yeah, like that.
But they're not worried about it at all, right?
Oh,
Like-
it's just a new update, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a new patch.
What's keeping her up at night? What's her problem?
Go ahead, Essie.
The fact that they found these anomalies in the early Big Bang, the fact that the galaxies are too formed, they're too big. It's not in the time frame when they should be. All these anomalies, not enough hydrogen that they thought. So many things. Yeah, the redshift problem, the black hole problem. Yeah, there's so many. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. It's like, what did they expect? I don't understand what these people thought. They were going to read a bunch of fucking books and like interpret data and just like outsmart creation, outsmart the world itself, and just like figure it all out. That's not how it works.
Yeah, they think they can mathematically think what happened in the past. And they make their predictions, and when they look, and keep in mind now, they think they're looking back in time. Number one. So they think they're looking back in time, and even the predictions that they thought they made, they're wrong. And instead of saying we're wrong, they have the gall to say that something is not them is wrong, right? That physics is wrong or whatever. Like, for example, they doubled the age of the universe. Double the age of the universe. That's one of the theories to explain this. Like, imagine that. And some people are saying, well, yeah, that could be. That's a possibility. So you mean you got it completely wrong? Like, you're doubling the age of what you thought, what you've been preaching for all this time. Now you can just say, well, we didn't get it wrong. Well, we'll just double it. And even when they do double it, they can't find that. They still can't explain it because they're going to have two different ingestion periods. Think of a birth, right? They're going to have one inception and two different birth rates. Even that won't help them. Yeah.
Well, I wish them luck.
Yeah. So you have them scratching their heads and saying, oh man, what's going on here? Something is wrong. And you have the ballers saying, well, that's how science is done. We find new things and yeah, no. Do you think if they had an answer for this, they wouldn't be in here telling me how dumb I am right now? What do you think? You know how many people are listening right now? If I was wrong about this, how many of them would be in here telling me how dumb I am? A lot of
Pretty
it.
much. Look, we just turned up the heat and tightened down on the moderation, and most of the Globers can't hang. They just can't. If they're not going to be allowed to interrupt and ad hom, they're like, well, we can't do it.
Yep.
And you know what's funny? I don't mind saying this on the live stream. I don't care who hears it. I was reading the text chat in Demon Strider's server, and there's all this ridiculous stuff being said, and then just in this cacophony of just internet noise, you see Bacon, and he just posts one sentence, says, "This place is reminding me of Gems" or something like that.
Yeah, no kidding. That's exactly what. Yeah, no disrespect to anybody, but yeah, if there's no order, it turns into that. Yeah.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. It's just kind of funny. Why do the Globers love chaos so much? They tend to have it all figured out. They think that they got it all figured out, but at the end of the day, they'd rather just hang out in chaos.
Well, when you don't have an argument, what do you rely on? Ad homs and sophistry. And when you take that away from them, what do they have? It's like a soldier without a gun or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, it's irresponsible for the defense of their position for them to do anything that helps the conversation along to where people can learn things and establish facts between each other. Because if they do that, like I said, it's irresponsible. The truth is that we don't live on a globe, so they can't address the information in a true way, in an honest way. They have to obfuscate. They have to make it an emotional journey. They have to, do anything but focus on the information. Like I said, because if they did focus on this information, honestly, it would be a quick conversation. There wouldn't be much of a debate.
Yeah, take the most simplest thing, right? Level, horizontal, plumb, and perpendicular. The most simplest forms of where we're at, right? They know that you form a straight line, level, horizontal. They know along that line, any plumb bob you hang is perpendicular. But in their model, their brain has to go at a certain distance. They have to bend that horizontal. They cannot have a straight line horizontal in their model. It's impossible. Ask them, are two plumb bobs parallel anywhere? They will have to say no. Yet everybody that has ever
That's
built
not entirely
anything,
true. They'll tell you that locally, yes.
they used to say that. Ask them how local. Ask them how local.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they say it's only 90 degrees at that point now. That's what they say.
Exactly. That's exactly right. We brought them to single point geometry. Now they're saying it only happens at one point. Exactly. Whoever said that, you're spot on, bro.
So they had to move the goalpost in order to stay prevalent in the argument.
Exactly. Stay perpendicular while curving at the same time. Dialetheism. That's what they're running on now. Fumes. The gas tank is empty. They're running on fumes. So you're talking to individuals that can understand level and horizontal, plumb and perpendicular. They cannot understand those terms, or they change those terms.
Yeah. Seems
Go on, bro.
Go ahead, man. I was just gonna say, yeah, it seems pretty convenient how they can't be beholden to any one definition on a multitude of different words to support their model. They have to like bend, warp, and manipulate the understanding of words to bend and warp depending on the reference frame or the specific topic at hand. We've got on many years that they like to hide behind and the multitude of definitions to support it, depending on what it is that they're trying to say. So whether it's mass or horizontal or plumb or perpendicular, whatever it may be, like they can't stay to a single definition. They have to have several definitions. That's a problem. These are the inconsistencies that I speak of, when we're into academia. The hypocrisies and the inconsistencies, dude, are just showing themselves more and
Yeah, that's part of the magic trick. The multiple word meaning, like mass. That's exactly.
religious zealots.
Yeah, that's how they get away with it. Yeah, giving confusion, multiple meanings, reference frames, this, that, the other thing, just enough to confuse somebody. Throw in a fancy formula in there that nobody understands, and wham, you got to go. What do you mean you don't understand a whole blackboard worth of calculations? That's gravity, man. What's wrong with you? Yeah. You broke up there, bro.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it's pretty bad, especially gravity. It's like I like to ask them, if it the gravitational force increases or decreases towards the center of gravity. Point.
You broke up. I think I got the gist of it. We got a guy now called Bebby, and I can't even say it without laughing. He says that things float because gravity pulls to the center, because everything has a center. That's why things float.
Oh yeah, I love it when they say at the center of gravity, i.e., under the Earth's crust and mantle, etc., towards the center nexus of of Earth that everything floats.
Yeah.
Everything floats down here, dude. That's like a full-on Stephen King.
Yeah.
Everything floats down here.
Wait a minute. Did someone say center of everything? Other than the universe, apparently.
Yeah, there is no center of that. It's another fantasy. Yeah. They have a Big Bang, which everything started from. But guess what? There's no center.
Well, now they're saying the Big Bang happened from everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, that would mean that there was a universe that was eternal if everything expanded from everywhere. And I ask them the question. Sorry, bud, go ahead.
No. So I thought you were done. Go on, bro. Finish.
Yeah, I always like to ask the question, if everything was in one spot, like the old model of the Big Bang, then how did one helium model escape that gravitational pull? And that's when they start, saying, well, first of all, there was no before the Big Bang, and there was no gravity. It's like, okay, well, I just got you guys to disavow gravity, right? When they do that.
Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to the model. It could be disseminated from from many point of views, from many angles. Like it doesn't have an atom to stand on.
I wish a Glover would come in here and explain the Big Bang. And I know they're going to say, well, we don't know what happened, but this is what we think happened. Yeah, we get it. It's your religion, but explain to me your creation myth. Tell me about your creation story.
We had an awesome one this morning, very civilized and everything.
Yeah, the username guy. That what you're referring to?
Yeah, pick a username. That was good. That was good convo. It's funny to have to flip it on them to show them where the religion really is.
Yeah, that was good. No interruptions, no muting, no name calling. That was really good.
Kind of seems like here recently the Globers that can't handle not using all the tactics, like they're just kind of like giving up, like they're redirecting somewhere else.
Well, what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up talking to themselves. That's it.
Can you guys imagine being like anti Bigfoot people? Like on the internet every day, addicted to arguing against the Bigfoot people.
Dude, that'd be so hilarious. Like, we should just start doing that.
Let's go find the Bigfoot people and like totally make sure that we're pushing the narrative down their throats.
We'll just be the Bigfoot Society, bro. Let's go.
No, the anti-Bigfoot Society.
Oh, right.
I've smoked
Yeah,
a bowl with Bigfoot.
it takes a special person to do that. I think they're flat earthers, and they just, have to come here because they can't come to terms with it, so they gotta, bash on other flat earthers.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Coming up next, Globers are now running from the current argument. Will we see them defend their globe? Stay tuned.
Essie, we mentioned this a little bit earlier with the earthquakes causing the waves. What are they meaning? Like, I've heard this argument that wherever an earthquake happens, antipodal to that, they'll pick up something or something like that. Have you ever heard that argument? Maybe antipodal is not the right word. Like on the opposite side of the earth from where that earthquake happened.
You talking about S waves, P waves?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. How they figured out all the layers of the earth because of earthquakes. And then when they checked, they were wrong.
Yeah, the S waves and P waves thing, what they're doing is they're taking the data and they're putting it on their map and saying, look, it makes sense. Well, you put it in your model. So that doesn't prove anything. Like the data is just the data. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. It's always they gotta add, and if it doesn't conform, they'll go ahead and fix that right up. No problem. Just like the pendulum. If it doesn't look right, you gotta do it over.
So the S wave and P wave argument's not one that I'm proficient in. I've always just kind of wrote that off as like, not something that I'm worried about. I guess I could have tried harder to learn it better, but it's kind of pointless. Like, oh, there's like waves that you pick up and you think that proves your globe somehow? No.
Through horizontal layers.
Sorry, go on.
I was just saying through horizontal layers, right?
Yeah, the thing you're talking about, the earthquake, it's a double fantasy, right? So they're saying there's two waves. One that penetrates the earth. That's where they can figure out where the mantle is and the magma and all this nonsense. And the other one that you're referring to says that they say that they know it's that because it goes all around the earth. It starts off east and then goes all the way around and comes around. That's the fantasy of that, what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's wild. That's crazy. I always ask them, I'm like, can you guys just map that out, on any map? And they always just show a globe model.
Yeah, it's just an assumption. Yeah. So we know we can measure the center of the Earth and what's there because when an earthquake happens, it makes two waves, the P wave and the S wave. One penetrates down and one goes all around. It sounds like a fantasy story, doesn't it? But
Dude,
me,
a couple times now, I feel like you've been telling me Dr. Seuss things.
yeah, bro, it literally is that. Seriously, they have nothing. Their P wave that goes down 4,000 miles, well, they got it all wrong. They couldn't even tell you what was 7.8 miles down. Like, it's completely ridiculous, man. It's like they say one thing, they teach one thing, but actually, when they go out in the field and they try to do it, it just doesn't work. But they still teach it as fact. Notice all the things that we've been saying, right? No dispute. No one has come in and said, oh, you guys are wrong about this. That's not how it is. Not one of them.
Well, let's kick it up a notch. I posted a video earlier. This guy was doing an interview. Said that he worked at the Antarctica base and that they were causing earthquakes. I think it was the Christchurch, New Zealand earthquake or something. He was claiming that they're the ones who caused that. You know, I have no way to verify that, but he was saying in the interview that they had this device that they said it was off, and it's actually, the circuit was on, and it's allegedly the largest telescope in the world. And it's not only receiving, but it's also it's capable of sending. And he said a bunch of other stuff in the interview because I went back and watched the whole thing. He said a bunch of other stuff in the interview that, I don't know if I would necessarily agree with, but do you guys think that they got earthquake machines?
Oh, I've heard that before. And you know where I first heard about that? Tesla. Tesla said he made one of those. I don't know how true it is, but he said he had one in his Manhattan office. When he turned it on, the whole building started shaking and they called the police. They thought there was an earthquake or something going on. I don't know how true that is. Has to do with vibration, matching the vibration of whatever structure. He even tried it on a bridge, apparently. He left it on for a few seconds and they took it off because the whole thing started vibrating. And apparently the device was able to fit in his pocket. Small little device.
So, how about this? Would you guys ever take a blood transfusion these days? Or let me ask this question. Would you have in the past? And if the answer is yes, and you would no longer do it, I want to know, like, would you take a blood transfusion?
Black guy? No. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I just posted the thing on Tesla, so nobody thinks I'm making stuff up. Apparently had a laser, able to shoot things down in the 1890s. And funny, the Navy just came up with one that could, it's pretty good actually, 1 mile distance, could barbecue anything. They just installed it on one of the destroyers, a Burley class destroyer, if I remember correctly. 1 mile, anything is toast instantly. Yeah, it's a pretty amazing thing.
That guy was also talking about the voice of God technology. They use it on the battlefield, and like they could, match your brain wave frequency and put thoughts in your head. So, like, can you imagine like thinking thoughts that you think are your own and having to compete with someone else's thoughts in your head?
Yeah,
that was
crazy.
Crazy, man.
They call it skull technology, something like that. Yeah, that's old actually. I've heard that many, many years ago.
It's called voice to skull.
Old technology now on my phone.
We could probably do it through the phone. Yeah.
Do it randomly.
They had a thing years ago. That's freaked out. They made an implant in a monkey's brain, and they showed on the TV screen what the monkey was seeing. You guys ever seen that?
Color.
This is like a long time ago. Anyways, who knows what the heck they have now?
Yeah, in that video, they were also talking about the Havana effect, which I'm not really familiar with, but there was a lot of weird stuff in that video that Antarctica whistleblower was talking about.
YouTuber's name, Antarctica Whistleblower. That's a cool ass name.
Yeah, let me find his name for you. I'll look it up. Got my phone right here. They seem like a cool guy. Eric Hecker. I'll go ahead and post it. Firefighter for Raytheon. Nothing to see here, folks.
So think about this. We got about 5,000 years of human history that we can almost be sure of. And it took man 4,900 years to invent this thing called a transistor. Changed our whole lives. Is that just a coincidence?
That's a conspiracy theory.
What are you talking about?
The explosion of technology around the 40s, around after certain countries made contact with one place on Earth, which they deny us access to. You think that's a coincidence?
You're talking about Brazil?
Antarctica.
Oh, right.
That place.
Yeah, so the Germans were the first to go there. They had an explosion of technology. Then the Americans followed them with a battle group, aircraft carrier battle group. They had an explosion of technology. So could there be like a coincidence there? I don't know. Maybe they found something.
Like maybe there was something in Antarctica that you're saying. I see what you're saying here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's an interesting correlation for sure.
Explosion of technology and one place on Earth where no one's allowed to go. Just a coincidence, I'm sure, right?
I think the explosion of technology really helped distract people from seeing what they were really doing because they were getting all this cool stuff the whole time and they were just following the leaders. They're like, look at, they're providing us all this cool stuff. Why wouldn't we listen to them, you know?
Yeah, and just if anybody thinks I'm talking nonsense, right? And there's no other instance of history of that. Oh, yeah, there is. We thought gears were invented in in Europe, but then we found the Antikythera mechanism, which was a fully geared up thing with levers and everything. Now, what if they found some more exotic technology? Or were the Germans just smarter than everybody else in world history? And the Americans, all this technology. Because we're not talking about steam here. Yeah.
I've always found it strange to put it in those terms of like X culture is better, or you know, that's pretty cool, right? Can we use that now? I don't know. What does it tell us about them? You know.
Did he break up just for me in the beginning there, or?
Honestly, they did you so dirty, Crypto. Like you were completely roboting, and then like the last 5 words come through completely clear. It's
Yeah.
Oy vey.
Yeah. Yeah, that came through.
Of course. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I've always found it strange how people like to compare cultures and say, well, you know, these people are better or these people are worse or whatever. It's like, bruh, you know, if the ancient Germans or the ancient Persians or the ancient whoever invented some cool stuff, cool. You know, I want to know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's fair to judge like an entire culture just because of how they all act, you know?
No, but the technology explosion, that's my point, right? It's not just a little bit. Like you can understand going from fire to steam, right? But we went to solid state. Like we went from like we made a big leap there. Like a transistor. A solid state transistor without any moving parts. Like something that has like, I don't know, what do they say now? 10 million circuits in it? In a GPU? Some crazy number like that, right? Yeah.
Other weirdnesses include that the first transistor called a point contact transistor was made by physicist William Shockley, which is because electric is funny, electric and stuff like that, but also consisted of a block of germanium. And you were talking about Germans, not that germanium is from there. Oh wait, why do they call it germanium? Do you think? Let's find out.
Don't they have a Californium too, or some shit?
Yeah, it was probably found in Germany. Hmm.
Yeah, like you know how they found Gobekli Tepe, right? But before that, well, we were certain that there was no other civilization before that, right? Just like the Antikythera mechanism. Well, what if they found an advanced civilization? And what if they made it so no other person could go there and freely explore there? Could that be like a possibility? I don't know. I'm just saying. If they can find an Antikythera mechanism 1,000 years before the possibility of any human being could have possibly conceived it, right? Why not this? And I'm not talking about aliens here, right? I'm talking about people that were here before us, not aliens. But that's just sheer speculation on my part. Let me be clear.
Are you trying to tell me that ancient aliens built the pyramids?
No, ancient humans with super, well, not super, abilities like ours or greater with technology, which was lost. That's what I personally believe.
Well, I actually thought about this a while ago, and it's also something that Eric DeBay's mentioned. Sorry if that triggers anyone, but it's like if we've got these like really cool, super advanced ancient humans that were around like a long time ago, they would almost seem alien to us in many ways, right? So they might be genetically similar, but like, have you seen the film Prometheus? Just as an example, right? You've got, and obviously it's set in a world where there's ball planets and all that nonsense, but there's an interesting idea there where you've got kind of like these ancient humans, and then you've got modern humans, and that they don't quite understand each other, and that they appear alien to each other, even though they're fundamentally the same.
Sure. Oh yeah. And look, I'm not going on just sheer speculation. We have evidence. We have the pyramids. Now, surely nobody believes they were done by stones and chisels, right? I mean, nobody with 2 brain cells can believe that story, right? And we have further evidence of stone building civilizations all around the world. Huge, massive stone formations, like cut with precision tools. That's undeniable, right? So it's not like I'm making up a cockamamie story. We have buildings built with advanced technology. It's as simple as that.
What about like these like mountains with like a flattened out tops? I always thought that was a
Yeah.
strange thing.
Yeah, there's one in where those drawings are on the ground. What is it called, that place again?
Nazca.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
did you
Nazca
hear
line.
Nazca
Yeah.
got defaced? That some fucking social justice warriors defaced Nazca?
Man, people drawing dicks on.
Yeah, that mountaintop that he refers to has been shaved off, leveled, nice word, right? Leveled, and there's no trace of the stone anywhere. You look all around, there's millions of tons of, I don't remember how many tons of stone that it's just not there. So that's proof of advanced construction, period. Just like the pyramids all over the world. And no tools. There's never been tools found. Unless some Germans found some in Antarctica, like 60 years ago. Just saying. Of course, we're speculating here, right? Yeah. Well, another thing that I almost forgot, speaking of the pyramids, we knew they had copper back then, but they didn't have iron or steel, they tell us. But I don't know if you guys watch when they send like a robot down one of those shafts. I think they said they found the steel thing in between one of the... Is it steel or iron?
They had
Does anybody...
steel. They had Tutankhamun had a steel sword or iron. I'm not sure. Iron.
That's another
iron.
thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So they say, oh well, they covered up with it was from an asteroid, right? How the fuck do they know that the iron in that sword is from an asteroid?
Exactly.
So they just, chaff and misdirect. Chaff and redirect, I mean.
Yeah, the people that they tell us that they build the pyramids, those people found those pyramids there. Just like the Inca and the Maya found their things, same thing. So it's all a lie. But at least the Inca say the truth. They say we didn't build this. And you can clearly see where the delineation mark in the buildings were the old, I call them the stone building civilization, the melty stones building civilization, and where the Inca stones are. I mean, it's clearly visible. Like one looks primitive and the other one looks like, holy cow, man. No way we could even do this today if we tried. You know what I'm talking about? Those rocks stuck together as if they're melted with these intricate designs. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Cyclops designed them.
Yeah, there's just too much, man. There's just too much.
Cyclops were also the builders that they held in Tartarus, right? They were released at the end of the story.
Yeah, crazy stuff, man. And when you confront them with these things, they just tell you, oh, you think you're smarter than scientists. You think you know better. No, man. These are legitimate questions that there's no answers for.
Have you heard of the idea that they could be poured? That they could be like liquid stone and then set?
Yes, I've heard of that. Yeah. The poured, like concrete. Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. But like what you're saying with the pyramid, there's too precise, numbers in it that.
Yeah, I've checked that poured theory out, as a matter of fact. And at first I was saying, you know what, man, that could be possible. But then I checked it out, and apparently, now I don't know how true this is, apparently you can tell a poured stone from a naturally forming stone by the way everything is aligned inside. Like, what were they saying? Were they saying some tiny microscopic shells and the way the particles are aligned? There's a way to tell if it's poured or naturally forming. I don't remember the exact details on that one.
Nubs on the rocks. I'm always thinking that somebody should be hooking up a car battery to those, because I'm stupid. But I wonder if they didn't use some kind of technology like that to set the stone, like from some type of, I don't know, mixture. Electrovitrification. It sounds so metal, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody that lays concrete could probably tell, right? If you show them a poured stone and a natural stone, I'm sure they can freaking tell you the difference.
Right, but you can have a mixture, a matrix of natural stones in your mixture, and when it sets.
That's true, yeah. But wouldn't you be able to tell under scrutiny the difference?
I think so, but I'm just saying it makes it possible that you could make huge structures like that. But that's where I doubt that you could do that with the precision in such things like the pyramid.
Agreed, yeah. Even if you were to pour them right in place, given the time frame they say, that means you would have to do a pour every 2 minutes or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
The amount of blocks
time frame,
and the amount of time given, yeah.
the whole time frame and the narrative, it's just laughable if anybody could believe that they carved it with stones and copper chisels, and they did it in 20 years. And
Oh, the whole time frame is completely like that. That's the biggest lie of it all.
yeah, that Khufu, I want a really big tombstone. Like how big? Like so big that nobody could believe that it was built in 100 years. Like,
don't you want a portrait done of you somewhere, or maybe a statue? And he's like, yeah, I'll just take one, but make it really tiny. That'll be my legacy.
And one guy found Khufu inscribed or written inside the pyramid. Like, how do we know he didn't do that?
Yeah. See what I just posted now? How many stonemasons you think can do this today?
Oh, look. Discord.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
classic.
why would anyone do that in the first place?
Exactly. Look at that, where the guy's standing. Look at those blocks. Not one of them is the same. Yeah, they say it's resistant to earthquake, but imagine, just imagine doing this. Why would you do it? Yeah.
Yet the stones are there, so how would you say they came about?
Good question. I would say I have no freaking clue. I wouldn't make stuff up, Matthew.
That's fair enough. Sure.
Listen, the stones are there because the Earth's a globe. Duh.
Yeah.
Matthew, what are you thinking, man? You thinking that the narrative of the mainstream is always correct?
No. I'm thinking that the pyramids exist, and so they must have been built by somebody. That's pretty simple, right?
Right. That makes sense. So, what about Dr. Hawask? Do you think that he's like a good guy? He's
I don't know
telling
who
the
he
truth.
is. I don't know.
Oh, well, he's a made up title that he's given himself, an Egyptologist. Does that sound right? Does that check out? An Egyptologist? What do you think?
I've heard that word before. I assume it means somebody who studies Egypt.
Yeah, but that's some made up bullshit. Like everybody is an Egyptologist then, because who doesn't like to learn about the pyramids?
Isn't
Well,
that a bit like being a bro scientist?
So you don't like the word Egyptologist? Is that what you're complaining about?
Well, I think it's just some made up bullshit, right? That's just made up.
What would you prefer to call somebody who studies Egypt?
An archaeologist.
But how would you distinguish between an archaeologist who studies the Mayan culture and someone who studies the Egypt culture?
You wouldn't. They're just archaeologists.
Etologist? My Incatologist? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't have any problem with the word Egyptologist meaning someone who studies Egypt. It seems like a pretty simple word.
Was there any Texas-tologists?
No, I don't.
There will be.
There are very few of those words, I would assume.
Well, why not? How come I can't be a Texas-tologist?
I guess you could. I just don't know anybody who calls himself that.
Well, how about I'll do it right now? I'm a Texas-tologist. I just made that shit up just now, right?
Right. So I would assume that in order to lend credence to specific terms, you would have to have more than one person making up that word. And I think that more than one person uses the word Egyptologist.
Okay, can I get an amen? Is there anybody else who wants to be a Texas-tologist?
No, I'm an Englandologist.
Hey, I am too. Okay, so now we got two Englandologists. So
I'm
now,
still just an ologist.
I'm like a Londontologist. I don't know if that's a thing.
me too. I'm also a Londontologist. So Matthew, now do we have credence?
No, I think you'd need to put it in some dictionary first. Let me see.
I'm using the T wrong here.
Egyptologist is in the dictionary. How about that?
Hold on, did you just say that a word's only valid if it's in a dictionary?
I would say that I don't think it's a very valid word to me unless there's enough consensus that it's in a dictionary. Yes.
But the dictionary pulls its definitions and its words from the language and usage, not the other way around.
Right.
So the language and usage.
Yeah, the fact that Texasologist is not in the dictionary is an indication to me that it's not in widespread use, and so I don't think it's a legitimate term. But Egyptologist is.
How about nomenclature? Is that like a legitimate term?
Right.
What's that mean?
I've heard that word before.
Yeah, it's like coining words, basically.
What about the word irregardless, which in some dictionaries actually has a dictionary imposed sanction against using the word irregardless?
Yeah, I generally try. I'm pretty conservative with the use of language, and so I try to avoid words that are in common usage if they're not considered proper grammar.
They used to say "ain't" is not proper grammar, but in Texas, it's absolutely proper.
It's just accepted, even though it's improper grammar.
It's not improper. It's proper here.
Oh, really? So I can find it in the Dallas Morning News?
Well, that doesn't mean that it's proper, even if you did find it in the Dallas Morning News. But what I'm saying is that just because you say that it ain't proper, doesn't mean that it's not proper here. I mean, sure, in California, it's probably not proper. But here in Texas, it's proper.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to figure out.
Put a no after the ain't no something.
Yeah, you can't use double negatives. Yeah,
Well, you have
I
to.
agree with that.
In other states, you're going to have to make it proper.
But do you think...
I like the word literally because it can mean two opposite things.
Is an Egyptologist not allowed to study archaeology outside of Egypt?
So you like with opposite, Matt, you like words with opposite definitions, like flat and curved, for instance?
No. I like the word literally is another example.
Right, because you said earlier that the Earth could be flat because the way you defined flat was having an equal distance from the center, right?
But yeah, it's the point being that if you're going to use a word in conversations where the context is different, then you need to make sure that everybody agrees on which version or which definition of the word you're using. So level, flat, those kinds of things.
That's a very different statement to agreeing terms at the start of it. So agreeing terms at the start of the debate is something I could definitely agree with you on. Trying to say that flat means curved is something I definitely don't agree with you on. And using the word literally to mean anything other than literally, I can't get on board with either.
Yeah, I don't think you can prove things with definitions, which seems to be the tactic that some people try.
Well, but again, you're going to use the very literal sense of proof in a mathematical sense, right?
Well, I mean, definitions don't count as evidence, even not just proof. But I don't think definitions count as evidence either.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that because the definition is just language is a social construct. Like every word every single word in a language is socially constructed, right? Obviously, that's the whole purpose of language.
Right. That's right.
So I agree with you on that.
Well, even the idea of a globe is a social construct.
Yeah, well, every idea is a social construct. Not necessarily. Every idea that can be shared is a social construct.
Yeah, okay. That'd be fair.
So, but I don't. You can define words like flat to mean equidistant to a central point, and that be an acceptable definition.
Acceptable to whom? I guess.
But isn't
when
that
you
just
say acceptable,
a table
isn't
maker.
that just the definition of equidistant?
So you got I don't think flat would ever apply to the surface of a ball, right? And you might say, oh well, that's just your opinion, bro. Seems to be your rebuttal, right? But then we're getting off into the weeds with, well, anything can mean anything now, right?
Right.
Which then invalidates the point of language.
See, they can lie about a lot of things, but they can't lie about the stones.
Who's lying about the
Answer to where we came from is in the stones, I think. That's the best we'll ever get.
The buildings tell the history.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew, a quick question. How much do you bench?
Maybe like 40 pounds.
Oh man, we're gonna get you in the gym, get you bulked up a bit.
Why would you admit that on YouTube?
So, all these pictures you're posting, where are they?
Are you like,
Those
are you
aren't the
disabled?
pyramids, are they?
Elisha, your mic is doing that thing again. Stop. You're killing
Bro,
us.
that's nasty, bro. You've got to sort your mic out.
Yeah, got gamer headphones on, bro. You're gonna get sued.
So I just wanted to clarify. So Matt, you can't even bench the barbell. Surely you can at least bench a barbell.
Maybe. I don't know if I've tried it in a long time.
That'll see. Well, I think the problem you'll have though, Matt, is that as you start to lift weights and enjoy it, you'll start to become less of a glober cuck, and you might end up as a flat earther. So, yeah, that might be an issue. But to be fair, you do have some based opinions on other things, so I'm not going to rag on you that much.
So how is it that your performance in the gym determines your view on cosmology?
So I didn't hear that. So
yeah, I'm curious. How is it that your performance in the gym affects your views on cosmology?
well, it's not so much your cosmology specifically, because anything with psychology is generally more general, right? So, but the more manly men tend to be more how do I say, they're more able to question the kind of narratives and authorities that they're spoon fed. That's a general truth, right? It's not always true, but it's generally true. So that would include the cosmology that you're spoon fed as a child, right? You grow up, you become a man, you go, oh, actually, maybe this narrative's a load of old horse shit and I should look for something better.
Yeah, I could see there might be some correlation.
And also, manly
Yeah.
men like to lift weights, do physical stuff. You know, sorry, I realised I didn't vocalise that. I thought that would be obvious, but yeah, that's the link.
Can I get a
Like
mic check? Is it good or dangerous?
your mic
100.
check's fine. Let's go with
Great.
something
Good.
cool like fireworks are nothing more than, or sorry, fireworks. Comets and shooting stars are nothing more than condensed gases.
Are these mentally constructed gases or what?
No, I'm taking the whole idea of like a cup of rubbing alcohol. You put it out on the sidewalk underneath the sun. It obviously evaporates, goes up into the atmosphere, right? And at some point in time, those gases collect. And I'm thinking, I keep saying to myself, like, what if those things in the sky we keep thinking, labeling in mainstream media that it's a flying rock, when we know we can't have flying rocks in a closed system? For us manly men, as Crypto says, we start to think outside of the box and start to think, what if those things are just condensed gases shooting across the friction of the medium in front of us?
Well,
Yeah,
like
but if they are,
celestial
that
flatulence.
can't be. Yeah, they can't be taking place in a vacuum though, because I was going to make a joke about I only like hydrogen clouds when they're in vacuums, right? But the point of a hydrogen cloud or any other kind of gaseous cloud is that it wouldn't collect in the first place in a vacuum. Like it would just fill the space, and then the space wouldn't be a vacuum. That's how we know it to interact with vacuums. So the idea that it would then collect into anything at all is ridiculous.
Indeed. It's a shame that needs to be stated, but you know,
Yeah, and it
people
doesn't
can't,
matter how many
grasp.
it doesn't matter how many noodly armed scientists tell me otherwise. Like I already know that that's not true. Sorry, Elijah.
Yeah, nah, it's alright. I was just gonna say it's kind of obvious, so it's a shame that we have to iterate the obvious.
Continue to bring your authorities, and we will always appeal to their intellect.
But yeah, Matthew, you should probably see a specialist if you can't lift that much. That's terrible.
Check the last picture I just posted, guys.
Sorry, just to kind of add to that as well. I was thinking about this in depth the other day. Like, why so many people are so afraid? Sorry, Larry, you there, bro? No, okay.
I was just joking about suing them.
I know. I was thinking about this the other day, like why people are so afraid to like question authority, because we know that they are, and that's why they stick with kind of the narratives they're fed. But why is that the case? And I think there might be like a situation where people are afraid of things that happened in the past to previous generations. So there's almost like this inherited fear of questioning authority, because let's just say 100, 200, 300, 400 years ago, whatever, there may have been actually a real threat to your life by doing that. You know, it's not necessarily the case now. They might try and make your life miserable, but they probably won't end your life unless you become, you know, famous. Let's just say for questioning narratives, and then they might try and sort of get rid of you that way. But I wonder if a lot of people are just trying to keep their head under the parapet so they don't have discomfort introduced to their life because of having the wrong opinions, and that's inherited from previous generations who had very serious consequences for questioning authority.
Do you think of that it's perhaps being different from the rest? The idea of thinking outside of the box is not something that's commonly accepted this day and age.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I already addressed that. I think that's definitely the case. But what I was stating is that I wonder if there isn't an element of that that's also inherited from the culture of your parents, grandparents, etc. Because questioning authority had very serious consequences before, and so there was like how things are inherited culturally that you don't really think about. So, for instance, like if you were considered a witch, you would be burned or whatever, right? Now we don't really know what actually went on then. We don't even know if that's true, really. But we still have those stories passed down to us. Okay, so then in your mind you're thinking, oh, what was that witch? What did they actually do? Why were they burned and all the rest? You're thinking all these things when you're being told the story. And fundamentally, what those people were doing, if the story's true, was that they were going against the mainstream narrative and that the punishment was death. Really. So yeah, that's something to consider, is that those stories were taught to us, and we would have subconsciously learned lessons from that, even if the story wasn't true.
Yeah, I've read The Witch's Hammer. Not all of it, obviously, but it's a thick book. But and it's a thick book. But The Witch's Hammer, it like shows like all the things that they did to persecute women. Now this monk hating, Catholic monk from like 300 AD who wrote this book, like obviously he was just a woman hater, but not only a woman hater, but he was also like, like you said, going against anybody who was kind of doing their own thing. So any woman caught harvesting herbs in the wilderness would be something that she could be put to death for.
So yeah, anyway, I mean, my general point was just that I think, and I agree, Larry, I completely agree. My general point was, do we still have kind of like a hangover from previous generations where questioning authority was much more serious than it is today? That was the question for the room, really. I was just wondering if people agree, disagree, whatever.
I think that's a portion of it, at least. I think another side of it is the first authority you have is like your parents, and generally the idea is that they're supposed to be good to you. So questioning them, in the sense that you're saying questioning, as opposed to just asking why does this happen, is that actually questioning the position that they're presenting, doesn't really come to bear unless it's like a feelings thing for a child, because they trust that, there's the roof over the head, there's the hugs, there's the food and all the rest of it. So it seems a bit foreign. And then when you consider that, at least for what we have now, that supposedly trustworthy authority has parred them off to other authorities, so the children just kind of by proxy put that same position on the teachers and the policemen and whatever else it may be. What do you think?
Oh yeah, there's definitely an element of that for sure. Because I mean, growing up, most people, if they've had a father in their life, their father is like a superhero. He's like, oh, he can do anything. He's so strong. He's so clever. All this stuff. And the mum as well is like a superhero. They're just able to do all of this cool stuff that you as a 5-year-old can't do, right? And you don't realize until you get older that they're just regular people like you. But then, yeah, you kind of put that same superhero status onto all of the adults in your life until you grow up to become an adult. Then you realize, oh, they're actually nothing special. they're just like I'm like they were. I am now like they were. So yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think another aspect, especially these days, is I would say majority, could probably stretch it to 90% of parents in the West, at least. Can't speak for all those other places. They don't actually teach their children how to think and like give them a strong compass, like a foundational moral compass or whatever, necessarily. It's like vague, I think, because it's not like everyone's wicked, but there's a lacking of like this is correct, and then anything that doesn't smell right with this being correct, you should go and go, hey, what are you doing? Or is this correct? Or what, like, stop that. So that's kind of a long way of putting it. But I think that lack of structure causes people to not even think about questioning authority, let alone have the balls and the comfort to question them, because it doesn't even come to their mind that questioning authority is even necessary, because they don't see the actions of those authorities as something that needs to be questioned, because their moral compass is skewed or not solidly
Yeah.
founded.
And the irony of that as well is that often those the moral compass was set by the repetition of morals by the authority in the first place. So the authority is already telling you repetitively what your morals should be, and so then of course you're going to be aligned to the morals that they're repeatedly telling you, right? So there is it's kind of a nasty, let's just say, symbiotic dynamic to that.
Right. Well, I mean, we see the consequence of this. This is what I'd suggest. Well, actually, not what I suggest. What I think Scripture specifically says, because you just read it in English and you don't make an effort. When the knowledge of good and evil, kind of vague in English, but when you pass out the meaning, it's not necessarily just the awareness of good and evil, but rather the authority to choose what's good and evil. And putting that in the hands of a created being that's fallible is absolutely disastrous, because as you can see, the moment they start choosing things that aren't good as if they're good, they then have to twist the whole of reality in their mind to the point where, well, just look at the degeneracy outside your window on any given Sunday. And I would say that's like a major element to this thing, because it's almost as if people have taken the authority away from, like, the ultimate authority, and they've given it to themselves, and then because they're too lazy to and incapable of applying it properly, they've just pied it off to the guy who's, strong enough, bold enough, or, funded enough to just tell you what to think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think everyone should be grateful who had decent enough parents to give them a moral compass from the beginning, because at least you had something to work with when you were thrust upon the world. In other words, forgive them, lest you stew for all eternity.
I think the ballers have to turn up the notch a little bit. It almost feels like, when you play a game in easy, medium, or hard. I think it's almost at the easy level now. You guys gotta pick up your game, man. It's getting boring.
Well, they came in with a ball and you flattened it. So what can they do now? They just have to go home crying.
Yeah.
He took their dreams out of it. They were in holding up the ball. We took the dreams out of the ball, and it went flat as a pancake, as you said. Sorry, Essie, you were going, buddy.
Well,
It's
Essie,
good, bro. I'm laughing. I'm enjoying this.
Essie, it's desperate when they're literally trying to redefine flat as being curved. Like,
Bro.
level, I sort of get, because it's like, yeah, level's not, it's kind of a little bit nebulous in that sense, but flat, you're trying to redefine flat to be curved. Bruh, that's desperation right there.
It really, really is. Especially when we can even say we can go to a tool store and buy a tool called a level. Like, we'll eliminate the entire verbiage completely. We'll just go buy this tool, slap it down on a table, and go like a caveman.
Yeah, just say Home Depot. That's it. Game over. Home
Just say,
Depot and add
you're so
level. Yeah.
Canadian. You're so Canadian. Just say Home
Yeah.
Depot.
Or just say Canadian Tire. But, the most Americans wouldn't understand if I said that. Yeah.
I was gonna say still Canadian. Same way.
Yeah. Just go to your local hardware store and say, "Can I have a level, please?" And see what shape that freaking tool is.
And actually note all the different sizes too, because they come in like as small as 6 inches. Some is even as small as 3 inches. You get the little toy levels from Amazon when you order things that need a level, like a shelf or whatever. They send you a little toy level. You couldn't level the side of a barn with that thing. But anyways, and then they go up to like 8 feet in length. These things called levels. Pretty interesting, and it's a concept that you can employ even when you're on a plane. You can take a cup and you can draw a line on it with a ruler, and then you can pour water up to that line, and you can watch that cup of water act as a very a simple level as it flies along the plane or above the plane the entire way.
Yeah, I got a 6 foot level. I got a 6 foot level, and then like a 1 inch level. Like it's literally just a tube of water and a bubble.
Thanks for that backup.
I have to admit, I didn't realize you guys had all that in Canada. I thought literally Canada was just mountains, moose, and Tim Hortons. I thought that was it. I didn't know that you had like hills.
How do you think we came up with that awesome observation of pouring a cup of water other than our Tim boy with his Tim cup operation, which is a cup of Tim's? You pour it in and watch it fly level.
I thought maybe you just got that from an episode of Letterkenny, but I'm not sure.
That
We
show is
saw it
not
on
bad.
Benny Hill.
Letterkenny. Does Canada have any water? Is your fucking country on fire? It's fucking up my air quality here in New York.
Bro, Canada's got more water than you have. What are you talking about?
What? Why aren't they using that shit to put out this fucking giant forest fire they got?
Bro, you know how freaking big Canada is?
Canada's bigger than the US, bro.
Yeah, we're just not as densely populated as y'all, or as populated for that matter.
We're one big forest over here.
I know. I heard like 99% of your population is like right near the American border.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is the statistic. Within, I think,
You guys another statistic on Canada? Did you know
three or
that
4 hours.
California has our entire population in it?
Bro.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
And when somebody says something like that, you get depressed real quick because you're like, wait a minute. And we're having all these trouble. Yeah, listen to this. Listen to this. I was checking out the real estate scene earlier today. So this building I used to live in, their penthouse is listed at $1.5 million. Okay, Canadian boys. Right now, the exchange rate is $1 American dollar, 1.2 Canadian dollars, or 1.2 Canadian. So I send this to my coworker. We start laughing about it. He counters with a house that's in, I think it's Rochester, New York, or slightly outside of Niagara Falls, I believe. $225,000. You got a basement, you got 2 floors, you got a backyard, full luscious green grass, and you got an above ground pool. For quintuple the price, you're getting a penthouse 1,000 square feet with no backyard, no nothing. And this is literally 6 hours away. Insane. 1.5
Depends on how
million.
urban. Yeah, it depends on how urban you want to get because our house is worth like 300 now, but you know, our house is 300 G's. I'm sitting on a half an acre pool, 2nd story decks and shit. It's dope as fuck, right? Raised ranch, in-law apartment. And yeah, if you want to go into the city, you get a little box. You go to Manhattan, dude, you get fucking look at some of those tiny apartments in Manhattan are like 80 square feet, bro. 100 square feet and shit. Crazy.
So, Jeremy, you trying to tell me that you bought a 300G house on the phone app thing that you've been doing?
Yeah. When I bought it, we bought it for about $1.70. and I put a lot of work into it, and the housing market has had a boom lately.
Yeah, but
If we didn't need a house, what's
you're
up?
always going to make money. If you know how to renovate houses, you'll always make money. It's kind of one of those things that you're always going to be able to make profit from. So sounds like you've done a nice renovation. So even if there wasn't a boom, you'd have been all right.
Oh yeah, it was still worth more immediately after I got it. It was probably worth 225, 250 or something because we put the pool in. I put some outbuildings in. I repainted every wall. I put a couple new floors in. I replaced every friggin' outlet and light bulb thing, all types of shit. Yeah,
What was the cost of the renovation?
probably like 10 G's.
Oh, that's not
Not
bad.
even. I don't know.
So you
It depends if you count the pool. I put an AC, a central air conditioning unit in. It was probably like 15 grand, maybe 20 with the pool and everything.
Of course, you count the pool, Jeremy. Like if you're you're talking about the whole property, right? You're talking about
Yeah, like 20 G's.
Okay, 20 G's. So you spend 170. You've got 20, and then a bit of labour, and then you've put up to. So you've made effectively 30 G's with your labour. That's not bad at all. And then
maybe more. Maybe more. You got like a bit above 50 G value there in your property, a pool and all that stuff. Yeah, that's good, man.
Yeah, man. Nice job.
Well, with the boom, I mean, like I said, our neighbors just sold their house for 300 G's, and we have the biggest lot of land on in the area, so our shit's definitely worth over 300 right now. I tell you, if we didn't need a place, if we didn't have so many kids, I'd tell my wife to just sell the house because that's like it's like $100 grand profit right there. We could pay rent for the next 10 years for free.
Well done, man. That's awesome.
Why would you pay rent when you already have free rent? Like, if you own the
no,
place?
we got the mortgage.
Oh, fair enough. But yeah, no, man. What you should probably do is really think about putting some of that value out and buying somewhere else, and then but just staying there as well. Because once you've got do you have any other properties? Is that the only thing you own?
I used to be a landlord, bro. It's fucking tough, dude.
Yeah, residential landlording is a bad idea. I'm not talking about that. There's ways. I'm just going to say there's ways to do it so that it's basically hands free.
Yeah, you get a management, real estate management people do it for you. They take a nice cut, but there is ways to do it hands off. Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about residential landlord at all. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about getting a manager in. I'm just saying there's ways of owning property, making money off it, and having zero headaches.
I've just been investing in REITs lately.
Well, that's certainly one way.
You know what a REIT?
Yeah, of course I know what REIT is. Yeah, that's certainly one way. I've been trying to get my mum to invest more in REITs, but she likes the headaches apparently. So anyway, well.
I like the monthly. A lot of REITs do monthly dividends, so I like that.
Yeah, I've got a bit of money in REITs myself because I wasn't really sure what to do with it, and it was just sitting in the bank, not doing much. So I was like, might as well put it somewhere. So I put it in a REIT.
You guys got a weird stock market, though, don't you? Don't you have like a European stock market or some shit?
I mean, I don't really know much about stock market, so I couldn't tell you. I don't care about stock market. It seems too risky to me. Like I'm never going to be.
How are you in REITs?
Well, REITs aren't. I wouldn't really say REITs are stock.
Oh, I thought it was only a stock.
It depends how you look at it. Yeah, I guess it's a stock. In the sense that you're buying ownership of a company and you get paid a dividend, right? But it's REITs are specifically property management companies, right? Whereas Apple is a technology company. Like so, yeah. I mean, depends how you see it. I don't like the idea of investing in an Apple or a Microsoft or something because their business decisions directly affect your profits, right? Whereas with property management companies, it's much more stable in my experience.
Yeah.
Like, let's just say you invest in a REIT that does commercial property and they own, say, a bunch of like large shopping centres in the south of England, just for example, right? Well, the chances are those shopping centres are still going to be doing their same business in 5 years' time. They're still going to be making the same money, and you're still going to get your dividends. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if Apple has like a poor iPhone release, or I don't know, the CEO turns out to be a bit dodgy or whatever, suddenly the value drops and you're getting less money.
Yeah, no, I've been buying Agree Realty. They own like lots of Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's land and shit. They rent the space out to them. Yeah, that's the best way. I mean, you could be a landlord. You could go be a residential landlord. That shit is a fucking hassle though. And then if you do the management company, they take a nice cut, which isn't bad because then it's hands free, but they hammer you though. They take like a third or half or something crazy, bro. Anyways, what else? The Casimir effect. That could be a replacement for gravity, or something to do with it, or something. That was some interesting shit we went over earlier. I don't know about that. There's like this attractive force in the Casimir. Like they had these plates and they expected for gravity to only be the attractive force there, but there was another attractive force there. Vacuum energy or some shit. It's interesting stuff. What else? What was the size of the universe at the Big Bang? How about that? What do they say? I thought it was zero. I thought there was no space. The Big Bang was the creation of space.
Yeah, it was in like 0 point, and then everything like expanded from that central point.
Yeah, I thought it was zero volume. The guy was saying earlier, though, pick your username. He was saying it was a Planck length or something. I don't know.
Planck.
Like, I don't know, bro.
To be fair, what I remember, they always used to say it's such a small, infinitesimal, small. That's how they would describe it.
Yeah, but I thought the Big Bang was described as the creation of space. Like there was no space or time before the Big Bang.
Well, they call it, what do they call it? Like a single point or whatever, some dumb name they gave to it, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Infinitesimally small. Yeah. And then it banged. And then in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second, boom, it became like, from the size of it expanded, yeah.
It expanded into what?
To the huge size that it, eventually became.
That's what
I think your point was expanding into what? You mean if something expands, you need space for it to expand into, right?
I'm like,
yeah.
all of a sudden, it's like you start asking, okay, if you say this, then that, i.e., what did it expand into, right? What came first, the horse or the carriage, chicken or the egg? What are we venturing in on? Because I'm still not sure.
You know what I like to call it?
Go for it.
The space where space is expanding into. Well, you go up high enough, and you're in outer space. So I like to call the space that the space is expanding into outer space.
It's
Boom.
the outermost space.
Outer.
The outer. It sounds like the outerest space of them all. It's too outer space for me, bro.
Free space.
That's out there. It's out there.
Can we get into inner space to figure out what the inner is to understand the outer? I don't even know. We can't even understand what we're living on to start to comprehend what's on the outer part of the inner part.
This is God territory. This is it. This is what, they try to explain the unexplainable.
Actually, SE, on your point, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I'm like, you should bring it up to the guys and see what they think about this. Could you imagine that? And I say this to be very just to observe the question. Could you imagine that we were just put here to understand this place from the bottom first before we ventured upwards?
Yeah, you're as good a guess as any other. Sure, why
Right.
not?
Right. And I'm like, you just put it on the evidence board as like a crazy potentiality because, again, we're spitballing right now.
Yeah, at least we admit when we're spitballing. We don't say this is it. Yeah, we're just talking. Yeah.
But when you say from the bottom up, do you mean 8 miles down?
Just from a like, this is where we're dwelling upon, right? And it's the idea I always talk about because you guys know I'm a huge creationist, and I firmly believe in the Lord, and I believe that He indeed created His Son to be sent, and I'll say hack the matrix. But from a standpoint of what we're in, where we are, to realize who we are, and also to realize how the creation was created, and I the fact that the potentiality, the enclosure, the claim of the firmament, how that works down here on this plane. And then if getting into the idea of ascending, if we are in fact just wearing a meat suit, and our higher selves are experiencing this place from here, but our higher selves still exist up there, so our higher selves get to experience down here through the meat suit. Does that make more sense?
Oh yeah, no, I totally get what you're on about, but I was
Awesome.
just joking.
Appreciate it. No, and I again, like in conversations like this, there can be literally no stupid answers. There's no egos on the table. No one's feelings are going to get in the middle of anything. So even if you're joking with something, right? What I love is there still might be something in what you're joking about that actually still brings essence to the conversation, right? It might pique somebody else's. Oh, hey, wait a minute. What about this? It's all good, dude.
Yeah, that's the best thing about unconditioned exchange of ideas. You might trigger another idea in someone else, and then that's it. You start something.
Well stated. I like that.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Can I interject on the meat suit portion of the conversation you guys were having?
What
Yeah,
up,
for sure.
Rob?
I just want to do a little shameless self promotion for my wife. She's started a YouTube channel and a business on creating memorials for your meat suits. I stuck a link to her channel in the live chat, Livestream 1. If you guys could just go check her out, and if you have any loved ones that you'd like to remember,
Yeah, go check that out, guys. Have you seen the urns? They make urns now where the shadow of the urn casts the shadow of the person. That was neat.
But now you're gonna get me to show shit like that to my wife because she's trying to expand this little business she started. She loves it. So if you could all just go check out her
Some cool
site.
shit.
She does some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, check that out, guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All hail the meat suit.
I missed it. Where'd you post it, dude?
Yeah, it's in Livestream 1, and it looks like angel wings. If you see a picture of angel wings, it's a short video on how she makes them.
I might check 1, 2.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Sure.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do, 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 do. Sorry. Need your reaction.
Well, it was appreciated.
What's up, Coach?
I appreciate the mic check because, like I said, my mic, it's hard to know when it's working or not. But no, I was just gonna say my friend passed away recently. Actually, her father passed away before that. But we, when we were talking about her father, we were talking about those diamonds. Like they have the diamonds they create out of somebody's out of their ashes. It's actually I was looking into that for my friend. It's not that expensive actually. You get like a decent diamond, $1,000, $2,000 made out of your loved one. It's pretty cool.
That is pretty neat. Yeah.
I'm not into being cremated, personally, but if that'd be the best way to get cremated, I guess. But otherwise, it's kind of like I don't want to be ashes, But
You don't want to be cryogenically frozen, then, no?
maybe no, probably not. I want to be Osama bin Laden. Um, just take me out to the sea and pretend to throw me in. No, I always
Oh,
say
Bin Laden.
so what?
Like Bin Laden.
Yeah, bin Laden. I always say that they treated him they pretended to do with him what they did to Megatron. Remember in the first Transformers movie when they took Megatron, they took him to the middle of the ocean and they just dumped him in the middle of the ocean. I think that's what they're pretending to do to Osama bin Laden. It's pretty funny.
Sorry, it's lost on me because I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, I gave you the whole synopsis. They take Megatron, they capture him, and they put him in a box and put him in the middle of the ocean and drop him in the middle of the sea. And other than that, I've never heard them doing that with anybody until Osama bin Laden, gets supposedly shot and killed, and they they do the same thing to him, I guess. Just take him to the middle of the ocean, just like in Transformers in the sea.
Didn't they do that with Saddam Hussein?
No, they hung
No,
him.
he was. Yeah, his people hung him and probably did other stuff to him.
They dragged him through the streets.
Nobody has it worse
Yeah,
than Gaddafi, though.
He got the Mussolini treatment. Wait, what happened to Gaddafi? How did that one go
He
down?
got captured by the supposed rebels, and they shoved knives up his ass on camera.
It's unpleasant.
I would imagine. I can't
Wow,
say for
you said
sure,
that
but
like
yeah.
you watched it.
Well,
You
I
say
didn't actually.
knives like plural?
Oh yeah, he was captured by a bunch of people. You know how mobs are. You know what mobs do. They did the mob stuff to him, and then include knives, clubs, and stuff.
Yeah, how dare he try to bring gold back?
I wonder how much that mob got paid to do the work of the government.
Well, I don't
You
know
care?
about them specifically. Most of those rebels were foreign. There was local. There were some locals, but a lot of those rebels were foreign rebels. And there were the same rebels who then went to Syria. So it's kind of suspicious.
Sounds like a hired type of
Yeah,
group.
that's got Israel written all over it. I'm just kidding. Sort of.
A big banker for sure.
I think historically, we've always had the quote unquote rebel groups do the dirty work for the government.
You got
The
to play
most
both sides, make both sides feel like they're useful. Listen, Jules, our friend in the chat, would you like to grow some adult parts and talk to us about why you think the Earth's a globe here in the VC?
What kind of globe? Like a square globe? Rectangular globe? What are we talking?
Yeah, I'm just calling you out. I figured up things conversation wise.
Yeah, buddy, well done, Glad. What's going on, our friend? Come on down and let us know why you think this place is curvy. I'd love to know. Please
Well,
tell us more.
Well, you know it's curving and moving. We went over this because of how flat and stationary it is.
Yep.
I just want to see if that's the excuse that we keep hearing.
But like,
Yeah.
if we,
Yeah.
I would love to put. I'm going to put a challenge down, and if anybody can bring forward, our friend included, an observation without appealing to any kind of an authority to demonstrate a globe, the floor is yours.
The full moon appears the same angular size at two different places on Earth at the same time, even though it's different angles. So that implies that the ground is not parallel in those two cities.
All right, observation 1, rendered by Matthew Learns, as a celestial observation. Anybody else? Perhaps relating to the surface.
Yeah, mine was about the surface.
No, it's about stars. Try again.
Oh, so I'm sorry. We're supposed to try again using only observations that would match your
Don't
notion?
get frustrated. We're just asking you where the curvature of the Earth can be found.
And
yeah, not judged by looking at the lights in the sky.
Yeah, and again, Matthew, like looking at the way you, and I wasn't throwing away your observation, right? But within your answer, you literally said the moon appears to be XYZ, right? Therefore, the ground. And what I was strictly for the audience's purpose, they're listening, right? That would be classed as a celestial observation because the moon is classed as a celestial body. So I'm just being clear as to saying, hey, do we have anything else perhaps pertaining to the actual surface versus if this then that type answer, which was what you just rendered. Thank you, though.
Wait, what about this? Why doesn't the moon change angular size from two different locations observed at the same time on a globe?
Because this distance is so large that the relative distances between the two different cities is inconsequential, and it obeys the law of perspective.
Oh, interesting. So
Welcome to the land of presupposition.
there's no way that there could be a situation where the moon would have maintained a apparent angular size over a plane. Please enlighten me what that has to do with geometry.
The law of perspective.
How does it have to do with geometry of the surface?
Things get smaller when they're farther away, and then you can look and see if the geometry of the surface, how far away the moon is, and that will give you clues about the geometry of the surface. Or you could ignore it all completely and say that you don't like
lost,
that you disapprove of things that might challenge your paradigm. You can do that too.
See, you start getting all like feisty whenever you get called out. So you said that
I'm not the one getting called out.
Is that why
I'm calling out the irrationality of the flat Earth.
The fact that you're not being feisty is validated by the fact you had to interrupt me. So you said that the angular size of the moon doesn't change when viewed by two different people at two different locations, which means that the surface can't be flat.
That specifically says that the distance between the two cities is the same, and then you can use that as evidence towards the idea that the surface is not flat because the angle of the moon in the sky is different at the two different cities. Basic 3D geometry.
You know what's super funny is like what I guess none of the ballers realize is you don't actually use distances on the Earth and then triangulate the positions in the sky in your paradigm to determine the distance to them. It doesn't actually work, right?
Right. It's just evidence against the idea of a flat Earth.
No, it's no. If you're claiming it doesn't match the flat Earth prediction, but it also doesn't match a globe prediction, how is it exclusive to a globe?
It matches the globe prediction. What are you talking about?
This is where we can have a friendly bet. Do you want to take a friendly bet that you can't use triangulation in your globe model to determine the distances that your model claims for celestial objects? Do you want to bet on it?
For the moon, you certainly can. The stars are too far away. So you're right about that. The stars are so far away that their light is basically parallel everywhere on Earth.
So if I do triangulation from, so I have two different cities, and I triangulate to the moon, and then I triangulate to the sun, am I going to get the same value?
They'll be slightly different, but the numbers are going to be pretty small.
No. Okay, let's say the angular size of the sun and the moon are the same, and I now triangulate to the sun and the moon with the same distance between me and the other person on the Earth. Are the values going to be the same?
No, they'll be different because the moon is closer than the sun. So when you triangulate, you'll have slightly narrower angles.
But wait, how so? Are we triangulating to the angular? Are we like the apparent position of the sun?
Yeah, the apparent position of the sun. You triangulate. You find the angle in the sky between the sun, the different cities to the sun, and then the angle in the sky, the same different cities to the moon, and you'll get, if you're precise enough instruments, you'll see that there's a difference in distance.
Oh, so you're saying we can triangulate to the sun and get 93 million miles?
That's pretty. I don't know if you could get exactly that, because it might not be within the scope, the precision of the instruments you use.
No, you can't get even remotely close to that. So you don't understand the irony of it. You telling me I don't understand basic geometry. The irony, bro. So
okay.
let me
So
just
how does the moon move distance and not change size?
Buddy. If the sun and the moon,
basic geometry, you can't even understand that simple question.
You're freaking out. If the sun and the moon are the same angular size, how can I use triangulation for both of them and then get drastically different results?
Because they're different distances.
You're just saying that, but we're supposedly talking about the method of determining the distances.
So it sounds like you're assuming that just because they're the same size or the same distance?
No, you don't seem to be following, or you're being intentionally obtuse, right? So we can't just use triangulation to determine the distance to the sun and the moon, because if we were going to just use the same methodology for both of them, then we would get almost the same distance for both of them, since they're the same angular size.
Angular size is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the angle in the sky. It's elevation angle, not its angular size. Do you recognize that those are different?
Do you recognize?
You're talking about using parallax?
Yeah, wait. Do you recognize that the angle is taken to the apparent location of the sun and the moon?
The size of the sun and the moon has nothing to do with triangulating their position. Do you recognize that?
Why would you get
You're
different distance?
wrong, because you're triangulating to the apparent location.
So you use the center of the sun, the center of the moon. What does the size have to do with anything?
Okay, now here's the question. Can I take two positions on the Earth, right? So whatever, a city and another city, and then triangulate to the sun to get 93 million miles?
I don't think it would be precise enough. The instruments would be precise enough, but in theory, it should work, but within levels of precision.
No, it has nothing to do with the lack of precision of an instrument. You're just basically saying things.
The
So you don't
precision
actually
doesn't matter?
You don't actually even know why you can't do it. It's because the baseline can't be nearly long enough to do that. Duh.
That's what I said. The precision is not high enough to do it with such a short baseline.
The baseline on the Earth, the base of your triangle can't be nearly long enough.
Right. So it's a problem with precision.
No,
with the moon, you could do it.
No, it's not a problem with precision. It's that the baseline can't be long enough.
Is laughing what you do when you don't understand the argument?
Projection.
Oh my God, dude. Is this extremism?
Yo, it's funny. It's super funny. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't even know. Why do you guys still talk about triangulating things to the sky? I don't understand. That doesn't help you guys at all.
I'm just curious, Matthew. Are you being serious, or are you trolling with it? Are you being honest that you don't Are you not grasping what he's saying, or are you just like?
No, he does.
Yeah, he was saying that it has something to do with the size of the moon and the size of the sun are the same, and he was saying something about triangulating based on that size.
You just said, bro, you're tipping your hat that you don't understand trigonometry, bro. Tell me I'm wrong, please. You're totally tipping
You're
your
wrong.
hat.
I
Okay,
understand
then
trigonometry.
how are you gonna get the angle to the moon and then use the arc length to adjust the height without trigonometry, dude, and without spherical trigonometry, bro? You're telling me by questioning Austin, you're telling us all you don't understand the trig or the spherical trig even.
I understand it.
You're denying trig, bro.
Well, we haven't even got to get to the spherical assumption part because he doesn't understand. Apparently, none of them understand that you would have to have like hundreds of Earths to do that because you don't have enough distance for the baseline on the Earth.
I was also wondering whether he answered your question about how is it exclusive to a globe. I don't think he answered that.
Oh, he ended up basically admitting it wasn't.
Because the size of the full moon is the same everywhere on Earth, and so that shows that it's due to the tilt of the Earth, the tilt of the different ground levels, is why the moon appears in different locations in the sky. If the Earth were flat, then it would also the moon would appear different sizes from different places on Earth because it would be different
What gives
distances.
us our difference? Why? How do we come up with a different distance triangulating the sun and the moon?
I'm talking about the different distance between two cities and the moon.
Hey Matthew,
Right,
do you drink a lot of fluoridated water?
I don't know.
Yeah, Brian, they have to stay away
Yeah,
from
that
that question.
explains
I tried to ask him that question. He stayed away from it. Ballers don't like that question.
They try and say something about parallax, dude, but that's goddamn ridiculous. You're talking about a smidgen of difference, bro, and then angular size is a smidgen of difference, bro. The only honest answer is yes. If I'm using math, I'm gonna come up with the same answer. That's the only honest answer. I doubt you'll rarely get that. You'll get it every now and then.
One thing I'm trying to. I'm sorry, you're roboting, so I was going to talk over you. One thing I'm trying to understand, Matthew, is that you said that the moon on a flat Earth, it will have the same size or it'll be a different size. What did you say again?
If you look at the image I posted at 56 past the hour just now, there are times where the moon is directly over one city, but also 30 degrees above the horizon in another city. And therefore, if the Earth is flat, the moon should be twice as far from one city as it is in the other city. And my question is, how come we don't
Yeah,
see
if
any
you
size
make
difference?
loads of assumptions about what you're
Exactly.
No, this is just the assumption
what?
the
No,
law of
that's
perspective.
why my first question was why doesn't it change angular size and angle on a globe? And hilariously enough, you didn't say, "Oh, because it's just so far away." So now you're admitting that there are literally conditions that determine the apparent position of the moon that would cause it not to change. So you get to pick and choose.
No, it's
That's
distance.
not possible on a flat Earth. Okay,
Yes,
what if
well,
the medium was different? What if the medium was different?
Then we would see the bending and warping of the medium would affect the stars behind it too, but that's not happening.
would
So
you
we
know?
know that that's not it.
Wait,
How would you
what?
know that? First of all, how would you know that isn't happening? And how would you observe any bending at all? How would that be possible? It's just, this is just pinching at straws that don't exist.
But still,
Even
I'm
by
just,
their math,
Like what you've done is you built a house of cards, and at the bottom there's no cards.
I've
And
drawn
you
a triangle.
you expect us to believe that house of cards is legitimately staying up.
even by their math, bro. Even by their math, it's only you got to go almost just under 25 degrees away. So you're talking like well over like 1,500 miles or just under to get a 1 degree difference between a flat plane and a globe. So who's verifying these distances? You know, when you start getting out over oceans and shit, you know, then you'd have an argument, man. But you're acting like the moon's going to be over one city and then drastically different angle, like a few hundred miles away. Well, it's not, dude.
You know,
it's simple observation.
You know what's
Sometimes
crazy?
it's directly. Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's directly. The moon is directly over Guatemala City. Sometimes, and at that moment, it's at 30 degrees above the horizon in Montevideo. That's a simple observation. And then all I did is draw a right triangle on a flat Earth. Look at my diagram, 56 past the hour, and tell me what the
I
answer
already
is to that
come up
question.
with a simple formula
you're,
for that.
you're applying was it Euclidean direct geometry to perspective observations?
Since they won't let
You're
go of
being
that,
a
I just
you're
come up with a
basically
simple
what you're
formula.
doing with your. Sorry, my guy. I'll finish quick.
Go ahead,
Basically,
my
what
bad.
you're doing with your drawing is you're being a clown. We're talking about one thing, you're drawing something else, and then you say another thing on top of your drawing. It's pathetic.
Well, I do like how he drew a flat, bottom line. That was cool.
Yeah, that is smart. So listen, real quick, Matthew, you'd first have to demonstrate for the class that the moon is the same size at both cities at the same time.
Okay, so that's just simple observation that
No, you'd have
people-
to demonstrate it so that we all see it happening. Can you
I don't
do that?
I don't have a picture of that.
Oh, so how are we supposed to believe you that it does appear the same size in both cities?
Yeah, how did you even validate it did?
I was appealing to people's personal experience that when you go outside and look at the moon, it's always about the same size. It never appears twice as big as it does other times.
And now it also sounds
Say what
like
now?
the only. Now it
You've
also
never
sounds
traveled
like
anywhere?
Sorry, let me just quickly get this out.
Yes,
Now
I
it only.
have rumpus.
Now it sounds like it. The only exclusivity is distance. So
Right.
you're almost saying that even if the moon was close, but the Earth was still a globe, that the moon would change size. So it's not exclusive to a globe; it's exclusive to distance.
Right. Yeah, it's a problem with the flat Earth that the moon appears the same size in two cities at once.
No, it's not. No,
It's only a problem because you are
Yeah.
painting a very specific assumptive picture of the flat Earth.
Right.
You're
If
not,
the
you're
Earth is
not, you're
flat,
not
I'm
actually,
assuming the
you're
Earth is
not,
flat.
you're not actually taking the observation for what it is and leaving the possibilities open for multiple explanations that you don't have the answer to.
Okay, I'm
So
open
let's
to
talk about it like this.
And then, by the way, you're again to drill home the point. You're giving us an orthographic representation of what you're talking about.
What's
It's
wrong with
disingenuous.
orthographic? What's wrong
Real
with
fast, we have
orthographic
to do
It's
like
representation?
this.
disingenuous because that's not how any of the observers observe the observation.
Right, but it's
All right, we
a
have to do it. All right, come on, Matthew. Can you? Well, let's try to make this make sense for a second. You're saying it won't work on a flat Earth. So whenever you determined that it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, how far away did you put the moon?
X.
Oh, okay. How big is the moon?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. So if it's distance dependent, it doesn't matter what the distance is?
Right.
Wow. So it's dependent upon distance, but it doesn't matter what distance it is?
Yeah, it's a relative distance. It's distance x from Guatemala City, and it's distance 2x from Montevideo. The point is that they're different. And it doesn't matter what x is. It's just that one is twice as close as the other. And the question is, why does the moon appear the same size?
Wait, I thought you just said that if the moon was far enough away that you wouldn't notice.
It's the relative sizes, the relative distances that matter. X versus 2x is twice as far.
Wait. How far away would the moon need to be before you wouldn't be able to tell?
Oh, I don't know. If it's within 95, 97%
10
of the
miles
distance.
away if it's a focal point. If it's a focal point, it could be 5 miles away, and it's never going
No,
to
it's-
change size. Period.
Yeah,
They
it's
know
not
this
about the
shit,
distance.
dude.
It's not about the distance. It's about the difference in distance between the two cities. If in one city it's X amount of distance, in another city it's 0.97X, you probably wouldn't notice the difference. But if
a
it's
focal
X
point,
versus 2X, then you would notice the difference. is my
There
point.
you
I'm
go.
just
and
impressed.
it
I'm
changes
just
angle
impressed.
every.
Really quickly, Matthew, I'm impressed with your want for us to buy your story.
No,
Oh,
let me say this.
I'm
Wait,
not
how
asking
far
you
away?
to buy
How
my
far away
story.
are these cities? How far away are the cities?
They're about, I don't know, 5,000 miles, something like that.
Oh,
How
about.
did you
don't
actually
even
measure the
know?
distance to it?
It doesn't matter.
Wait.
So this-
So wait.
so
What
this
would
is-
happen if the moon? What would happen if the moon was 5,000 miles away?
On a
If
globe.
it's 5,000 miles away from Guatemala City, then it would be 10,000 miles away from Montevideo. That's the point. It's not the distance that matters. It's the relative distance, X versus 2X.
What do you say? No, that put it 7,500 miles away, bro. You definitely don't understand geometry over flat planar geometry. I think you drank the Kool-Aid, but hold on. If it's a focal point, and then it's going to be, if it could be a focal point and be 5 miles away and be the same size for anybody anywhere ever who sees it if it's a focal point. And plus if it's a focal point, it's just 60 nautical miles per degree. If that's what you want to call a degree, you call it a knot, call it whatever you want. If it's a focal point, it's going to be 60 knots 60 miles, whatever you want to call it per degree, period, if it's a focal point.
Yeah, I'm not making any claim about distance. I'm talking about the difference in distance between two cities. That's all.
So would you also be saying that if the moon was close on the globe model, the moon would change size?
Right, it would.
Right. Okay. So it's not exclusive to a globe then.
No, it's not exclusive to globe. It's just the basic question about the distance of the moon and why it appears the same size if it's different distances.
Just about like pictures, if the picture's looking at you, no matter where you're at, then the eyes are going to be staring right at you. You could be off to the side, right in front of it. As long as you can see them eyes, they're looking at you. You get that. So now when you're talking about the focal point, you're talking about the point and where it comes in focus, which determines the size. So you're going to get the same size at any distance. You know, I mean, you don't see what I'm saying? A focal point is where it focuses. So the size is going to be the same for everybody, anywhere, anytime.
So what does the law of perspective have to do with this? So you're saying it doesn't apply to the moon? That would be one answer to my question, I guess.
Perspective just helps it go down, I guess, man. Just helps it go down pretty much, you know, the atmosphere, the magnification or the lensing, refraction, whatever you want to call it. I got a little formula if you want to make sense of that 30-degree observation.
Yeah, so buildings and
refraction.
cars and things on Earth generally follow the law of perspective that when they get farther away, they get smaller and smaller. So I guess you're saying that maybe the moon doesn't follow that law of perspective?
Wait. Why does the ground appear to ramp up? Is that
Well, I
because
don't know about that. I'm talking about the law of perspective for individual items.
Well, let me teach you that. When you look out in the distance, like you'll see a boat if you're on the shore, and it looks like you're looking up at it, or even pins at a boat now, they look like they're coming up a little bit. But a boat on the horizon, you know it's under your feet, the bottom of the boat, but you know it appears like it's ramping up. What's that have to do with shrinking? Or does a globe cause that? Does a globe cause the sky to ramp down? Like if a bird's flying away from me and it gets lower and lower, is that because of a globe? Or is that just because of perspective?
Yeah, you're talking about two different things that happen with perspective. One is that the position changes, and the other is that the size changes. So things ramp up and down. That's a position changing. I'm asking a simpler question, which is like as a car moves away, as the car goes twice the distance, it sort of becomes half the size. And does the same thing happen for the moon or not?
No, why would it? If it's never closer than 5,000 miles away and never further than 5,000 miles away, why would it change size? Or if it's a focal point, it could be any distance away. But how about this? Like today I went over a bridge, or actually it was yesterday. But and it was a trip because at the bottom of the bridge I was looking at these clouds and you know, they're ramping down. They're ramping down toward the horizon, and then I get up to the top of the bridge and I notice the same clouds are just going off straight. They're coming down a little bit, but not much. You know, they just they leveled out. Is that because the curve shrunk as I went higher up the bridge? Is that why clouds appear to drop to the horizon? Is it because of Earth curve, or is it just perspective?
Again, yeah, you're talking about perspective changing the position of things. I'm not interested in the position for this argument. I'm talking merely about the size of things. Do things get smaller or bigger as they get farther and closer?
What if they don't, though? What if they don't get further? What if the moon is always the same distance relative? If it's 6,000 miles higher, 10,000 miles higher.
How does it go down then? You're saying that perspective causes them to go down, so if it's the same distance, it should go down.
How do the clouds go down?
They're moving away from you, so they're changing their distance. If the moon doesn't change the distance, it doesn't move away. It's simple.
So that's not his argument. He just made it crystal clear that wasn't his argument, because I would say once again, why do the birds go down? See,
yeah, his argument was the size. His argument was the size, and you misinterpreted it. You want to argue about the position, and he wants to argue about the size.
Let's talk reality. Is there anything in reality that doesn't go down as it goes away? Anything. You could even include the heavens, which is your guess.
Going down. It's about its angular size.
No, I'm asking you though, is there? He ain't talking about angular size, or you ain't talking about angular size. I just want to know if we're talking reality or not. In reality, does anything ever go away from us and not go down?
No, I'm not
Now you want to go back to
with
angular
you on
size,
that.
right? Now
I'm
you
not
want to go back to
disagreeing
angular
with you on
size.
that.
I'll say again. Focal points. Focal points. It doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter how far you are. it's going to focus in at that point that brings it into focus. So it's going to be the same size, the same apparent whatever. It's just apparent. You just admitted that what we're talking about are measurements to apparent spots because of the clouds. When I get to the top of the bridge, they're going straight. Yeah, it's apparent. So everything we're measuring off of the distance is literally apparent, and it's apparent positions.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if the moon is 5,000 miles from one city, you're saying that you can focus in on it, and it'll appear the same as if it's 10,000 miles from a different city. It appears the same size because you're focusing in on it. Is that what you're saying?
Dude, you could say the same thing about the sun. Do you agree you could apply your same argument to the sun and claim it debunks flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm over listening to this, so I'm just going to pull your toys away from you. I'm sorry. So we have a limit to perspective. We have an azimuthal grid of vision. We only detect it, celestial objects, quote unquote objects, or whatever, once they enter that limit of perspective. Thus, they're never going to change angular size. Doesn't matter how far away they are from you in reality, you only observe them inside of your azimuthal limit.
That's not reality.
So, in other words,
It's provably reality, though.
If something goes away from you, it changes its angular size.
Than that, dude. What are you talking about? It's not reality. There's no other reality than what we see.
Well, let me ask you this then. You're saying that the sun and the moon do not obey the law of perspective. That's basically what you're saying, right?
First of all, I'm not saying that they don't obey the law of perspective, because it does appear to drop as it gets further away, but it's appearing to drop within your limit of perspective. So if you think the law of perspective means that you can see forever, then your law of perspective is retarded. And when you say that's not reality, that's just a nuh-uh, because you can't actually rebut it. And I would love to hear a baller be honest and admit that would mean that it doesn't change angular size. But no one will do that. You guys can't even say it out loud.
You can't say they're not following the rules of perspective, because the rules of perspective are freaking all over the place. Like if you see something going straight out away from you, it's doing something different than a cloud above.
It gets smaller. It gets smaller.
Of course it gets smaller, but I'm just saying.
The sun and the moon don't get smaller, that's the point. It goes away from you and it doesn't change its angular size, which is not obeying law of perspective. That's it.
They actually just don't comprehend it.
Yes, of course we comprehend the reality. That perspective makes things smaller with distance.
What if the moon never gets closer than 6,000 miles? It never gets further than 6,000 miles.
Then it goes underneath your Earth. That's not really helping you.
No. I'm asking you a direct question. If the sun is 6,000 miles away, because you're acting like impossibility. If the sun is as close as it ever gets is 6,000 miles away, and the furthest it ever gets is 6,001 miles, is it going to change size?
No, it will not.
So it's going to go on the horizon.
Thank you. For fuck's sake.
Brian, that cannot be true for two cities at the same time.
You're gonna apply terrestrial rules. Y'all are basing your whole entire worldview on the.
Wait, Brian, why are you? Brian, why? Dude, this is what I just said. Objectively answers the question, and they can't say anything back. So you have an azimuthal grid of vision. You only detect. Say the sun is 40 million miles away. Doesn't matter. You only detect it once it's within your azimuthal grid. Therefore, you have a limit to your perspective.
Yeah, so basically Whitsitt is saying that it doesn't matter how far away the sun is, it will appear the same size once it appears within your azimuthal grid of perception. And therefore the law of perspective saying that things get smaller with distance doesn't apply to the sun and the moon.
You had Fresnel lenses for glasses, bro.
Magic.
Let me just he don't understand.
It's not magic.
If you had Fresnel lenses for glasses, okay, and you walked away from street lights, they would literally disappear when you got about 45 degrees away. I'm not saying we have Fresnel lenses I'm just saying for them lenses, if we did have Fresnel lenses as glasses, everybody, then our grid, our azimuthal grid, in other words, our reality would be, is that something about 20 foot high, it would disappear at about 100 feet away or 200 feet away. That's just the way we see. That's the way we see. So you're going to have a circle of vision. You turn around 360 degrees and you're going to have limits, and you're going to have probably different limits up, which is going to change perspective. I'm just saying do you understand what he's even explaining with the azimuthal grid? It's what we see. It's pure.
Dude, the fact they have to deny it is hilarious. That shows you how fragile the globe religion is. They have to deny something that can be objectively verified. And actually, due to insecurity, they try to gaslight you. They try to call it magic and act like you don't understand things because they're
Right.
denying something that can be objectively verified.
Kind
It's
of like
wild.
you're
law,
denying the
Matthew.
existence of the law of perspective. Same thing.
What is Matthew? You keep saying the law of perspective. Can you give me a link to this law of perspective
Things
that you're
get
talking about?
as things get farther, they get smaller.
So what is this law of perspective? Who's set this? Who's demonstrated this scientifically through
It's a
experimentation?
description of how perspective works.
In drawing, if you want to draw an image and try to make it look
In
realistic,
reality,
there's laws
when
of
something goes
perspective.
away
But
from you, it
don't
changes
talk
from
over.
regular size to smaller.
What I didn't hear what you said because you literally just started talking through me.
The perspective causes that when something goes away from you, it gets smaller.
Oh my
You
god,
can-
dude, shut it down. So profound.
They won't even let me talk. So Matthew, you're talking about laws of perspective. This other guy's talking about some sort of quote unquote law of perspective. Do you guys have any scientific evidence that backs up your claim for some sort of scientific law?
No, I don't. I thought it was pretty.
You guys can make stuff up. So this is the reality. If
I thought it was
something's
common
within your
sense.
limit, if something's within your limit of perspective, you'll start to see it change angular size. If you only detect it from, even though it's outside your limit, you're not going to see a drastic change of angular size at all. It's going to be replicated with just a little small glass dome. Take a light source over it, move it over top of it. With the light source that's observed from within that dome will not change angular size, despite it moving significantly further away from that dome. This is a fact.
A good way to explain it is look at the clouds go off in the distance, okay? And then look at the birds underneath them. And then look at jetliners above them. They're all dropping at different rates. They're all, so they're, I don't just say there's just one law. I mean, if you're talking about size, maybe, but as far as one law, they're all dropping at different rates.
But the size is also one thing. The airplane that goes away from you and gets lower in the horizon also gets smaller.
Everything goes lower as it goes
Oh
away.
my god!
And smaller.
I'll just repeat it again. So if something's within your limit of perspective, you will see it change angular size. But if it's outside of that and you don't pick it up until it's within it, then that means it's at the
distance something is outside of that limit.
Hey, buddy, next time you do that, you're muted and timed out for now. Do you understand? That's like the fifth consecutive time. Every time someone talks, you just immediately talk through them, bro. Every single time, dude. It's impossible to get a point out.
All right. Well, we'll mute and unmute people if needed, but yeah, let's just go one at a time. Just let Witsit go tactical, and then you can go next.
Okay, if something's outside your limit of perspective, then you're only going to be viewing it at the very limit of your perspective. So then it's not going to change angular size. If something is from within that limit of perspective, then there's going to be a greater distance change as it moves away from you. Thus, it will change angular size.
The sun is defined as a point source of light.
See, it's just so frustrating because they don't like to have the conversation where it goes back and forth. What, are you going to respond now, or you only want to debate when you can talk right through us?
The sun does not look like a point source.
Might be the case because he just left right when I moderated. So yeah.
Yeah, like Nate talk, you talked right through him, talked right through me, talked right through Brian, like 10 consecutive times. It's a tactic. It's easy to debate if the other person never gets to say their point.
It just means he's not listening.
The sun is defined as a point source and also a black body, except for when you need it not to be. Well, I guess it depends on the arguments. If you look it up, that's how it will be defined, as a black body with no reflections. But if y'all are arguing like radar bounce, then all of a sudden it's not a black body. And then if you're arguing like angular size and all this shit, then all of a sudden it's not a point source. I mean, it just depends on what you need to look deeper into the global arguments, because they tend to change because of yeah buts.
And Matthew, do you think it's possible, or do you think it's not a point source of light, the sun, because of its size? And is it possible to have various sizes of point source light?
No, point source is a single point. You go outside and look at the sun. It's not a single point. It has a certain size to it. About 0.5 degrees, by the way.
Look, let's say we have a giant glass dome that's like 2-3 football fields big. Okay, and now we have a big giant light, and we're going to move it away from the observer inside the giant dome. It's going to start to change angular size as it gets further and further away. If you take that same light and you hold it outside of the giant glass dome, and then you move it over top of the dome, it's going to maintain angular size. Do you understand that, Matthew?
Yes, I understand your claim.
Good. We
Okay.
can demonstrate that.
Okay, so that's what happens with our perspective. If you're observing something that's within your dome of vision, it changes angular size. If something is outside of that, you don't pick it up until it's within your dome of vision. Therefore, it doesn't change angular size.
The human dome of vision, how big is that, do you think?
I'm not making a claim as to a definitive distance.
What if we said it was 3,959 miles?
Yeah, but I'd guess the whole dome of vision. I'd guess it'd say it's about 5 to 10,000. That's my personal guess, and I'd say the sun is right about 39, 59, whereabouts.
5 to 10,000, dude. That's just like a huge number. That's not anything.
It is, but this is just like my personal beliefs. Like, I'm not trying to spread them or talk you into it. I'm just saying, like, the stars and the planets and stuff. I just think I think it's a little more vast in the distance of the sun, or there could be some kind of firmament. You know, that's another possibility. But if there's not, then I believe I don't know. It's eerie when you think about what's really up there and look at it, dude. It looks kind of eerie. Like
Matthew,
it's just a deep black.
Well,
Matthew,
the
let me ask
evidence
you.
of the sun shows us this. Sorry, let me say this one more thing. The evidence from what we see looking at the sun shows us this exact thing. We see crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, and they curve over top of us. So, good.
Matthew, if we set our arc of vision or our semi sphere of vision, if we set the limitation of that to roughly 4,000 miles, or let's say 3,959 miles, and what Witsit was talking about previously, right? So if you have something that might be outside of that limit, but it tracks in a radius of 3,959 miles, what difference would we see between the observations that we have of the sky of things that would be outside that limit of vision, but residing upon a radius of your own personal, like, atmospheric dome?
My God, that is such a good point, bro. Real quick, Matthew, dude, if it is like a limit of 3959, the way you and Austin are describing, like a perspective limit, then when it hit that, it'd have no choice but to drop, to start going down right then at that point, like way faster than it did the rest of the day, dude. That's got you just expanded my brain like crazy.
But yeah, my question would be, like, if we're trying to use something like a sextant to measure angles to those objects, and those objects would be centered upon me and residing in an arc that's 3,959 miles away, how could we distinguish that from the alleged infinite celestial sphere that we have that has no radius, and then putting a radius below our feet of how far we traverse changes the sky? What would be the difference?
I guess there wouldn't be a way to distinguish if there's some kind of thing that happens at a certain distance, your own personal dome of vision, that somehow makes perspective not work after that, then it would be hard to distinguish between those.
No, that would make it work. Let me back it up, Napalm. Like even with the sextant, like if you take and they only go down to like 30 degrees, because anything under that, it starts getting more and more unreliable. So 30 degrees, that's right at about like 4,000 miles, like right at about the distance he's even talking about, where they even quit using these angles as being reliable, period. Bro, I think that's an awesome point. Can't believe I never thought of it.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I just don't see any evidence for this alleged personal dome of vision idea.
Yeah, well, I just told you a piece of evidence for it. We have crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays that curve over top of us.
Crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays are parallel.
Well, you say that, but they curve over top of us.
I don't think they do. They're parallel. What are you talking about?
But they do though, because you can literally go look at videos of them curving over top of our head and then going back down.
If that's light at the extent of our perspective, then it's going to have to curve, like we see in reality. Just like Nate. I mean, think about this for a second. If it's above us at such and such distance, but it's appearing lower, it's going to appear higher, and it's going to have no choice but to curve back in on itself and back down. It has no choice. Just take a minute and think about that, man. It's really a strong point. I can't believe we never brought up in depth like that.
Wow, you're coming up with all kinds of new stuff.
Yeah, but your claim that the angular size of the moon debunks flat Earth is just not correct at all.
It's only not correct if you manufacture this personal dome of vision thing.
There's no manufacturing. It's built upon like actual evidence that
But
everyone
you
can
can
validate.
see if you don't have the personal dome of vision, then my argument is fairly strong. If you don't have,
You mean if we can see forever and we're all Superman?
right?
But
Yeah,
Matthew,
yeah. Well,
like
we're not
let's
Superman though. So
Woodson, if I may for a quick second, like the idea of me standing in the center of a circle, right? I'm the center point of a circle, and I see in a straight line, i.e., the radius of that circle. I then turn around, and as I turn around, I'm observing the circumference of that circle. The sight line of 180 degrees, I can look forward and then turn around and observe the entire diameter of that exact same circle that I'm illustrating mentally. All right, this is how vision works. Vision works on the premise of a circle.
Yeah, from your perspective, you're looking around, and it's kind of your own personal circle is available
Right,
to
which results in this, as Whitsitt is saying, personal reference dome.
So what happens at a certain distance that things no longer get smaller because they're farther? That's the part that I don't think makes sense.
what?
Because they've reached their limit.
I just
They've
talked you through an example, dude. I just talked you through it, and you said that you understand it. Now you don't understand
Yeah,
it.
but why is there a limit?
Why do you think that we should see forever? That doesn't even make sense. All evidence we've ever had shows us that we can't see forever.
Yeah, but as things get farther and farther away, they get smaller and smaller, and it doesn't seem like there's some magic number where we can't see something.
Yeah,
No, it's based on
in
result.
We can't even see the sun 200 feet. Once we go past 200 feet deep, we can't even, or 200 meters it might be. We can't even see the sun itself, dude. So, but you think, I mean, just fucking common sense, Matthew, one time. But you think we can see light years, and you say there's even these particles, spread out in this ultimate vacuum. But 200 feet, and we can't even see the damn sun itself. But we can see the sun itself through infinite billions, trillions of miles of distance, man, or these stars. Dude, think about that. Just please apply some common fucking sense. We don't know what these stars are and the sun and all that. It's a guess, bro. It's a mathematical guess on your side of it.
Do you guys have any evidence that we can see forever? Because we have endless amounts of evidence that we can't see forever.
Sight depends on how much light comes to your eyes. That's what I would say.
So, Matthew, aside from celestial objects, can you provide any evidence that the human eyes can see any further than 3,959 miles?
No, not other than things in the sky, because those are the things that are farther.
Allegedly. But like on the surface, right, you talk about something that you dubbed the law of perspective, right?
Maybe I should have said
If
rule
we
of
have
perspective.
if we have what we appear to see, which is a horizon, which is synonymous with like a vanishing point, should you have all four sides equidistance from your observation, you would have a specific point in which everything appeared to just kind of merge into one. So if we have this optical vanishing limit, what would lead you to believe that the human eye could see forever?
That the human eye just sees light that comes into it, and it depends on how far something is and how bright something is to determine if there's enough light to see.
So would you agree that 200 feet, if just water itself and 200 feet, we can't see the sun itself? I mean, wouldn't you agree that in 93 million miles, we should have pretty close to the same amount of particles that it goes to in water at 200 feet?
It depends on how much light is coming into your eyes, not the distance. So it's the brightness of the light source, how much is in between, and then how much comes into your eyes. So it doesn't have anything to do with distance. It's all about how much light goes into your eyes. So you're right. 200 feet of water blocks most of the sunlight in a way that 100 miles of air doesn't.
That's why I'm bringing in like 93 million. And if you want to say, no, it'd be close or whatever, then I'm going to bring up trillions of miles. You know, it's just, where does it end, dude? For fuck's sake, Matthew, where does it end? The imagination.
Not with distance, with light. Whether you can see something or not depends on how much light is coming in your eyes, not the distance of the thing emitting the light.
It's funny how you guys can just make anything up, right? Like, you can just make things up and claim we can see forever, and you don't have to verify it at all. But if we challenge it, we're actually crazy.
Our eyes see light; they don't see distance.
Okay, buddy. Do you know what Rayleigh's criteria is?
No.
Okay. So you realize that we lose resolvability of things based on reception and propagation angles?
Oh yeah, if things are too close to each other, then we can't distinguish them. Yeah, that's right.
No, just in general, things lose resolvability relative to your eye level and the reception and propagation angle.
Yeah, but it's still about light. How much light is going in your eyes, whether you can see it or not.
Leave out, Austin, is they want to argue at the 0.2 degrees, right? But they don't want to count the surface as that limiting factor. But I'd say this, okay? So if you have an object that the limiting factor is the ground, and then up that ship, we'll say, is 0.2 degrees, we're by nature, just by Rayleigh criterion, by that law, we're going to lose it. Okay, it doesn't matter the size of it at that point. The limiting factor is also the ground, so it will shrink, but the angle of it is also a factor. So think of a building. If you're standing under that building and you have a string tied from your head to the top of the building, and you're standing right underneath it, as you back away from that building, you're going to start seeing more and more of the top floor. Just pretend the string's still attached to you, you know, in some way, and you're just backing away. The angle is getting bigger, and you're going to make out more and more of the top floors, you know, at first the center of the building, then toward the top, and eventually the top of the building as you get like 20, 30 feet away. Okay, y'all are not counting the ground, or the building in this case, as a limiting factor, but it abso-fucking-lutely is, dude. And that example should drive it home for you, Matthew. You seem like you have some common sense.
Hey, Matthew. This is Run Boston Bear. I wanted to, if you don't mind, share my perspective on it.
Okay.